Your body's beat by the window seat. Little eyes look high up into blues and stars. I wanna surrender to those cosmic skies, whispering spells about what it means to be wise. Those glittering points and shooting comets, milky bands that speak golden sonnets, intergalactic Janet, Janet from another planet. Intergalactic Janet, Janet from another planet. Energy speaks. Listen while you sleep. Let it clarify knowledge you've always known. Baby, you're under all these clouds, mystifying, terrifying. Life on the ground. Take you to the place where gravity falls. Take you to the place where you feel the cold. You know who to call. Intergalactic Janet, Janet from another planet. Ooh, something away, something today,
What's the matter, Daddy?
Nothing.
The moonlight dips where the shadows play, feet on the ground. But I drift away, the beats a whisper. It calls my name in the smoky air. Nothing feels the same. I'm floating, I'm falling, I'm free tonight. The rhythm is the fire, the stars ignite. A melody soft, but it cuts so deep. In the haze of the sound, I find my peace. Echoes linger like a soft caress in the quiet hum of the night's finesse. A distant drum keeps my heart alive. It's the pulse, the groove, the reason I thrive. Time melts slow in the amber glow. The world's a blur, but the beats still flow. Fingers trace the chords in the humid air. Lost in this dream, I've got no care. I'm floating, I'm falling, I'm free tonight. The rhythm is the fire, the stars ignite. pretty soft, but it cuts so deep. In the haze of the sound, I find my peace. Smoke curls high as my spirit soars. This is the sound my soul adores. It's a language of heart, a sacred tune, dancing alone under the silver moon. Smoke curls high as my spirit soars. This is the sound my soul adores. It's a language of heart, a sacred tune, dancing alone under the silver moon.
On the motherfucking beat, nigga.
Spit the 50 on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even new roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there bipolar. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Spit the 50 from his pinky buckles and my pinky ring. Spit the 50 for the fruit of pebbles in the bezel. Now they call it boy bling bling. Diamonds from Africa. 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 Yes, diamonds from Africa. Akon boogers in my pinky ring. Two blue fade rollers on my wrist, I me. Iced out my bezel with a 50 piece. Clever Bobby Brown and wit. I been wing still going in my kit. Huh? Peacock diamonds on all of my bitches. Yeah, they go hard in the kid. In the kitchen whipping. Can you hear me that diamonds in my ear? Bitch gonna fuck with no queer. Turn the bitch on the real BB chandelier. Nigerian trafficker, diamond from Africa. Giuseppe Zebras on my feet is a shocker. Bitch, I'm a chopper, turn rap. Kitchen with the gas, throwing away the bread wrap. Still with the get a nigga kidnapped. Put a bundle of blue hunters on a nigga 50 cap. The shit on the wrist make him go crush his stone. Looking like he got beat by Moses Malone. Fugazi Cubans in your Cuban link. While your jeweler must be making diamonds at home. Hell is you doing? The fuck is you on? Sun outside got clouds in your stone. Spin the fit on your wrist and that bitch ain't a roller. But they treat your ass out a whole lot of guacamole. Long way. Then on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even new roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there by polar. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Spin the 50 from his pinky boogers in my pinky ring. Spin the 50 for the fruit of pebbles in the bezel. Now they call it boy bling bling. Diamonds from Africa. 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 Diamonds from Africa.
Giuseppe stepping in safari. Just straight from the plane, hop in the Rari. Diamond shopping in the tropical forest. My life like a movie, just my money. Came a long way for chicken. Expect the cat to double luck coming. With so many dead guys in my dump. Nigga better go call the go bus. Ain't even had to say nothing. She looked at my watch and she know I hustle. Damn nigga, feel sorry for her. Your bitch in my line and I ain't gon' fuck. No drugging, no trusting, no love. My neck and my watch it cuss. On the socket I go around plugging young niggas. They come to your hood and start dumb. So many diamonds I look like a rap. Me and Pee-wee, we gon' see the best. Come back with bricks, bam, strong. Nigga, you be flexed like a rush. Cut it. Diamond came in the night. Rockin' my jelly to 50 that fashion. Got my neighbor to harass it. They keep seeing me throw away all these big
The 50 on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even new roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there by polar. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Spit the 50 from his pinky boogers in my pinky ring. Diamonds up forever. Diamonds up forever. Diamonds up forever.
All right. What's going on, y'all? Shout outs to everybody here. We should be in the building. How's everything going? I hope everything's going well for you guys. Hopefully better than it's going for me. Thank you guys for being in the building. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in and please, as always, support the show. Shout outs to the cynical one in the building. As always, speaking of one, cynical has been number one in tapping in. Cynical has like a red player talk radio telephone pipeline. So as soon as I go live, she's always the first one here. I appreciate her for that. Thank you, Cynical. Shout outs to Sin in the building. What's going on, Raven? Good to see you, bright and early. What's going on, UFO? Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze in the building. He said Astro Projection Bros. Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God in the building. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. We are here. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. We're behind, man. I need y'all help on today's show. Please hit the like button and support the show, number one. Please hit the Cash App or PayPal. We are super behind. Um, I've been having a lot of trouble, y'all. There's trouble in paradise. I've been having a lot of trouble. You know, um, and I need your help, okay? For the past 2 days, my phone has not been working at all. And all of the pre-records, what's going on, Hito? All of the pre-records and stuff you guys been seeing, those are pre-recorded and stuff. And I've been having trouble. So, for the past 2 days, the phone hasn't been working. So I'm up here, getting it fixed or trying to get it fixed, trying to troubleshoot some stuff. And I was the Wi-Fi has been down. All kinds of shit been just happening. Nothing is going right. That's the title of today's show. Nothing is going according to plan, but the show must go on. You know what I'm saying? Here I'll show y'all. Right here. See? Oh, y'all can't even see it. Oh, look, phone in recovery mode. See that? So for the past, let's say, day and a half, 2 days or whatever. My phone has been acting a fucking fool. It's just not been working and stuff like that. So it's kind of hard for me to reach out to you guys. I have to come back and be in the studio to reach out to you guys. So shout outs to everybody here. I'm not having a good week at all, but like I said, y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all just want content. The show must go on. So if you guys could please hit the like button on the way in and support the show, I would greatly appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Um, but I got you guys. You know what I'm saying? So much stuff to go over. Last time we tapped in, um, we were talking about the whole Trump and Iran thing. We're gonna get into that. As the show progresses on. Also, too. Here we go with the connection issues. Put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Here we go with the connection issues. So, um, also, I did the family a solid one. We was over at Rumble, and we had a great. I appreciate you guys for coming through. We had a great movie night. You know what I'm saying? Movie day for you guys. It was nighttime for me. I was pulling extra overtime, but we saw we were watching Uncle Tom's Cabin. If you were there, please put a one in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And make sure y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Share to make everyone aware that I'm live. I can't tell. My phone is fried. But yeah, we had a great movie night over on Rumble, and we were checking out the movie, um, you know, um, Goodbye Uncle Tom, and from 1971, and it was a great movie. Shout out to Guido Planet in the building. Good to see you, brother. Um, and it was a pretty good movie. It was a pretty good movie, and a lot of the brothers there were surprised at what they saw. I watch that movie all the time. Hopefully when everything gets back online, we can watch Spike Lee's movie. Spike Lee got a movie called She Hates Me, and that was requested by Aunt T. So hopefully we can get to watch that movie and catch up on what's going on there. What's going on, Toya? Good to see you. Good to see everybody here in the building. Um, yeah, nothing is going according to plan. My phone is fried. It's been raining like crazy here, and connection issues with my Wi-Fi. So I can't even. I mean, honestly, I can't even really even tell. I'm behind on everything. I'm behind on studying. I'm behind on everything. So I'm not having a great week. If you guys could, you said not She Hate Him. Is that the name of the movie? Not She Hates Him. I thought it was She Hates Me. You know. I got to see what Link provided me on the last show, but I just been behind. I've been behind on everything. The Wi-Fi's been down for the last couple of days. It's been patchy, and like I said, for the last day and a half, my phone has been fried. I can't do anything with it, and it just been acting up. So I can't do anything with it. So I'm so far behind. Um, yeah, I think it's called She Hates Me. You dig? What's going on, fighter? But yeah, but I appreciate everybody that supported the show. Yeah, I know having the Mandela effect. Shit. Every day is a damn Mandela effect for me. I'll be forgetting the names and titles of everything, man. But yeah, so much stuff is going on right now, and so much stuff been going on since then. You got Donald Trump, you know, um, running amok, which he's really not. He's actually trying to get everything in order, but you got people around him running amok and stopping a lot of things from going on. Uh, Hip hop wise, you got just a lot of stuff we're going to talk about. It's just a lot of stuff we got to get into. Yeah, She Hates Me. Yeah, yeah. Dang, I didn't know it was that far back from 2004. I'm trying to I'm trying to prepare this movie for you guys that came out in 2008 called Diary of a Tired Black Man. And I forgot the brother's name, but he disappeared. He just dropped that movie and just out of nowhere just disappeared. He disappeared recently. So, it's just movies that kind of help, spaces like this back in the day. I think it's very important, for you guys to take a look at some of that stuff. For some reason in black just in black spaces, not even just black YouTube or whatever. We always got a bunch of new niggas running around here, and they're trying to rewrite history, you know. And it's like, bro, it's like you don't even know history to rewrite it, you know. Imagine writing something and you're not even familiar what was written, trying to write something and you're not even familiar with what was written before. Niggas don't even read, much less. Anyway, so much stuff to cover, so little time, and the one that works the hardest is behind. If y'all can please hit the like button, support the show. If you could hit the Cash app, I wouldn't know because my phone is destroyed. So, um, but definitely I appreciate the like and support. If you guys could please hit the like button and support the show. But yeah, That's the film right there. She Hates Me. I'm gonna try to see if we can get that going on movie day. Also, too, so much stuff to cover with this whole quote unquote, if you want to call it, war going on, or some might say it's mediation. You know, you said the Washington woman is in it from Scandal. Yeah, Kerry Washington. Yeah. Um, and it's funny because her name, I wanted to mention her name while we was watching Goodbye Uncle Tom, but because we were talking about like George was it Thomas Jefferson, the president or whatever, and one of the famous movies that sisters love to watch is was Scandal, you know, and then is it Scandal? I don't know. One of the movies she played as as Thomas Jefferson's. God damn, as Thomas Jefferson's bed wench. You know, she was playing as one of his bed wenches and stuff like that. So there was parts in the movie where I went in deep on the the bed wenches, and I went in deep on the on the mammy. You know how the mammy class is gone, and the bedwinch class, the bedwinch class, is still running amok. And I went into so much details on the show and on the movie night, so hopefully you guys enjoyed it and definitely support it. Where even the mammy who was sleeping with the slave owner who oversees the bedwinch class, she was also in on it. You know, there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about. I don't even know where to start. I'm scatterbrained, and all of my notes and stuff that I wanted to do for today's show is locked somewhere in my phone. But anyway, I wanted to. You said Scandals was a series more modern time. Yeah, I forgot the name of the show where she played Thomas Jefferson's bed wench, but I know she is in Scandal also. Um, but coons or people that were referred to as coons and mammies and stuff like that played an integral part of Black history. And one of the things that I've been telling you guys for years, with black relationships, or just relationships in general, is that I am tired of people and their fake recollection of slavery, and their I am tired of that stuff being held over not just black men but men's heads and stuff like that. I shouldn't have to go down the roots rabbit hole just to get you to act right when you're bringing up slavery, and you're bringing up slavery to me, but you'll act right and fine as hold on. Okay, we're back. Yeah, coon. Yeah, coon. Right. Slavery shouldn't be brought up to the black man, and and you not believe that that black man can observe you acting right in front of William Cartwright. You know what I'm saying? You'll act right for William Cartwright, but save all those kumbaya stories that you barely understand for for the black man. You know what I'm saying? And then not even that. Not even that. The most cowardice shit and goofy shit I've ever seen is and shout out to Toya in the building. I was just playing some Lay Soul earlier. You know what I'm saying? Intergalactic Janet, which I'm not sure why. Hold on. Yeah, basically, your black man shouldn't have to watch talk about no damn slavery for the most part. And black man, you shouldn't have to watch them talk about slavery for the most part. And then turn around within that same breath and be treating the person that forced them into slavery better than they treated you. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time too, yeah, Intergalactic Janet, yeah. I I'm watching, people, sit around on these panels and stuff like that, thinking that they're restoring the black community when they're really not. They're really not. Not even close to it. Now, I used to be in the space that was close to it. Till niggas in that space started doing fugazi stuff. What's going on, Chris G? Shout outs to Chris G. Chris G was there for movie day. Toya was there for movie day. So I'm glad you guys got to check it out. So if y'all ever see me get upset or you know what I'm saying, go off about, people trying to hold history over people's heads, y'all will know a little bit why, And that movie, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I got way more darker stuff in my studies, that I haven't even gotten into talking about yet, Now my equipment is destroyed, but I'm gonna have content forever, If you guys could please hit the like button and support the show. What's going on, Morbid Trinity? You did? So yeah. So if you guys been trying to reach out to me, my phone is broken. So I'm gonna try to get it fixed and stuff. So, I'm not having a good week at all. But gotta create the content. So oh boy. Alright, so where we're gonna start. I've caught up on a couple of things though. I saw that a lot of people was going in on what's her name, B Simone. That was pretty interesting. I saw a lot of people going in on you said I'm just doing some art stuff this morning. I thought I'd tune in again. Absolutely. Good to have you, Morbid. And let me know if you need that information. I got some services that I want to offer you guys. If you guys need a side job where you can do anywhere in the world, and travel, remotely if you like, I got a lot of stuff to run by you guys. But anyway, you got the White House wilding. Trump posted on, I think it was on Twitter, if I'm not mistaken. He up there, I guess somebody in the UN called him daddy or something like that, which is funny as hell. And, you got the White House kind of trolling, playing that Usher song and stuff like that. And they showed, I guess, his whole trip to, to the UN. And, he basically he was just sitting there doing meetings all weekend, and I mean, well, all week, I guess, and I guess they're trying to get this whole, Israel, and Iran thing together. Um, and then you have a lot of stuff like I think while he was out there, really trying to get, the military and everything in the war, and not the war, but trying to end the war and stuff. He was trying to get all of that stuff together. You got people back here on home base, trying to, basically trying to stop, you know, uh, what Trump is doing. They're basically trying to stop him from going down as one of the greatest presidents. You know what I'm saying? Or stop his big beautiful bill, or whatever you want to call it. They basically trying to stop that. So Trump basically, he got a lot of stuff going on. If y'all notice, for the past, it's been a month now, Elon has been quiet. Elon hasn't said a damn thing. So it's a lot of stuff to cover. It's a lot of stuff to cover. What else is going on in hip hop right now? There's a lot of stuff between hip hop, between I'm seeing a word and stuff that I've been talking about for years popping up now. A lot of people are having a conversation of main character syndrome. Because a lot of people are suffering from main character syndrome. Which there's nothing wrong with main character syndrome, but there's everything wrong with main character syndrome. Obviously, you're the main character in your life also, but and it requires a delicate balance. And if you were the main character for real, you would understand the balance that I'm talking about, where at some point you got to learn how to be on the side. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to learn when you're walking in the situations that existed before you, that's not about you. So you got to kind of stand over to the side. And other than standing over to the side, you got to be able to stand on the side. Kind of like a side quest. If you're treating it like a video game, you got to stand over to the side and basically learn, or else you're not going to be able to learn. So even the main character of the game has to realize that, hey, you gotta stand over to the side a little bit and learn, because if you don't, you won't learn, and you can't continue your main mission unless you get certain things out of the way. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing, pertaining to main character syndrome. You got a lot of sisters throwing mixers, you know what I'm saying, and going on yachts and boats and stuff like that, and they're complaining about men, how men ain't there, and what men are doing, and all this other stuff, and blah blah blah. They asked for independence and equality. Men gave them that, and now they're complaining. So we're gonna talk about a lot of different stuff, because I'm under the impression that hold on, give me 1 second. I'm under the impression that if God gave women the opportunity to create their own man, and women create their man, they would still return that man in less than 30 days. If God says, hey, ladies, you get to create your own man, he could be anything you want, blah, 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 and they'll be, happy to, oh, I want a man that does this, or I want a man that does that, and he needs to do this, and he needs to do that. Nigga, in 30 days, she will be returning that man. You know what I'm saying? Husband store shit, But we're going to get to that a little bit later. What else did I see? Give me 1 second. Let me see. If I can show y'all something real quick. Give me 1 second. We definitely got to finish this Andrew Tate versus Bonnie Blue debate. Man, so much stuff to cover. I don't even know where to start. Let me do this. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up this Andrew Tate Bonnie Blue debate. And then I'm gonna see, because all of my stuff is on my phone. And my phone is fried right now, y'all. I haven't been able to use it for a day and a half. Give me 1 second.
Check it out tonight, 7.
Hold on.
Normalizing her level of degree of debauchery.
Give me 1 second.
Andrew, what do you think of Bonnie Blue sleeping with 1,057 men?
Damn.
How honest should I be out of 10?
I want you to be honest.
You want me to be honest?
Yeah, go on.
I don't understand why men sit here and try and lecture you about it. I don't understand why men sit here and say you shouldn't do it. It's your body, your choice, right? This is the world we now live in. This is the end result of feminism.
Yeah.
You're a perfect end result of feminism. In the world I've traditionally masculinely ruled world, a man would be in charge of his daughters until they're handed over to their husbands or boyfriends, and there would be a degree of masculine guidance. But feminism didn't want that.
Now, give me 1 second. Hold on, give me 1 second. Donald Trump is having a speech right now. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. Let's get into this real quick.
The drug they're forced to do things, but the drug lobby is the strongest lobby in this country. They say the drug lobby. It's between that and lawyers, and they have a lot of power. But starting today, the United States will no longer subsidize the health care of foreign countries, which is what we were doing. We're subsidizing others' health care. Countries where they paid a small fraction of what for the same drug that what we pay many, many times more for. And we'll no longer tolerate profiteering and price gouging from Big Pharma. But again, it was really the countries that forced Big Pharma to do things that,
he was
frankly,
on right
I'm
now.
not sure they really felt comfortable doing. But they've gotten away with it, these countries. European Union has been brutal. And the drug companies actually told me stories. It was just brutal how they forced them. And European Union suing all our companies, Apple, Google, Meta. They're suing all of our companies. They end up, they have judges that are European Union-centric, and they get rewarded 15 billion, 17 billion, 20 billion, and they use that to run their operation. Not going to happen any longer, that I can tell you. So what's been happening is we've been subsidizing other countries throughout the world, not just in Europe, throughout the world. European Union was the most difficult from what I understand. I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, 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 and most of you would have heard of him, a highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight. And he takes the fat shot drug. And he called me up and he said, President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. He's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. Said, President, could I ask you a question? What? I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88. And in New York, I pay $1,300. What the hell is going on? He said, so I checked. And it's the same box, made in the same plant, by the same company. It's the identical pill that I buy in New York. And here I'm paying $88 in London. In New York, I'm paying $1,300. Now, this is a great businessman, but he's not familiar with this crazy situation that we have. But he was
Hold on, yo.
stunned. But it
What
was
the
just
hell is going
one of
on?
those stories. And I brought it up with the drug companies, represented by somebody who's very, very smart, good person too. And we argued about it for about half hour. And then finally he just said, because they can't justify it, he just said, look, you got me. You got me. I can no longer just.
Give me 1 second. Nothing is going right today. Nothing is going right at all today. Like, all right, hold on. Everything is acting janky today.
They've been justifying this crap for years. They said, oh, it's research and development. Well, I said, well, research and development, other countries should pay research and development too. It's for their benefit. It was just one of those things. And the other countries would set a price, and they'd meet the price, and they'd say, if you don't meet the price, you can't sell it in our country. I said, well, then you walk away, and, they'll call you back, and they'll sell it in the country. But now they'll have to do that. So for the first time in many years, we'll slash the cost of prescription drugs, and we will bring fairness to America. Drug prices will come down by much more, really, if you think 59. If you think of a drug that is sometimes 10 times more expensive, it's much more than the 59%. It depends on the way you want to analyze it, but in one way you could analyze it that way. But between 59 and 80, and I guess even 90%. So when I worked so hard in the first term, and if I got prices down, I remember I was the only one to ever get prices down for a full year, but I'd get them down like 2%, and I thought it was like a big deal. Well, we're getting them down 60, 70, 80, 90%, but actually more than that if you think about it in the way mathematically. And Pharma has to say, we're sorry, but we'll not be able to do this any longer to these countries that have been so tough. They've been very tough, nasty. It's trade. It's trade. And pharma is also very powerful. And the Democrats have protected pharma. This is the Democrats have protected pharma. These are the Democrats. And by the way, I just called the Speaker of the House, and I just called the leader, our leader in the Senate, John Thune, Mike Johnson. Spoke to both of them. I said, when you score, you're going to have to score two things. You're going to have to, number one, score that hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money is coming in. But even bigger than that, you're going to have to score that your cost for Medicaid and Medicare and just basically pharmaceuticals and drugs is going down at a level that nobody has ever seen before. It'll pay for the Golden Dome. I see the Golden Dome is there, see? That'll easily pay for the Golden Dome. And we'll have a lot of money left over. We need the Golden Dome, by the way, in this world. Although this world's a lot safer today than it was a week ago, and a lot safer than it was 6 months ago. We had people that had no clue what they were doing. So today Americans spend 70% more for prescription drugs than we spent in the year 2000. Think of that. Our country has the highest drug prices anywhere in the world by sometimes a factor of 5, 6, 7, 8 times. It's not like they're slightly higher. They're 6, 7, 8 times. There are even cases of 10 times higher. So that you go 10 times more expensive for the same drug, that's big numbers. Even though the United States is home to only 4% of the world's population, pharmaceutical companies make more than 2/3 of their profits in America. So think of that. With 4% of the population, the pharmaceutical companies make most of their money, most of their profits from America. That's not a good thing. Now, I think, by the way, I have great respect for these companies and for the people that run them. I really do. And I think they did one of the greatest jobs in history for their company, convincing people for many years that this was a fair system. Nobody really understood.
Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. He said diarrhea of a mad black.
why, but I figured it out. For
Oh,
years,
man, I'm having a
pharmaceutical and drug
horrible day,
companies
y'all.
have said that research and development costs were what they are, and for no reason whatsoever. They had to be borne by America alone. Not anymore, they don't. This means American patients were effectively subsidizing socialist healthcare systems in Germany, in all parts of the European Union. They were the toughest of all. They were nasty. And I see that. I see that with trade, too. European Union is in many ways nastier than China. Okay? And we've just started with them. Oh, they'll come down a lot. You watch. We have all the cards. They treated us very unfairly. They sell us 13 million cars. We sell them none. They sell us their agricultural products. We sell them virtually none. They don't take our products. That gives us all the cards, and very unfair. So they're going to have to pay more for health care, and we're going to have to pay less. That's all it is. Believe it or not, because it's really the world we're talking about, not just the European Union, but because it's the world, the numbers are for the healthcare company. I think the healthcare companies should make pretty much the same money. I really don't believe they should be affected very much, because it's just a redistribution of wealth. It's a redistribution where it could be the same top line, but it's going to be distributed differently. Europe's going to have to pay a little bit more. The rest of the world's going to have to pay a little bit more, and America's going to pay a lot less. Again, because it's a much smaller population than when you think of the whole world.
I mean, a lot of people get mad at America, but shit, if you're gonna be a bully or be regarded as a bully or treated like as a bully, at least bully right. At least bully right. Hey, why do you pay less? Because I'm supplying everything.
So, yeah, and 1/10
paying for everything.
that price in Sweden. 1/10 for the identical product. A common asthma drug costs almost $500 here in America, but costs less than $40 in the United Kingdom. So $40 in the United Kingdom, which is where this gentleman told me he paid a small amount for his shot.
And the biggest consumer, you might as well.
But think of that. So,
shout outs to Miss V. And shout outs to everybody here. If you've been reaching out to me, my phone is destroyed. My phone is fried. So I haven't been able to reach out to everybody back. Everything is not going well for me at the moment. Shout outs to everybody here, but please hit the like button, support the show. I definitely need the support at the moment. Try to get this thing fixed. And now my signal's still acting up. I don't. Oh Lord. Alright. Y'all hit the like button. Let's get back into this. I'm trying to get this thing to work, but it's not working at all. And we're gonna get back into the game. Give me 1 second, Joe.
So $40, could have done this a long time ago. They have fought like hell for the drug companies, and they knew they were doing the wrong thing. And it's going to be very hard. I was just telling the leader and the speaker that it's going to be very hard for the Democrats to vote against the one big, beautiful deal. The greatest tax cuts in history, greatest everything, but now you have the big drug prices because that's going to be included. It makes that whole situation different from a scoring standpoint. I just told them, I called them up about this. I said, I'm going to do something that's going to be very monumental, and you're going to be scoring. You better tell your people that this is going to score really well, and then add hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs to your list also. But as big as the tariffs are,
Nah, man, I'm not. I'm having a horrible week. I'm having a horrible week. But this is the thing, y'all, and it's not just Black America. America has this nasty disposition on work, and what I mean by it is that I've noticed this with Black people, but it's not just with Black people. It's a Western way of thinking where people want to feel that they're independent. You know what I'm saying? Like, people want to feel as if they done it by themselves because people want to appear strong. You know what I'm saying? People want to appear strong. They want to appear, you know, as if they are, you know, triumphant and they've done it by themselves. So you know what a lot of people are going to do? A lot of people will benefit off of what Trump is probably doing right now. But they'll never say it. They'll never say, hey, you know, that big beautiful bill helped us do this, or that big beautiful bill helped us do that. You know what I'm saying? And they'll gladly take the check. And then when he's not there no more, they'll say, oh, see, when we got rid of him, that's when we got paid. We did it by ourselves. You know, that, you know. That's why sometimes I like being alone. You know what I'm saying? I'm, you know, respectfully, you know, aside from working and being around the fam, being around you guys, you know what I'm saying? And chopping it up with you guys, I like being alone. You know, people do too much. You know? People do too much. Shout outs to Miss B said, yep, I never wanted another motherfucker talking about they made me. That's the thing though. If you put in the work, yeah, you got every right to feel that way. But that's not what I'm talking about, Miss V. I know what you mean. Because I've witnessed you put in the work by yourself. It's the people that don't, that want to sound like you, that are the ones that will do some coward shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It's the ones, it's the dependent people trying to pretend like they're independent or have been independent. You know, obviously, like today, you know, like now, like I'm being restricted on a lot of stuff. I can barely study. I can't even get some of the things that I want done because I don't have my phone, right? My phone is not working at the moment, right? And you know it takes a lot, especially for a damn Capricorn, to admit that they, you know what I'm saying? Because guess what? We usually do the shit on our own. And with help, you know? Don't leave that part out. Why is my signal acting up right now? Hold on, y'all, man. Nothing is going right today, man. I'm having a bad day. And a bad week. But anyway, like I said, you know, a lot of us are used to doing things by ourselves. So that when you see other people that don't do things by themselves, try to claim independence, and it's more of an ego thing, you know? Because that's not even a thing. It's like, it's not even about help, y'all, you know? It's not even about the help. Help is welcome, absolutely, and it's definitely praised and, you know, highly regarded, you know. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about and this is like big in the black community, is that people have this false independent spirit about them. You know what I'm saying? And it's not even about asking for help. It's not even about, you know, being grateful or anything like that. No, that's not what I'm talking about. It's about acting as if you didn't have help. You know, it's about going out of your way to say you didn't have help to appear. You understand what I'm saying? Like you did it on your own, you know? And you see it all the time in places like YouTube and in places in social media and stuff like that. And you see it amongst a current demographic of people. Like, you know, like shout outs to Ms. V, like content creators and, you know, other people and stuff like that that feel that they have to undercut something to feel like they've gained something. And what I'm talking about pertaining back to, you know, the president and stuff like that is that you'll have groups of people that other politicians and candidates and stuff like that made money for and gave them things that they didn't agree with before, which is basically help. Pretend as if they never benefited off of it. Why you got so many Democrats right now paying attention to Trump? Because to a certain degree, a lot of them are benefiting. In high key, but low key, Trump is technically still a Democrat. But with different values, you know? I remember when Apple did have like a rainbow colored apple. Oh no, I don't get used to it, Raven. I disappear. Yeah, I disappear. You said it takes an act of Congress for a Capricorn. Absolutely. You said Capricorn won't admit what? Oh, Capricorns, when we actually really need help, if we ask for help, we actually really need it because we're used to doing things on our own. Capricorns really don't ask for help like that. We damn near suffer before we ask for help. So, you know, when a Capricorn actually says, hey, can you please help? You know, we're being sincere. We're used to doing things by themselves. Self-sufficient. The reason why we think that a lot of accolades and things that are very hard and not easy to obtain, we tend to forget with the internet because you have so many people lying and pretending like there's something, and because everybody on the internet gets to pretend and shit like that. We think that things that are hard, you know, self-accolades and stuff like that, we think things like being self-sufficient, being independent and stuff like that, we think that it's we think that it's easy and common when it's neither of the two. The problem is just you got a lot of fake people on the internet pretending to be both, and you hear it so much. Hearing it is common, but actually being it and going through it, what is going on with my signal, man? Actually, hearing it, being it, and going through it and living up to it is not common. So we tend to forget, you know, what those accolades and those qualities and traits really are. And then if you're actually self-sufficient and stuff like that, and you stay to yourself, you've been so unplugged from the world and self-sufficient, you start to think it's common also when you start getting around people and you realize that people aren't really self-sufficient. And then you're re-humbled. And then you're reminded why you stay in your own world, or you go off. Most people in these spaces, which is crazy because especially as content creators or people that bring thousands to millions of people joy, hundreds on the daily, most of these people are black sheep of the family. Most of these people are introverts that happen to have a profound opinion because they've been quiet for so long. Most of these people are people that offer value. In the world like today with all of this communication, imagine being quiet, $1 billion trade. It's not like communication has gotten any better with all of this technology, You said, I'm trying to be independent, but I got some disabilities. People can be good though. You just gotta stick with the folks who got you. Yeah, you gotta find your tribe, And shout outs to everybody that subscribed, being a part of the tribe. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Don't abuse. don't get into wrench abuse. You dig? Chris G said, shout outs to everybody here. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Morbid. Shout outs to Chris G. Chris G says, that's why a lot of dudes don't take advice from people because people don't want people saying that they put you on it. Yeah, but then they sneak soak. And then they fall flat on their face and then get mad at the person that they sneak soaked from. Or they come back and still try to sneak soak from that person and fail miserably. Shout outs to Ms. V. Ms. V said, I am the help. Right. I mean, if somebody helped you, they helped you. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. To a certain degree, do you need the help or not? It's like, why worry about if something goes to somebody's head? You know what I'm saying? For the most part, you're thinking about the wrong things when you should be getting help, But the beauty of it is if you have time, you don't need to take help. You can take help from certain people. Nothing wrong with that. And not everybody that wants to help or that will help is trying to help. Sometimes it is for a personal gain, What's going on, DS1? Good to see you, bro. I was just talking about Capricorns and how we basically are self-sufficient, but when we definitely ask for help, we definitely need it. Like right now, I need help like a motherfucker. My phone is fried. For the past day and a half, I don't know what to do. You know what I'm saying? I've been trying to do everything I can to get it fixed, but hey. You said once you master self-sufficiency, group efforts seem inefficient as fuck. Yeah, exactly, because you're more capable of doing things on your own. You don't have to brief people. You don't have to take time to get people up to date and stuff like that and stuff. So if you could do most things on your own, you can. And most people that are self-sufficient can. But then they run into unique problems. And then, that's when more problems start happening. And by the time they get to those problems, they're so far along, it's like, yeah, I get super anxiety asking for help. Especially when I really need it. That's what I said. Capricorns, we kill ourselves. We damn near... Honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. By the time a Capricorn asks for assistance or help with something, they already suffered a lot. To tell you the truth, and they've been suffering for some time. You know, I'm gonna just keep that 100. And then it's even horrible when you're a male. You know, you know as a male, nobody's coming to help you for the most part. So appreciate and accept any help that you can get, you know? Oh yeah, it's all bad, man. I got you, DS1. It's all bad. I feel you. I'm the same way. And then also too, when you ask for help, people try to make it seem as if you're weak. Dead wrong. No, it's not about having God complexes. It's about figuring out a situation, you know? Give me 1 second, y'all. Let's get back into this real quick.
This is something, you know, especially when you add what we already have, because remember, we're already getting the 50% on steel and different things. That's not it.
This is what I'm saying, you know, people in today's society, especially in the West, have this fake independent view of things, and it's like they're not independent, they're self-sufficient. And the people that have actually been independent the whole time, it trips them out when they actually need help with something. Because they don't know how to ask for it. Because they don't ask for it. And it's a luxury to receive help. To even be able to ask for it, especially when you really don't. And then a lot of times too, if you're the person that can't really ask for help or get help, it's futile, because it's like, am I going to waste my time asking for help when that time could be spent trying to figure out the situation? Am I going to waste my time trying to get everybody up to speed? I do too. I consider help a blessing from God. Divine timing. You said facts. Most people hold it over Capricorn's head. You said they make us feel like we're in debt to them, or is it just projection? Well, no, a lot of people know that some people are self-sufficient, so they know if they need help, they feel like, oh, well, this is my chance to kind of, you know, capitalize on something, you know, especially if they need a favor or something like that. You know, I mean, people be knowing that other people are self-sufficient, so they do take advantage in a lot of cases when that person does need help, you know, because it's like, okay, well, damn, if you could do that for yourself, what can you do for me when I need it also, you know? And that's usually how the person that I've learned, I've saved even here where I'm at. I've first of all on the internet alone, I've saved a lot of people's life. Almost every year I get a email saying, "Bro, this show saved my life," or "This show, has done this for me, which saved my marriage or my, and stuff like that, right?" And then in real life, I've saved countless people. I done forgot. You know what I'm saying? I've saved a couple of people on my way to work, back in the States. And then even in the time that I've been out here outside of the States, I've saved 4 lives. You know what I'm saying? I've saved 4 lives. I remember the first life I've saved. I actually got that on film. Y'all can go see that. Where I saved a little boy's life. I saved a little boy's life from running into the street, and I caught that on camera. And it was a toddler. It was y'all saw it. What's going on, War Master? Good to see you, bro. Yeah, I saved a little boy's life out here. He ran into the street. He was gonna run. He was about to get clipped. And I caught that on the internet. I caught it on film, my bad. And I was so upset about it. You want to know why I was so upset about it? Because I've helped and been a blessing to a lot of people, and a lot of people have been a blessing to me. I'm not going to say that it doesn't go both ways. Trust me. I've been blessed. I'm having a horrible week. So, shout outs to everybody here that tried to reach out to me. My phone hasn't been working for the past day and a half. So I'm very upset about that. I haven't been having a good week. It's slowed. I'm already slowed down from studying and stuff like that. But anyway, I caught that on film, and I felt bad about it because I'm like, damn. I legit saved a little boy's life. But how am I going to be judged for that? Is it going to be like, oh, Kuda, that's AI? Oh, because you caught that on film, why are you trying to show us? I didn't, that's something that I keep to myself. Unless the topic comes up, then I'd probably mention, hey, I've saved a couple people's lives. Almost a year from saving that little boy's life, I saved a grown man's life out here. He was, passed out. Almost got his head ran over, And it was funny because it was around Halloween time. And I said, damn, I wonder if that little kid grew up, would he ever, remember that? Because he was young. I wondered if he would ever remember that, that incident, Just the other day, I saw a police officer sitting down, and a guy came in, and he was like, he called the police officer by his name. And the police officer turned around, he's like, yes. And he was like, you remember that little boy that you saved, 19 years ago? And the police officer was like, oh man, and he's like, that was me. And the police officer hugged him and damn near started crying. Right? What is going on with this damn signal? So the police officer hugged the guy and damn near started crying, and he was like, you saving me from, I think it was like a pool or something like that. And he was like, you saving me from like, from like a, the pool or something like that, saved my life. And the guy's like, I'm older now, I have a kid, and blah blah blah. And then the police officer hugged him and was like, I was just doing my job. Like, damn. So when I saved that little kid's life, it was crazy. Around that time, I was riding around and I was like, dang, I wonder what I wonder because I live by this thing where it's like, don't try to help people for a personal gain. You know what I'm saying? You know, help with forgetting. That's kind of what I do, right? I damn near forget I help. People got to remind me, yo, remember when you helped me do this, then I'm like, damn, I did. You know, or because I remember, or when I reach back, you know, to think about something. So I was rolling around wondering, what could that little boy grow up to be? Who did I? Because I tend to wonder. Like, it's a weird thing when I've saved a lot of people's lives via over the internet with my shows and message, and in real life, you know. But I've never got to really stick around because life be life, and I never got to really sit back and be like, dang, I wonder whatever happened to such and such. You know, every so often I get a chance to sit down and think about that. Whatever happened to such and such, or you know, I wondered what this person is doing right now. You know, are they still the same? And weird intrusive thoughts happen when you actually save people's lives because they've impacted your life. Somebody saying that, hey, you saved my life, thank you. Sometimes you tend to wonder what they're doing. Are they okay? Because they've informed you that at one point they wasn't okay, and something that you did yesterday helped them be okay. And you think sometimes today, are they still okay today? You know, it's weird. But when you've actually physically saved somebody's life, you know, and I'll tell you, at some point, it's not if, it's when. The thought of, you know, I wonder what this person is doing. Are they okay? And then if they're very young, because it's a little bit different when you save an adult's life, you know. But if you save a kid's life, it's like that kid, of course the kid is a somebody. But let's keep it 100. The kid didn't grow up yet. Or when you help out a teenager or something like that, it's like it prompts you to ask other questions like, whose life did I save? You know? Did I save the next Michael Jordan's life? Did I save a lawyer that's going to turn around and save a whole bunch of other people's lives? Like I said, you hear about karma all the time, but a lot of times you don't hear about dharma. Dharma is, you know what I'm saying, is in a lot of cases more important than karma. You know, dharma, if you know anything, will dictate your karma. You got to be in certain places, and you got to be, you got to be in certain places in life to be able to help save other people's lives. Again, going back to what I was telling you guys about earlier about main character syndrome. That's main character syndrome. Sometimes you got to sit back on the side and observe so you can move forward, you know? And that's why I'm trying to tell you, dharma, and a lot of time, is more important than karma, because what you don't complete, you will repeat. So I'm rolling around and I'm like, dang, you know, I saved a little boy's life around this time last year. And I try to forget it because God says to help and forget, you know, help out of the kindness of your heart, not for personal gain. And that's what I've been doing. And I always wondered, you know, I wondered if I rode past him again. You know, I wonder, I wonder what he would grow up to be. And then I was pondering on those thoughts for about a week, and then guess what I ran into? I ran into a man that was passed out by his motorbike. He probably drank or whatever, but for some reason he was laying in the street passed out. And he was just unconscious. And I'm like, damn. What the hell? I looked around before I helped him. I'm like, shit. So you know what ended up happening? Ended up getting him help. Ended up saving his life also. And I said, damn, look at God. Because a year ago, or a little bit before a year ago, I think it happened a little bit, like a couple days before, I saved a little boy's life. And now here I am, and I turned around and saved a grown man's life. And the whole week I was riding around thinking like, damn, I wonder what type of guy that kid may grow up to be. You never know who the hell life you saving. You never know. So as those thoughts was, you know, appearing to, you know, become clear to me, I'm like, damn, here I am again, saving another person's life. And I'm very surprised at how I did it. You know, because it's not what people think. I usually think I would have been panicking. I usually thought I would be scared. But oddly enough, when I was saving this guy's life and that kid's life, it was more of an instinct thing. It wasn't even a panicking or a, oh my God. It was none of that. But then you know what hit me really bad, y'all? I went to a friend's show. I was DJing at a show. Was it last year or earlier this year? And what's going on, Third? What's going on, DM? Hold on, I'm so far behind on the chat. I gotta catch up. But hold on, y'all. I was DJing at a show. And my friend was like, hey, you know, come to this bar. There's this bar out here named Win West. And it's an expensive bar, but it's a nice bar. You know what I'm saying? It's like a tavern. And if you want to go listen to live music. I don't know why my signal is going in and out. I'm not having a good week at all, y'all. Y'all bear with me. My phone doesn't work. And my Wi-Fi sucks. Y'all bear with me. Please hit the like button and support the show. Definitely not having a good week at all. But he told me to stop by. So he's in a reggae band, right? So I stopped by and everything's cool. They're playing nice music and stuff like that. There's some friends there. And just people that I know, you know, that are in town. And after they perform, we're just hanging out, and they go to smoke outside, and I go outside to kind of just kick it, right? Because the whole band is outside and stuff, and they're like talking and stuff, and everything is cool, and there's another band up there playing. There was this guy there, and he was obviously drunk, but it was okay, everybody was just enjoying themselves. The guy disappears for a second, and then next minute you hear is boom, because we're like right beside of a main street. You know what I'm saying? Next minute you hear is boom. Didn't think nothing of it, but all you hear was a big boom. And it's late at night at this point, so ain't no ambulance where we at coming for you. And trust me, we're in the middle of the city, right? So as soon as I heard the boom, I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe I wasn't black that day. I ran towards the boom. I ran towards it. And when I ran towards the boom, guess what happened? I saw a man laying in the street, and I saw a woman laying in the street. And people were looking around and they were confused. Obviously, a car accident happened, or a motorbike accident happened. So I'm running over there to go help them both. I don't know why I did this. It was just an instinct thing. So I run over there to go help them both, and it was obviously an Asian lady. And then when I went over to the guy, she's sitting up looking for her cell phone. People are looking around confused, and they're like they're panicking, like they're frantic. And I ran over to her, make sure she was okay. I told the guy who was trying to move, I told him, don't move at all. Just stay still. He's laying down on his face. And I realized that it was the guy that was at the bar earlier that just left. I guess he walked his drunk ass out in the street, and some woman speeding on a motorbike hit him. But for whatever reason, everybody's frantic. They don't know what to do. So I'm sitting up there directing it. I'm telling him, look, make sure you stay with him. Tell him not to move at all, because when you get hit by a bike or a moving object going at a certain amount of speed, you moving can break a bone or whatever. And my first thing was to make sure to stop any further casualties, to get him over to the corner and get the girl over to the corner and out the street safely. But I didn't want him to move just yet, just to make sure, he could come to and he can, he could be okay. So I'm directing it and stuff like that. And my friend, shout out to Doc, he used to be in the military. He came over and started assisting also. The girl had like a swollen face and everything, and she was just bleeding, but she was more worried about her face than anything else, and worried about her phone than anything else. And people were just so confused, didn't know what was going on. And I'm surprised, The guy, he was bleeding also. The back of his leg, I don't know if y'all know how a motorbike is, but you know how like there's like a cover, a wheel cover over the wheel? Well, that chopped the back side of his leg. So his leg was fucked up in the back, like in the calf area and stuff like that. So obviously he got hit, so his shit is like kind of hanging, sliced, right? No ambulance was coming, there was really, I'm telling people to, call an ambulance and stuff like that. I had to run back into the bar and go get some ice from them. You know what I'm saying? So I ran back into the bar, got buckets of ice and some a rag and stuff for them. And I took the ice and applied it to the side of the lady's face. And then I got somebody else that was confused and didn't know what to do. I was like, hey, can you come in real quick? And it was like a younger dude. and he was at the bar also. I grabbed somebody with me and told him, "Can you please hold this to the side of her face while I help the other guy and stuff like that?" And I'm not gonna lie, it happened so fast. It was like so surreal. It was like, damn, I'm sitting up there, like, and it took them a minute. We had to get like a random person to drive both of them to the hospital, you know. And right after that random person left with both of them, I made sure they were good and got them both in the car. Right after that random person left, with them, then that's when the ambulance came, just slowly and stuff. So after that, I'm walking back to the bar to bring them back their bucket and stuff like that, and just thank them and stuff like that. There was people that was there that was like, "Bro, like you saved those people's lives," and I'm like, I'm still trying to process what just happened, and they were like, and I was like, "Man, what do you mean?" He was like, "Bro, I didn't know what to do." He was like, I saw you running in the middle of the street, to go help them and stuff like that." He's like, then I realized it was a car accident and stuff like that. And he was like, "Man, you not, you really helped those people out." And then I'm like, because it kind of feel like I was looking at myself doing these things from third person, y'all. And I'm like, damn, now that they're fine and stuff, and they're in the car and they're on the way to the hospital and stuff like that, I'm like, dang, I did, and then I just started thinking back. I'm like, dang, well, I remember you saved the kid's life, and I remember not too long ago you saved another man's life. And I'm like, man, what is it? Because, like, honestly, if I didn't go out there and help them, they would have been laid up in the street for a minute. Nobody would have been able to help them. They would have laid up in the street for a minute. Honestly. And there was no ambulance coming. So I'm thinking, like, man, is this place cursed or what? How do I save 3 people's lives out here, and I'm just happen to be there? And I'm like, man, that's a blessing from God, because I'm like, shit, if something like that happens to me, I would pray that there's people there like myself, that will kick in. Because one of the worst things to do is be in distress, and there's nobody there to help you. And then you're in a state like that. You know what I'm saying? You're in a messed up state like that, So I get up every day and thank God. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, I'm back. Let me catch up on the comments real quick, okay? Shout outs to Warm. Man, what is going on with this damn connection, man? Nothing is going right this weekend, man. This week, my bad. Nothing is going right. And it's Friday where I'm at. Nothing is going right. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Shout outs to DS1. Let me do this because nothing is working. Hold on, y'all. All right, nothing is going right. Obviously, as y'all can see, I'm not telling y'all the wrong thing. Like, nothing is going right for some weird reason. I'm having a hard time. DS1 says, that's my point, bro. Facts. You said if you could hold all together for yourself, give that to me. Facts. That's some real shit. Yeah. Chris G says, you know, niggas be rubbing it in your face like you couldn't had made it without their help. So people be seeing you weak, like someone said. Yeah. Trying to belittle you and shit. Yeah. You said that's why I'm secretive. I hate when people pull that up. Absolutely, but if someone helped, they help. You said I hear you. I spent years helping out this homeless dude I knew from high school. He's doing well these days. That's good. I might have to go down and come back up. I don't know what's going on, you know? I don't even see my I don't see any of this stuff on the screen, and it should be on the screen right now. Everything's acting up today, y'all. That's cool as hell, DM. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, low key, I've been lucky and blessed also. You know, I must say. But yeah, I don't know. This thing ain't acting right. Give me 1 second, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me.
Included in these numbers, so you can add that. But the biggest thing to me is the opening up. I think it would be fantastic for our businesses if we could go in and compete with China. It would be a lot of jobs for China. It would be, I think, at a time.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
Anymore. This was a heavy barrage that lasted for
Lord have
approximately
mercy.
50 days. And as you know, they've been in war essentially for forever. But over the last 10 years, they've been very difficult for other countries. Nobody was able to do what we did. But they stopped, and we take their word for it. They their
Thank you,
surrogates
Morbid.
and them directly.
Nothing is going right.
Said, we don't want to do this anymore. And so we were satisfied with that. In addition, yesterday we achieved a total reset with China after productive talks in Geneva. Both sides now agreed to reduce the tariffs imposed after April 2nd to 10% for 90 days. Negotiators continue on the largest structural issue. And I want to tell you that a couple of things. First of all, that doesn't include the tariffs that are already on, that are our tariffs, and it doesn't include tariffs on cars, steel, aluminum, things such as that, or tariffs that may be imposed on pharmaceuticals, because we want to bring the pharmaceutical businesses back to the United States, and they're already starting to come back now based on tariffs. Because they don't want to pay 25, 50, or 100% tariffs, so they're moving them back to the United States. I spoke to Tim Cook this morning, and he's going to, I think, even up his
What's going on, Devin
numbers,
D?
$500 billion. He's going to be building a lot of plants in the United States for Apple.
I hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, if you guys, thank you, Devin D. If you guys could please support the show. I'm having a horrible week. I'm having a very bad week. But again, I wanted to say thank you to everybody that came for movie day. I know that was the last show that we did. We had a whole movie day, and it went well. And I wanted to reach back out to you guys about movie day, about the movie day, but my phone has been broken for about a day and a half, so I'm really upset about that, but I don't know what I'm gonna do, but we're gonna figure it out. Shout outs to Devin D and the place to be. Let's get it. Why aren't the chats popping up on the screen? Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me go out and come back in, man. This is fucked up. Hold on, y'all. All right. Disable this real quick. All right, there we go. Lord have mercy. No, this ain't working. All right, let's just switch gears. Let's get into Andrew Tate versus Bonnie Blue. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let's get into it. What's going on, Royce?
And then they come back to England.
Shout outs to everybody here. If you're here and I missed you, my apologies. I'm having technical difficulties. My phone is broken. None of this shit is working. And I'm exhausted. I'm tired, y'all. I'm burnt out. Let's go. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to my brother Royce J. If you aren't subscribed to Royce J, I don't know what to say, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Andrew, what do you think of Bonnie Blue sleeping with 1,057 men?
Damn.
How honest should I be out of 10?
I want you to be honest.
You want me to be honest? Honest?
Yeah, go on.
I don't understand why men sit here and try and lecture you about it. I don't understand why men sit here and say you shouldn't do it. It's
Yeah.
your body, your choice, right? This is the world we now live in. This is the end result of feminism.
Yeah,
You are the
equality.
perfect end result of feminism. In the world I believe in the conservative, traditionally masculinely ruled world, a man would be in charge of his daughters until they're handed over to their husbands or boyfriends, and there would be a degree of masculine guidance. But feminism didn't want that. You know, women complain that men don't want to get married. We did actually want to get married when we got obedient virgins, but they disappeared. And they complained about the patriarchy, and they were tired of us giving them a house to live in and kids to raise, and they wanted to make their own choices.
Yeah.
So she's making her own choice. That's a fantastic thing. I actually have a lot of respect for you because you own it and you're honest about it.
What if it was your daughter?
Well, that won't happen.
But she's her own person.
I never said my daughter's her own person.
Now, this basically highlights women when they're left to their own devices. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of cases, they destroy themselves. You know what I'm saying? I gotta pre-record. I don't even know if it's gonna come out because it's stuck on my phone. And I don't even know if all my data is erased or whatever, but this woman was like, men objectify us. And then I just had like a whole bunch of examples of women objectifying themselves, you know? Because they objectify themselves, especially nowadays. They can't even use that excuse. You know, they're joining OnlyFans and doing BBLs and objectifying themselves. No man needed. Give me 1 second. What is going on? This is getting on my nerves, man. Again, I was saying, left to their own devices, they objectify their own selves, you know, they destroy their own bodies and stuff, you know. No man necessary. You know, it's not even necessary. It's not even necessary for a man to even be there. They destroy themselves. And they do it in the worst way too, because it's under the guise of trying to complete themselves. You know what I'm saying? Women have an innate yearning to complete themselves. You know, so you know, a lot of them, in that process they end up destroying themselves. So, or doing whatever the hell they want to do. You know, they're doing whatever the hell they want to do. and whatever that entails, What's going on, Aqua? Shout outs to everybody here. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. So this is what we get. Give me 1 second.
I said,
Are you
women
gonna
want to
be
be
a-
their own people. But my point is, there's so many women who go to Magaluf for a weekend and do something very similar, and then they come back to England and get with some fucking guy and start asking for presents from him and talking about how they deserve a traditional relationship and they want to get married and they want a Christmas present and all this bullshit. Most women do exactly what Bonnie does. I don't see you any different than most women. And I'm not saying that in a degrading way.
Most women don't sleep with
yeah.
1,057 men in a day.
1,000? Does it fucking matter?
I think it does.
I don't really think it does.
So
It's all disgusting to me. If I met a woman and she said, I just sucked a dick yesterday, I'd say, well, I find you repulsive. I don't want to sleep with you. Goodbye.
What, so you're only going after virgins?
Well, it's not about only going after virgins, but I think if you're a straight man, the idea of having a bunch of men fuck a woman that you're with is pretty repulsive.
But everyone has a past.
But see,
When
this
you
is the
prefer
kind
your
of
girl
shit
to have
white people say. This is, I don't know what's wrong with people. Everyone has a past. That's not acceptable. In fact, let's analyze that. Everyone has a past. You're right. Everyone does have a past. It's true. But isn't the primary objective of a man to find a woman with as little past as possible? Would you argue that's one of the precursors to finding a wife?
Absolutely.
Considering that wives were supposed to be virgins. This was the deal.
This was
The reason I'm proud of Bonnie, and I am genuinely proud of you, I like Bonnie. I like what she's doing. Because the deal was...
Are you not, like, contradicting yourself here?
In what way?
Well, you're proud of her sleeping with 1,057 guys, but women should be virgins.
No, I'm saying that the social contract, the construct of society that made family function, was women were obedient virgins and they found a man who provided for them and they listened to that man. Women have then said, we don't like the patriarchy. We're tired of being provided for. We're tired of being taken care of. We don't want to listen to anybody. We want to make our own decisions. That was women and feminism that ended the traditional family unit. And now women can make their own decisions. So I'm glad that Bonnie's making her own decision.
Yeah,
I'm not here to
people
tell you not to do
say
it.
I take women back 100 years. I'm like, no, I'm the clear example of how to be
Yeah.
empowered. I use my body. I do what I want when I want.
True.
And this is the thing you've been banging on about for years. And when I get
Now, the irony of it is that women will say that she took them back, a billion years. Women will say that. And maybe those women are right. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Oh, nothing is going right today. What's going on, Shannon? Cynical, your birthday's tomorrow? Nothing's going right today, but if I miss it, happy birthday. What was I about to say? Man, I got thrown off. Hold on, y'all. Nothing is going right now.
hate, like when I click on the comments of these women that are like, oh, you're taking us back 100 years. Then
Yeah. The irony of it is that you'll have a woman looking at it and saying that, hey, you're taking us back, a billion years. You're taking us back a billion years. But those women want to do what she's doing. That's the irony of it. Oh, you're taking us back a billion years, but in reality, we're one of, those women are doing what she's doing. It's like the guy that takes the hoe to church. If a guy takes a hoe to church and everybody knows she's a hoe, they're gonna be looking at him crazy, but at the same time, There's a lot of guys in church that would want the hoe also. You know. All right, let's go.
Their bio is a stay-at-home mom of 2. I'm thinking, what the fuck was you rooting for? Because
Yeah. It actually makes absolutely no sense. You're not taking. This is the future. You know, all them T-shirts that they had back in the day that said the future is female. That's what Bonnie Blue is. Now, to normalize 1,000 bodies into one body, as what Andrew Tate is doing, I do not agree with that. I still think that the numbers, the low-ass numbers, matter, baby, because we're so much in the future as females that to expect virgins is literally, it's impossible. And while I agree, watching podcasters talk to Bonnie Blue as if they're trying to fix her, it makes absolutely no sense. There should absolutely be content that is critiquing what the hell that she is doing, because if you allow women like her to just go unabated,
But this
critique
is the thing,
free,
though, and I somewhat contradict myself when I say this also to a certain degree, just due to the nature of what's going on. With the Bonnie Blue types. Hold on. Let me do this. With the Bonnie Blue types, though, you only really need to be worried about the women that you're dealing with. You don't really need to be worried about, you know, what she's doing. You know what I'm saying? But then again, what other women do will influence the woman that you get with. You understand? So the thing is that with the Bonnie Blue types, good luck. Because a lot of women now, they're like, oh, well, I want to be on OnlyFans, or oh, well, this is female autonomy, or oh, this is what feminism said that we should do, and this is unlocking your body, and blah blah blah, whatever. But you should only really be worried about you and yours. But obviously, women have the ability to do whatever the hell they want. I don't even know why some dudes in the manosphere and in certain places feel that it's their job to stop women. It's not your job to stop them from doing what they want. They even have the option to destroy themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. We think that the more options we have, we're going to make the right decisions and preserve ourselves, when in actuality, you're going to be trying so much stuff, you're going to end up destroying yourself. And in the West, it's even worse because we don't have really a variety mentality. We like to think that we have a mentality that says that we have an abundance of a variety, but it's really the buffet mentality. We have a buffet mentality. Our mentality is like a buffet. It's basically like a buffet. We have a whole bunch of plates full of food that we're not going to eat. We're looking at all of this food, and what happens is, if you see how a buffet is set up, especially in the West, when you see all of this food put together, you feel obligated to eat all of this food. And in reality, you end up eating less food. You end up eating less food. So, women like her, they're just on a fast track to destroy themselves. Sleeping with 1,000 guys, like, what do you gain by that? What do you gain by that? What type of itch needs to be scratched? And then doing that, you create a whole nother itch. So it's basically, I guess, trying to go down in history, for whatever, I guess. And that's the thing about the game. Human whores, like human biatches, are way worse than a hoe. Because she'll do all of that and not get paid. You know, she'll do all of that shit and not get paid. I know a hoe, you know, a woman say that, oh, well, y'all setting us back. I know hoes that'll look at her and be like, bro, it could never be me. You know, whores and hoes are two different things, you know. And depending on how it goes, if one doesn't own up to the other, whores actually do set women back. So a lot of women aren't wrong about that. But if y'all been soaking up the game and y'all remember the story of Hagar that I told y'all, you ahead of a lot of people. Let's get it.
Free, consequence free. You're going to create more versions of them. Normalizing her level of degree of debauchery is the fall of that modern day society. It's gonna be Sodom and Gomorrah, baby. Anyway, let's keep going.
Would you have just stayed
That's
at
right,
home?
Bonnie. See, this is the future.
Right, Roy.
This is the future. This is fantastic. It's exactly what Western society's headed to.
He's a
so
feminist.
Why are we going to sit here and pretend this is not? Why are we going to sit here and pretend that most women who go on girls' holidays aren't doing something similar to what Bonnie does just because it's not on camera? Why are we going to sit here and pretend that these men who walk around with their wives in the pub in England, and they're like, oh, my wife, yeah, everyone has a past. Oh, no, she's done the same shit. What's the difference? Who gives a fuck, right? We're either going to care and accept that women are judged on their past and judged on their innocence and judged on their naivety and judged on these things like it used to be, or we're going to sit and say it doesn't matter, everyone has a past. Well, if everyone has a past, everyone has a past. Who gives a f? Does it really matter?
So
anymore?
What would you do if it was your daughter, though?
But why are you asking an impossible question?
Well, it's not an impossible question.
Of course it is.
How?
It can't happen.
It can't. Yeah.
But anything can happen.
It's against the law.
Now, these people, because there's such a goofy focus on women, you got to pick up on why somebody's asking the question. And I already know why he's asking the question. It's like, and this is the goofiest shit ever. And I want y'all to pay attention to what I'm about to say. This woman sat up there and slept with 1,000 men. Pay attention. This woman sat up here and slept with 1,000 men. 1,000. And he's sitting up there saying, Andrew, what about your daughter? Like, do y'all not see what's going on here? You have a woman sitting across from Andrew Tate that slept with 1,000 men, and she's not getting chastised by nothing. Andrew's supposed to be he's supposed to be the person there to talk to her and be like, oh, this is horrible and bad. But now that he's agreeing with her, now the host is trying to turn the thing onto Andrew. Basically, no matter what that woman does, Andrew's way worse than her. That's really the undertone. If y'all haven't picked up on it. If you needed a YouTuber to explain it to you. That's really the undertone. Andrew, you're a horrible guy. You need to be up here condemning this woman so I don't look horrible as the host of the show. Oh, now that you're not condemning this woman, now that I, don't look like a horrible, like I don't look like a horrible person. Now, you know what I'm saying? It's like, how are you sitting across from this fucking woman that does that, and Andrew's the bad guy? And first of all, since Andrew's a pimp, he can't get mad at this hoe. I mean, I hate to say it, y'all. I know a lot of y'all. Shout outs to Party. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you so much for supporting the show. I've been having a bad day. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button and supporting the show. My phone is fried. I've been having a horrible day. I appreciate you guys. If you guys could please hit the like button and support the show, dropping these gems. Shout outs to Party. I appreciate you, bro. Andrew's a pimp, sort of. He's a procurer. He He manages virtual women on virtual websites doing whatever. You know, it's crazy how they're condemning a Diddy in today's society. That's why Diddy about to walk. Diddy probably gonna get like house arrest or some type of probation or something. Diddy about to walk. Diddy's about to the shit that y'all wanted him to go to jail for just got thrown out. That's another thing that happened. Trafficking thrown out. Assault thrown out. Most of the RICO shit is thrown out. Ain't no mistrial, but guess what? It's he not getting charged for the shit he originally supposed to get charged for. Diddy about to walk, or at least get some type of slap on the wrist. We will see. Because they did their closing statements today or yesterday. You know, he said Diddy about to bop. Shout outs to Party, man. I appreciate you, man. But no, let me give y'all the game. Andrew Tate's supposed to be the horrible one up here. How the hell are we condemning a Diddy when women are having sex with fruit on the internet and animals and all kinds of other stuff? PETA didn't kick in? PETA didn't kick in? How? Shout outs to Party dropping the huge. I'm pretty sure it was 30, but 27.11 on the PayPal. I appreciate it. When you guys support through the coffee store via PayPal, it donates a percentage to the less fortunate. So I really appreciate that. You know, I really appreciate you guys definitely supporting the show, and especially through the PayPal. It does. If you support through the coffee store, it donates to the less fortunate also, and it's a great way to support the show also. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Party. You know, but I am telling y'all some real shit. Like, especially the men. The men need to hear this. How is Andrew Tate horrible? I mean, obviously, I'm not telling y'all to be a pimp. You know, this is some black pill shit. You know, this is some black pill shit. But what I'm telling you is this. What I'm telling you is this, right? This woman there's like publicly there's no disgust. There's more of a disgust for Andrew Tate than it is for this woman here. And to a certain degree, what you gonna be disgusted with her about? You know, the people that's gonna be judging her, they feel they're not getting all this sex that they're entitled to. You know, the same way how I eloquently broke down earlier, people feel that they're entitled to feel like they're independent when they're not. That they will snake other people out just to feel like they have this sense of independence. How you gonna get mad at a woman like that? How you gonna judge somebody like Diddy when you're sex deprived? And even if you're not, in your head you still are. Because every time you look around, this is what I've been posting on you know on my if y'all haven't picked it up, every time you look around, everything is mixed in with sex. Oh, here's a Corvette. Not that you're a car enthusiast, we don't care. Put a hot woman beside it and it starts selling, because guess what? If you get the Corvette, you can get this woman. But in reality, you just want sex. Like, the heinous things people do for something that is readily available. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, D-Mac? The heinous things people do for something that is readily available. Sex is readily available. How are you an incel at this point? It's readily available. Go pay for it then. Go pay for it. It's readily available. So why are women doing all of this? Why does she got to sleep with 1,000 guys? Listen, even if she didn't want to arrange sleeping with 1,000 guys and she wanted to do it by herself, she could still go sleep with 1,000 guys. She didn't need no fucking announcement to go sleep with 1,000. Every woman out here could sleep with 1,000 guys within a calendar year and don't really have to put their brain to it. It's like going to go pick up chips. How much chips come in a bag of chips? You don't know that. But over time, you've ate more than 1,000 chips. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you. If you eat chips like that, you've ate more than 1,000 chips per year. How much nerds come in a pack of nerds? Who's the real nerd? You dig? You don't know that. Okay? Party says it's a double whammy. Gay agenda and straight people are so oversexed, they're grossed out by sexuality. That's true, too. I've seen a lot of players that get enough women that they get tired of fucking women. Hey, I'm like, hey, bro, pace yourself, bro. I commend you for getting the coochie, but nigga, pace yourself. You don't gotta fuck every time. Pace yourself. Royce J said, sex is only hard to get if you want to be awarded it for following a set of rules. That's true. You know, that is also true. That is very much true, my brother. Which you know, preaching to the choir. But this is what I'm saying. Look at the heinous stuff people got to do. We're going to be talking about it a little bit more. I wanted to talk about it more this month, but as you can see, nothing is going according to plan. I wanted to get an Xbox today. Nothing is going according to plan, the money that I saved up, gone. Gone. Thank you. Thanks to education, in the name of education, So you guys can please hit the like button and support the show. We're going to shoot for the 10th of next month. So I got to be working my ass off. So, hey, it is what it is, right? But this is what I want to say, right? We're going to be getting into a lot of stuff this week. And I talked about it a little bit. Thank you to Party. Thank you to Chris G and Link and everybody that showed up for the movie day. We had a crazy ass movie day. Shout outs to Party. Shout outs to Link. Shout outs to everybody that showed up. Chris G. We were watching Goodbye Uncle Tom. And we had a great time. Y'all need to come to the next movie day. We're going to be watching She Hates Me or Diary of a Tired Black Man, whichever one comes through. Or we might watch both, I also found the Street Fighter movie on YouTube that we can watch. Street Fighter 2 movie on YouTube that we can watch. But anyway, we was, you said, Kuda, you sacrificed to be an educated lame? Yes, I sacrificed. Yes. Yes, D-Mac, I absolutely sacrificed. Everything about me is a damn sacrifice. I'm still sacrificing, I sacrifice right in front of y'all. But I'm oh my goodness, what is going on with this damn connection? Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me, man. This is fucking uber ridiculous. Let me wait till this banner lifts and see if we're back. Maybe it's because I got my camera on and it don't want y'all to see my ugly ass. Hold on, y'all. All right. this software, my connection, everything's not going right. Yeah, I never seen it. I want to see She Hates Me. Shout outs to Auntie. Auntie. Okay, we should be back. Yeah. I want to see She Hates Me. Auntie requested that we watch She Hates Me, But shout outs to Party. Party said I sacrificed to be a Dave Hollister ass ninja. Man, you gotta sacrifice who you are for who you want to be, especially in the future, because um, you gotta tear yourself down every so often as a man. You gotta be able to tear yourself down and rebuild yourself. My phone is fried, y'all. I'm so far behind. I'm scattered brain on today's show. My phone is not working, and I'm still trying to fix it. Give me 1 second. I can hear War Master now. Say no to Crapple. He's absolutely right. You said that movie time. Glad I was able to watch it with everybody. Absolutely, Chris G. Absolutely. Yeah, if I could get She Hates Me working. Oh yeah, we on like popcorn. Hold on, let me see. Link sent me this link and I haven't got to check it out. Hold on, let me press watch now and see if it comes up. This is probably why my service is going slow right now. Nothing is going planned, y'all. Hold on. I'm clicking play. Some ad blockers may block videos, so please disable ad lock streams. If you get an error message, hold on. Let me see if it'll play. Hold on. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. We're going to have another movie night. Shout outs to Link. We're going to have another movie night. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Let me know. Let me know if y'all want to do another movie night. And we'll watch She Hates Me. All right? And you guys can join the panel and we can go over it. Shout outs to Auntie. I'm going to wait till Auntie pops up. Hopefully Auntie pops up today. And we'll go over it. Please, y'all, hit the like button. Support the show. Let me know if y'all want to do another movie night. It is technically Friday. Shout outs to Party for getting the support going. It is technically Friday. Yeah, shout outs to the 70s titties, man. It is Friday. So, let me see. I might hook up my Rodecaster so I can get my boy to yell it's Friday. Rest in peace to him. Nothing is working, y'all. All right, we're going to get back into it. Hopefully you guys can hear me. But we were talking about feminism. And when I was showing you guys Goodbye Uncle Tom, I was also talking about a topic that I wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Shout outs to, yeah, shout outs to Bobby. Yes, sir. Bobby Reds was in the building. Yes. Bobby said, I enjoyed the movie night. Yeah, I got She Hates Me. Shout outs to Link. I got to wait till Link come in. It won't be right without him. So I got to wait till Link comes in too. Bobby said, I enjoyed that movie night a lot. That film had me heated a bit, though. I can't lie, Kuda. I'm telling you, man. Bobby and everybody here. Toya was there. Shout outs to Toya. You know? And if you guys are watching from the clouds, shout outs to you, you know, on Rumble. Next movie that we got is She Hates Me. But I'm letting you guys know, man, as a black man, there's really no way, or just anybody, there's really no way you can see that movie up here, listen to black women and other black men around here try to hold slavery over your head. And they don't even know half the stuff that was going on in that movie. And let me tell you what's even more fucked up about it, though, Bobby and everybody that was here. Let me tell you something that's even more fucked up about it. That movie's for free on YouTube. All the doom scrolling and shit that people do throughout the day, they got you. Listen, everybody got the same 24 hours in a day as everybody else. You don't even have to use or utilize your you know what I'm saying? Your 24 hours. You don't even have to utilize it badly. You just need a couple of legit hours that count out of the day to put you in a different place. You did? Shout outs to Devin D in the building. Shout outs to all the brothers in the building, man. I appreciate you guys. I'm telling y'all some real shit. People sit here and they waste their damn time and then go after niggas for some shit they don't know. Or none of that shit said. And I'm not trying to see it held over nobody else's head also. When those people haven't taken the time out of their 24 hours, the time out of their day to even go look up some stuff like that. To even go, you know what I'm saying? To even go research some stuff like that. But they want to run around here calling everybody and everything tethers, and they want to run around. And that movie was based off true events, you know, mind you. But shout outs to Bobby and everybody that was there. Now, I'm telling y'all, one of the things that I was talking about in that movie was what we got today with feminism. How feminism destroyed the appraisal system. A lot of less desirable women and feminism destroyed the appraisal system of today. We talked about it a little bit on the last show. Was because they were jealous of another group of women that they thought that were doing better than them. Where in reality, average women does the best. Average women do more than beautiful women. It's just that beautiful women get paid for advertisement and all kinds of other stuff. Beautiful women are not the anomaly. I mean, beautiful women are the anomaly of women. But nowadays, beautiful women are common. So women have ruined that. Women have ruined beauty for a lot of men. Trust me. No, it sounds like a crazy thing to say. But get an abundance of beauty and you'll know what I'm saying. You dig? And it goes without saying too, if you never had a beautiful woman, you know, look at every single beautiful woman. If you want to let her appearance not be the interference um always remember there's some type of you know what I'm saying, man, there's always some man out there that's tired of that woman's shit. He's tired of that woman's shit. That at least not what it means to you. Whatever it means. You know what I'm saying? So beauty is overrated. And like I said with the feminism, a lot of women believed that the initial concepts and stuff of beauty came from a man's. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. All right, give me 1 minute. Everything is going horrible today. What is wrong with technology, man? Anyway, a lot of people believe that a lot of the feminism and the women that didn't know better of yesteryear believed that the appraisal system came from men. They wanted to destroy it, and what they did was make beauty all inclusive, and they took away pretty privilege from actual pretty women. So right now, you have women that have no business. I'm not saying you don't have no business calling yourself pretty or whatever, but now you have women that have no business in certain conversations or doing and saying certain things in certain conversations, doing and saying certain things. Long story short. Okay? Long story short. That's what's happening. So now if you look at today, you have women that are pretty. They're destroying themselves when they didn't have to. You have women that what's going on, new? You got women that are that shouldn't be doing shit. They're destroying themselves. Absolutely destroying themselves. You said their perceived idea of freedom put them in a different prison. Man, listen. I don't know why people think that slaves have shackles on their feet. Nah, some of the best you can't work efficiently with shackles on your feet. A lot of the majority of slaves I know are free. You've already been indoctrinated. By the time they take them shackles off your feet, they don't need. First of all, they got a lot of black people and people in general, and I'm using this as a metaphor. So indoctrinated that you don't need no damn shackles on your feet. That hinders your performance. It was better to give people the tools to think that they can control themselves. The first thing you give a slave, and I'm tired. I'm like, I remember I got into an argument with Lou about it. He tried to argue with me about slavery and stuff like that, and I'm like, man, you really not ready for this conversation. You kind of and respect. Shout out to Citizen Lou. But I was like, you not ready for this conversation. You don't know what you're talking about. Kanye was right. That was some black pill shit. I told Lou not too long ago because he didn't really know what he was talking about. I was like, "What's the first thing you give a slave?" And he was like, "I don't know." I'm like, "Freedom. You don't know that? You want to have a conversation about reparations and Black history and all this other shit, and you don't know the first thing you give a slave is freedom." But let's get back into this. Let's go.
Laws of physics.
It's not.
I mean, if your
It's
daughter opened her legs and took 1,000 dicks, it's not impossible.
Of course it is.
What?
Why
I
is
mean,
it
the dicks would
impossible?
enter her pussy, therefore she's taken.
It's literally impossible for my daughter.
What, are you going to be there against your daughter's pussy saying that dick's not entering
No,
it?
my daughter just wouldn't make that decision.
But why?
Because I still raise her in a household where she is masculinely guided. And she will be guided by me until I hand her over to some other man.
What's interesting about that is that Andrew Tate has been on that a father is not needed within presence of kids, right? And I think he was saying that in order to try to explain how often you would see him without children being present. But now he's saying that he's a masculine presence within a life. But I wonder if that is through digital means or more so now in reality, or he's shifting his talking points because one wouldn't make sense without the other. Let's go.
However, I believe when women are left to their own devices, they will only ever make stupid decisions.
Was mine a stupid decision?
I wouldn't say it's any more stupid than most decisions women make, to be honest with you. I think that most women, to some degree, are sex workers anyway. Like, let's be honest about it, right? Most women look at Miami or Dubai. What's your job? Oh, I've got a boyfriend. So your job is being a girlfriend. And why does he give you money? Because you give him sex. So most women are sex workers anyway, to be honest.
But isn't that what you said the family unit was?
Well, then you're a sex worker with one customer. Which is nice. I guess it's better. It's more efficient.
But what about if you're raising children? That's not sex work, is it?
No, that's being a mother.
Yeah.
All right, so that's interesting, Rob. Rob said this, not me. So they're either virgins, sex workers, or mothers. Are those the three categories?
I think you're putting words into my mouth.
I think that's what Rob just said. Those are the three categories.
I'm just sat in the middle.
And women have to choose to be one of them.
So is that what you think?
I think that when a woman becomes a mother, she has a purpose. And I think that women should be having children as soon as possible. And I think it gives their life a direction. And I think it's the most important thing to preserve society, especially if you want to talk about geopolitics and talk about race and all of these things. If you want to have a country that looks like the country it used to be, you need to have the original people from there having children. I think all of that is true. Absolutely. I think every day a woman goes without having kids is primarily a waste of time. But once again, what does it matter what I think? Rob, I've given up. I've given up trying to save the world. I've given up. No, Rob. I've given up.
Haven't.
I've given up on misogyny and all this shit.
No, you haven't.
They attacked me with the Matrix. They keep throwing me in jail. I am now all for women empowerment. I think women should run around fucking as many men as they want. I like what Bonnie's doing. She's getting the bag. She's getting rich. Most girls out here don't want to have kids. They just want to get Birkin bags and Instagram likes. Good. I'm a feminist, a pro-feminism. This is the world now. Who gives a who cares about the future?
See, women go around, use sex to their advantage, but then are happy to cry about it straight away, saying, oh, he took advantage of me. And it's like, you're the one that wanted to do sex to have like the job promotion, or you're the one that wanted to have sex to get more attention or try and be more liked. But then they cry about it. And that's what I get frustrated about. And even with
Listen, the biggest critique of this portion of the interview is going to be Andrew Tate saying things such as, most women are like this. And he's likening it to actions like boyfriend in Dubai or Miami and kind of like what that exchange sort of means. But I think about it a little bit more simpler than that. I think about it as you look at a woman talk to you in public and then you go up on their digital footprint and their social media profile. I mean, shit, take a look at a cross section of what we would review on Pop the Balloon. How often? I would say it was over 50% of the time that we look at a woman that claimed God-fearing, right? That claim that they're looking for a boyfriend or relationship, and you can go see their ass up on their social media profile, thereby leveraging their sexuality as a component of the offering that they show to all of these men, detailing their past or detailing how they will leverage their sexuality, their vaginas, in order to get what the fuck that they want. And that's just the current state reality of the situation. And you got men now that actually want to get married, that want to pursue something with women, but the dating pool has
They'll do this for a few years, get the money, get the boob jobs, get the house. And then suddenly they go, oh my God, I was forced into the industry. Oh my God, someone took all my money.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered a job as a lawyer?
Yeah.
No.
She's good.
I could do with you. You're 100% right. So this
Andrew's
is the
trying to
false
employ
dichotomy of
her.
society, right? So this is the reason when I said I like what Bonnie does, because Bonnie completely 100% owns what she does, and she says it's
Yeah.
my decision. And I've seen people try and lecture you. I've seen people
Yeah,
sit
it's
there and try and lecture you.
a fool's
and
errand.
say like, oh, but you're a creature of God, and you
Yeah.
shouldn't be doing this. No, you should do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
It's up to you to do whatever you want, and you're not saying anybody tricked you into it. It's your decision. And let's be honest, when they talk about taking women back 100 years, let's actually be very honest here, Rob. No disrespect.
No disrespect.
There's always been whores.
It's the oldest profession.
Ancient Rome had whores. There's always been whores. The Aztecs had whores. You think there weren't concubines in the fucking Ming dynasty? Fucking little Chinese pee-pee? Of course there were. There's always been whores. It's the oldest profession in the world.
Exactly.
So do you think it's a legitimate job?
Well, I mean, no, check her back.
Listen, not only is it was so whores back in the day, right? That's like a poor person's job. But due to the internet and media today, you can be a digital strumpet and e-thought and be a multimillionaire if done correctly. If you got the right marketing team behind you and you was blessed by the God that you have forsaken with the appropriate genetics, you could be a it's absolutely insane what the digitization of vagina has done for whores' bank accounts. It's absolutely insane, baby.
Bang, I'm sure she's making fucking loads of money. So here's where do you draw the line?
Yeah.
If we're going to live in this false dichotomy, because the world was very simple once, not too long ago. And men had this terrible misogynistic view, which I, of course, don't agree with, that women can't make their own decisions because they're naturally chaotic. And when women decide anything, life's fucked up. In fact, these men, in their disgusting... these men in their disgusting misogyny
Look at it.
believed if you gave women the vote, we'd end up with open borders and drag queen story hours. So they didn't give women the vote. Then they did give women the vote, and society took a particular direction. But when men were in charge of things, women didn't have to worry about what they can do with their life because their father took care of it and then their husband took care of it. But now we live in a brand new world where women can make all of their own decisions. And the path she's chosen, I don't think is any different than most paths women take. I think she's just more honest about it and more upfront about it. If you're going to go to Dubai and meet a girlfriend and you think she hasn't been fucking for money the entire time she was living in Dubai, then you're an idiot.
on.
If you're in Miami and you got girls on your boat and you think they're not fucking for money,
All right, hold on, y'all. Oh, I'm having a bad day. Y'all, please hit the like button. I'm having a bad day. What's going on, Truth Only? Hold on. Where is this music coming from? Hold on, y'all. I got some music playing in the background, and I have no idea where it's coming from. Oh, everything's going wrong today. For some reason, I have no idea why everything is going wrong the way it is. All right, if y'all can please hit the like button on the way in, please support the show. Hold on. Where is this music coming from? God damn. All right, I'm having a bad day. All right. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. Nothing is going well. So yeah, and like what Party said, their perceived idea of freedom is their own prison. Most people, it's their own prison. You know. You said the slave master on the movie said, "Y'all niggas chose me." That is true. Also, shout outs to Truth Only in the building. And now this thing is going slow. The software is going slow. Jesus Christ. Where is this music coming from? Hold on. Okay, it's playing the She Hates Me movie. That's where it's coming from. Okay. I don't want it to play that movie real quick. Y'all let me know if y'all want to do another movie night. She have the movie here. That's where that music was coming from. You said, fuck the pussy, give me the money and the weed. Party said, tax them whores. Party said he's snapping. Now look, Andrew Tate's supposed to be the horrible guy here that's forcing women to sell their coochie. But he's talking to a woman, right? He's talking to a woman that slept with 1,000 niggas for whatever. And I'm pretty sure she didn't get paid to sleep with 1,000 niggas. Now, look at you if you're a square, right? Look at you if you're a square or you just happen to be here, right? You're listening to Player Talk Radio. Look at you if you're a square. I want to throw this out there. Look at you if you're a square and you sit here for 2 seconds and say, she should have got paid. If you sit here and you know, and you heard about this woman's story and said that, damn, she slept with 1,000 niggas and didn't get paid. You, my friend, are a pimp. You're a pimp. If you said she slept with 1,000 niggas and you insinuate or just think that she should get paid, you're just as bad as a pimp. If not worse, because you're running around judging everybody. This is your first this is your first lesson in introductory into pimping. I'm just saying. And if you're a lady, you're probably a madame or whatever the hell. Damn, you know. I'm just saying. If you look at this woman and be like, all right, she slept with 1,000 niggas. Did she get paid though? Did she get paid though? You know? Hey, man, you already know. Shout outs to Truth Only. Truth Only says, daughters fools are so delusional. Once she's in heat, you can't do a thing. I'm just saying. Human whores are way worse than a prostitute. At least a prostitute get paid. You know? At least a prostitute get paid. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So if you're a pimp and you sit, it's not even about you being a pimp. It's like if you sitting here and you like, oh man, she should have got paid. Well, bro, you just got introduced to pimping. Because a pimp is basically, to a certain degree, a manager. If you really want to think about it, you know, the world is saying, oh, the pimp is a horrible person and stuff like that, and blah blah blah. Now, look at what Party said in the chat earlier. Party said the slave master on the movie said, y'all niggas chose me. What do you think a woman does with a pimp? Not trying to glorify the game or that side of the game, but I need y'all to think. I just need y'all to think. Is a manager. Who gonna protect her? The police gonna get tired of these hoes. This woman is rough with her tricks. She's not running a good business. She's not doing a good job. Well, guess what? She gonna call the police. And the police sitting there like, okay, well, why am I gonna stick around? Why am I gonna go through this with this woman? Why should I have to stick around or go through it with this woman? She ain't my hoe. This the law right now. The police don't want to get involved in they dumb shit. This is women for you. And the further you guys keep pushing this stupid ass envelope, y'all gonna perish. And women think that turning men into tricks is another way to enslave men. For who? For who? You said pimps still wear mariachi hats and goldfish platform shoes. Nah, man. Trade is a oh god damn it, new. Yeah, the real daughters of the trade. Andrew Tate's he's supposed to be the horrible guy here. But you got this woman sleeping with thousands of men. Nothing to see here, y'all. Party they start paying taxes, they have protection. Now you know they're gonna work their way around that. You know they're gonna work their way around that. Why you guys don't want to pay for pussy? Cause you didn't pay for it.
All of the time. Now, they may not say per hour, but they'll be fucking a guy they barely like to get the rent paid. Or they're fucking a guy they barely like because he has a car.
Yeah.
So women are fucking for money all the time anyway. That's all women do now. The entire Western world is women fucking for money. So how...
Yo, and listen, he keeps on using these examples like of rich people problems, and that kind of just shows the amount of money that he has, and he's not really speaking for the average man. But, you know, we talk about foodie calls, right? I've told you guys specifically years ago, taking women out on dates and suggesting a particular...
What? Dog. Y'all niggas, why are y'all stuck on this stupid shit? This is news to y'all. Women are dating for food and using men for food on dates. Why is this news to y'all? Oh my god, she's using me for she's letting me take her out when she doesn't like me. Talk about some damn foodie call. Foodie call is the oldest. It's right next to prostitution. And then the fact that I know, and shout outs to MTR, but goddamn, the fact that I see y'all using the word foodie call makes me further know y'all don't know what y'all are talking about, because y'all are going off of a goofy ass study talking about some 1/3 of women say that they use men for food. How about 2/3? How about almost a whole third? Damn near. All of us at some point in our life done showed up somewhere to go get some damn food, and like, man, I don't even care. You ever went to church? I ain't gonna lie, I'm about to go to hell for what I'm saying. You ever went to church because it's like, man, I know they about to throw down at the end of this damn service. Like, would this person finish preaching so we can hurry up and go get some of the food? I've been eyeing the mashed potatoes for like 30 minutes now. You ever went to church knowing damn well you about to chow down after the service? Everybody done did some foodie call shit. 1 out of 3 women admitted. Like you stat in the hat niggas are killing me, bro. Admitted. Y'all niggas be like, man, the numbers say this, it must be true. Nigga, no. Most people that's gonna use somebody for some food or something like that, they're not gonna admit it. God damn. Oh man, I'm just finding out that women are going on dates to eat. Yes. Man, God know who to give the game and who to keep the game away from, because I swear to God, when y'all just get like a little inkling of game, when y'all get like a small thing of game, y'all don't know what to fucking do. Y'all have no idea what to do. Y'all destroy yourself with it. There's a difference between being red pilled and being gamed up. Red pill people can be gamed up, but that don't mean they have the game or they, you know. No, I'm not taking MTR serious. So shout outs to MTR. I like MTR. I think he's cool. He seemed like a dope brother, but it's like, bro, it's like I wouldn't even use the little foodie call thing. I would make fun if I used the foodie call analogy. It would be to make fun of it. Cause somebody needs to break that down to y'all. That 1 out of 3 women, that don't even sound right. 1 out of 3 women admit that they use guys for food. Come on now. That don't even sound right. That's not even how it's worded. Actually, that's how I've worded it because I've broken it down so many times over the years. It says 1 out of 3 women go on dates for food. I said 1 out of 3 women admitted that or said that, but in reality we know it's at least 2 out of the 3. It's at least 2 out of the 3. And if you're a guy and you're a player or whatever the hell you want to call yourself these days, I don't know what y'all call yourselves these days. Y'all gender fluid or whatever the hell y'all call yourselves these days. If you're going out on dates frequently, every so often you get a free meal. It just happens. You show up. I know the waitress at this place. Okay, cool. Man, she said the drinks are on her. Okay. Yo, y'all don't pay attention to Truth Only, man. He can. I don't know if I can talk to MTR seriously about hoes. That y'all get me on the show. I'm asking. Look, this is ranch abuse. Y'all boost me up. Can y'all figure out how to get me on Fresh and Fit? Figure out how to, you know what I'm saying? Y'all my PRs. All right. We'll see when it happens. You know, if we get to a discussion, we'll see when it happens. You know, I would lace a lot of these dudes with games. I would lace a lot of these dudes with game, man. I'm not sitting up there surprised that women use guys for dates. You know, you have to sit up here and you got to tell women this is stuff that their mothers should have told them. Because prior to the internet, and they're not in it. I gave y'all the game and I talked about it too on movie night. There was a little period between, let's say, 2009, 8-ish to maybe 2013, maybe. But by 2015, it was over with. But let's get them from 2009, 2013, when the internet was somewhat developing, right? Between that little time, if you were an adult woman and maybe a teenager, you controlled your hypergamy. Maybe. Between that little time, you controlled your hypergamy. You don't control your hypergamy now. Women think they do, but you don't. The dating pool has risen so much for everybody. You don't control your hypergamy. And look at the things that guys think is a bad thing. Most guys think, right? Oh, approach anxiety. Why do we got a cold approach? Why we got to do this? Why we got to do that? That's good. You want to know why? You want to know why? You want to know why that's good, fellas? Because you can do something that a lot of women haven't figured out how to do. I know how they can do it, but they don't. You control you control your dating pool. Oh yeah, of course. Now there's a plenty of fish. There's too much fish in the dating pool now. You can destroy yourself with your dating pool quicker than ever if you'd like, right? But guess what? You still control it. Women are mad because they don't control their dating pool. Before, and it's on a case by case basis, obviously. Before women controlled their hypergamy, their parents controlled their hypergamy. Who you gonna get married to? Who's gonna pay for the wedding? Blah blah blah. The parents controlled the hypergamy. Women didn't control their hypergamy. But now the internet controls their hypergamy. And women being a slave to the internet, there you have it. That's what you guys are worried. That's what you guys are worried about when y'all heard the word hypergamy. You were worried about some random dude that's gonna treat her better, that got more money, that got a bigger Johnson, that got a six-figure house, six-figure bank account, 6 inches, 6 feet, 600 horsepower car, and 6 inches plus. Y'all were afraid that that was gonna come by and scoop up your chick. That's what dudes were afraid of. Yeah, my phone is cooked, y'all. That's what dudes are afraid of. I don't know why you're afraid of it. You're afraid of imaginary niggas on the internet. I don't give a damn how much attention your woman or that woman is getting on the internet. Hold on, y'all. Why is this a fucking hassle? Anyway, my phone is dead, y'all. It is not working at all. My thing is this. She relies on the internet for her dating pool, which she shouldn't have to. I mean, honestly, you have a whole life. You really shouldn't have to rely on the internet. But she wants to be you. She wants to. Women should already know from the jump she cannot operate like a man. A woman can never navigate her dating pool like a man can. It doesn't work that way. A man doesn't say, hey, look, let me get all the fish to look at me first, and then I sit there and get to choose. No, a man says, let me sit there and get to choose, and then try to get this fish to look at me. Men don't even believe in their own ability. Men be basing their ability off of what that thing is saying. No, you need to know what you bring to the table and then put it in front of that fish. Men have a marketing, more so of a marketing way of getting women, where women have more so of a museum way of trying to get men. That don't work. That don't work. And if you don't know that as a woman, you are in grave danger, because guess what? Then you really don't control your hypergamy. This is why I tell you guys to approach women if you want to. This is up to you. You can do whatever the fuck. But this is why to approach women, because the thing is this. When you approach women, here comes the distraction. Okay, now we should be back. Women instinctively know that you get something out of that. Out of it. Like a man has unlimited tries to approach women in general, like just in general, and get better. She doesn't necessarily get better. You can instinctively approach her over and over again and get better. And what did I used to call it back in the day? I used to call it, you would get what's called reference points. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, this phone is done. You would get what's called reference points. And what do those reference points refer to? Well, if you have approach anxiety and you're afraid to approach that woman, and you go up to her and you go approach her and she tells you no, she didn't get nothing out of that interaction. And you know, women love to get things out of any interaction. They love to receive things. Women are receivers. They don't like something to come to them and they reject it. And it's like, dang, she thinks telling you no is work, which it can be. So she thinks telling niggas no all day is work, and she needs to receive something from it. This is why they get off on it as an ego boost. This is why when men discover the word no, their life changes because they're used to giving. Okay? This is why they get an ego boost from that. That's their attempt to feel good about telling somebody no because it makes them feel desirable. But it's false confidence. Whereas if a man tells somebody no, he knows for a fact she damn near is really interested in him. But he got to tell her no. You see what I'm saying? So she gets reference points. Well, he gets reference points, my bad, which makes him more confident to go approach more women where she doesn't really get nothing from that interaction. And she gets mad about that. This is why back in the day, we had to tell because black women was trying to do this. Black women was trying to sue, and women in general, other women start hopping on board, but black women were trying to do this at one point. And we had to end up protecting the black women again. They were trying to be able to sue or take men to court for harassment. You know? They were trying to take men to court for harassment. They were trying to get men locked up for it's called, what is it, street calling or cat calling. And then a lot of women realized that but they called it street harassment. That was the term that they called it, street harassment. And a lot of women realized that would be the new stop and frisk. Because the police would be like, hey, you were trying to talk to that woman over there. Pull over real quick. We got to search you real quick. That's stop and frisk. Black women was trying to use that as a tool to lock up black men. This is right before the pandemic. And this is around 2015, around 2016, 2015. Around that time I was telling y'all, it's called street harassment. And a couple of the brothers here, we talked about it. We had to rally against street harassment because black women would have got stopped and frisked also. It wasn't even going to be towards the brothers. It was going to be towards black people. Black women had to renege on it. They had to back on it because guess what? Black women walk around with drugs on them. A lot of black women walk around with drugs on them. You search certain women, they got weed on them. This is before all that shit was legal, y'all. Use your common sense. So black women had to abort that. Like a lot of things. They had to stop that. Black women walk around with weed on them. Not like they were going to go to jail for anything, but look, that would start. Cops will meet their quota if they locking hoes up for weed. Black women have to stop that shit. Ain't that a bitch? Weed saved the black man again. All right, let me catch up with it. You said she lazy. She could have got 2,000. She could have got 2,000. And put these people in position to be a pimp. No, a pimp and a married woman ain't the same. But one is married to the game. One is married to the game. Let me catch up. What's going on, Link? Well, I was just mentioning you. Yeah, we're gonna watch She Hates Me on the next movie night. If you guys want to do that, if y'all could please hit the like button and support the show, we'll definitely watch She Hates Me. And y'all can start suggesting movies too. If we could find them on the internet, cool. Or we could do something with Netflix. You know what I'm saying? But we'll probably have to do it over on Rumble. But I don't know if Rumble's gonna, pull the plug on this. But yeah, I feel you, Truth Only. Manifestation isn't really a female talking point. It's actually manifestation is actually a male talking point. Because if you look around, for the most part, everything that you see around you was once a thought. Whether it's some soap, oh y'all can't see that. Whether it's a lighter, whether it's a microphone. I know y'all been seeing these all over the place. Original ones, whether it's a whatever. It was a thought at one point. And then it not necessarily manifestation, but there's some work that goes into it, or some people actually manifested it. The pyramids was a manifestation. It's a male talking point. What's the first 3 letters in the word man? All right. Don't get it twisted like a mango missed it. You dig? You said, you messed me up with that movie. I got furious seeing women talk about rep for not being protected during slavery. Bro, if you see that movie, if you watch that movie, if you understand that movie, you will understand a piece of my pain as to why I get frustrated when they try to run this whole fake slavery card on black men. Literally shitting on the people that first of all, black men, and I did a show on this like more than 3-4 years ago. Has black men ever been thanked for protecting black women? You know what I'm saying? It's like a business. If you're running a business and somebody's sitting up here talking about I'm the scorekeeper, you should be able to go over to them for checks and balance, right? Since you keeping score. Black men never protected black women. And with what metric? Run the P&L. Let me see the profit and loss. Have you ever been thanked for have you ever been acknowledged for protecting black women? Because if you haven't even been acknowledged for protecting black women, then where's the checks and balance? What's going on, Hood Hobbies? Where's the checks and balance? Give me 1 second. That's what I'm saying. Have you ever even been acknowledged for protecting the black woman at all? And first of all, who put you in control of protecting the black woman? Who said that, hey, that's your duty? And like I said, I hate to say this, and shout outs to the good sisters, but hey, I gotta say it for what it is. Black women think they own you. Black women in their heart of hearts, they think they own you. And black women in their heart of hearts believe that they're better than you. Cool. You're entitled to believe that. You're entitled to believe that. Well, you're not entitled, but I mean, that's available for you. Just don't get mad when niggas respond to that. You know? What's going on, Gail? Good to see you, love. Just don't get mad when niggas respond to that. Because there's so many correlations between the white man's thought process and the black woman's thought process. It is not even fucking funny. It is not even fucking funny. When the black man has to sit back and be like, okay, well, who's running around here acting like who's running around here acting like they own me? Who's running around here that want me to be subservient to them? Okay, you want me to lead, but you're telling me don't lead me that way. Well, listen, fuck around and find somebody to follow and go get led. You know? What's going on, Gail? Gail said, I built that nigga. You dig? There he goes. Shout outs to Aunt T. Shout outs to Aunt T and shout outs to Link in the building. Aunt T, let me know. We found the link. See what I did there? For the movie. Shout outs to Link. We found the link for the movie She Hates Me. So I definitely would like to watch it with you guys the next movie day and have you on the panel and everything. And this will be my first time seeing the movie, which I'm excited, and we can break down, the elements of that movie. I think I've heard heard a lot of great things about it. I remember you were asking me to go over it, and I was looking for it, and I'm like, yeah. So the last thing that we got to find on the bucket list is Diary of a Tired Black Man. Like I said, I found it. I think UFO Kamikaze, shout outs to UFO, gave me a link, but I could only get it to play on my phone, but we'll figure it out. I have to figure it out, You said, I can't provide protection for them. Call Kevin Costner, call Kevin Costner for that shit. Ain't my blood clot job. Hey, you know. I mean, I'm just saying to say you said a lot of fucking in that movie. Okay. Oof. Okay. There's a lot of titties in the movie that we just did on the last movie night. Goodbye Uncle Tom, We got to periodically watch that movie over and over again, y'all, because people be forgetting. Thank you, Gail. People be forgetting. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. And if you guys would like to support movie night, let me know. The support for the show will go directly to movie night. So we'll definitely have a movie day or movie night. Today's Friday will be the perfect day. Just let me know. All right, now let's get into the game real quick. We're gonna get back into this discussion here. One thing that I didn't point out during movie day is where pimping actually came from. And it actually came from slavery. What's going on, Ty? It actually came from slavery. Okay, it actually came from slavery. Pimping. But we're gonna get into it. Y'all hear people talk about Diddy, quote unquote the diddler. Y'all hear people talk about Diddy all the fucking time. Y'all throw Diddy under the fucking bus, but nobody's throwing Hugh Hefner under the bus. Make it make sense. where Hugh Hefner was the one that told women to pose butt naked for something and really get paid for it. You know, pinup girls. Basically, he took ranch culture and blew it up. That's what social media did. I know women that have been naked on social media for more than 20 years now. Still haven't gotten a different result. You know? We got to periodically watch what you call it? Goodbye, Uncle Tom. All right, but let's get into it. Andrew Tate schooling this woman and guys on some shit that they should know about, especially how long they've been in this space. But let's get it.
Spot, and it's just not up to their snuff and their standards. Meanwhile, it's like $20 a plate at the place that I was suggesting. That's why the conversation of Cheesecake Factory went so viral about a year or so ago. So although it's not direct, it's an indirect way of saying that you are not paying enough for me.
Hypocritical would it be for me to sit here and say, Bonnie, who is honest, who monetizes it directly with her own media empire, who's upfront about it and makes money from it, is a worse person than the girl who walks around like she's goody two-shoes and then sucks dick in a Magaluf toilet. Because that's what most girls are doing anyway. Rob, the world's fucked. They're all like this. Rob, they're all the same.
Are you trying to say I'm not special now?
No, I'm saying you're special, actually, because you've gone so far through. You've come out as the queen of it. Congratulations.
But didn't you say this kind of thing is the demise of Western society?
I mean, if I was a misogynist, I would believe this is the final end result of feminism, and the end times are here, and that
She got a nothing trophy.
nobody's going to have kids anymore, and that the idea of a beautiful marriage between a man and a woman.
Yeah, I mean, even go look at Dennis Hoff. Dennis Hoff, he has a whole bunny ranch. See, the white man can make it off the corner pimping. The black man can't make it off the corner pimping. The black man is relegated to the corner. The black man can't make it off the corner pimping. They got to keep that black man on that corner pimping. So that's why when a black man gets a whole house, it gets busted. All throughout the 70s and in the 60s and stuff like that, black whorehouses were getting busted. And what they do is they lock up the pimp and they keep the madame when the madame is way worse than the pimp. Who's the dude? Well, I was about to say, not Weinstein. I mean, Weinstein had it too. Oprah was one of Weinstein's madams. Who's the guy? What's his name? Who's the dude that just hung himself in the Epstein? Ghislaine Maxwell. Truth Only. If you're still in the building, what was that other woman a long time ago we were looking at, and she was Heidi Fleiss. And these are all honorary madams. These are all honorary women. And let me tell you how fake the game is. You want to know why a lot of these politicians don't give up the women madams? Because they know them. The madam is one of the most powerful hoes you can ever come across. Yeah, she may be a little bit seasoned. Yeah, that even makes it worse. Because you start looking at her a little bit different. You start looking a little bit further into, dang, I know she was a catch when she was young. Or damn, she's a little bit older now, but she still got it. That shit don't stop a damn thing. She just got to have a little bit more of a mouthpiece to charm and disarm. So getting back to the stuff that I've been telling y'all for a long time, and stuff, that's going on today, you got a lot of, like I said, and I mentioned it earlier in this show, you got a lot of main character energy going on, main character syndrome. You got to sit back sometimes because the main character sometimes got to go on a side mission. You can't progress in your mission if certain other events don't play out. So you got to sit back and watch and see what I'm telling y'all. Yeah, white dude created OnlyFans. Nobody's coming after him yet. Something else will be created when they come after him. You said black folks learned the pimping game in the 60s and 70s from the Italian/Irish 30s, 40s, and 50s. Well, no, they didn't really learn it from them. They learned a little bit of hustling from them. But pimping came from slavery. Pimping came from slavery. White dude's been simping. The plantation owner was a cuck. It was the buck that had to really implement the game. It was the buck that had to really implement the game. White dudes didn't like the pimping. Niggas be blowing up their own spots. Absolutely. Some real shit. Niggas be blowing up their own spots. But here's Andrew Tate. He's supposed to be the bad guy, sitting across a woman that slept with thousands of men. And he hit it right on the head. Pause. That females like her is the manifestation of the feminist movement. Y'all hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the like button. Women have been destroying themselves. Some more than others. This white woman is destroying herself. She got, like, in the world of the internet, nobody cares. You were better off trying to pull this bullshit when they were writing books. Yeah, a lot of y'all marijuana laws. I was just talking to LT man about this in a couple of brothers here on a couple of shows ago. A lot of y'all marijuana laws come from black people that were pimps. Oh, what the pimps do? What was the drug they say the pimps gave the girls? He would give them marijuana and take them across state lines. Because the pimp, that's why the Cadillac and the car meant so much to the black pimp. Imagine being a police officer not making that much money. You cucked out too. A lot of those police officers cucked out. Lost and cucked out. Have a power complex. Imagine pulling over a pimp crossing state lines, hence with the word trafficking. Transport, transit, that's where it came from. And the pimp, like, he didn't do nothing. Oh, I didn't do nothing. What type of man are you? I got one of your, we having a party. I got one of your flavors in the car. If you don't like the brunette one, I got a redhead one. I got a carrot top. I got a blonde one. What's your flavor? You like my girlfriend? I see you eyeing my girlfriend, officer. She'll take you out back the cruiser and we can get the hell on. Bitch, write him a ticket. They didn't like that. They didn't like that. Oh, you giving the girls weed. Remember People that don't even smoke. Oh, he's giving the girls weed. The weed make the white women horny, and they sleep with the black guys because the black guys had all the weed. Y'all niggas fall for it every fucking time, and y'all niggas was falling for it also with Kamala. Half y'all don't. Some of y'all don't even have dreads and shit like that. And it ain't even about the dreads, but I'm just saying, niggas want to argue with me and shit like that. Y'all never grew nothing. And got mad at me during the election year where I'm like, man, the hell no. Stop trying to identify black men with weed. That's what Kamala was trying to do. Oh, we're going to give you Negroes some weed? We got weed. You know, I know y'all like weed. Like it's dated. Stop trying to identify black men with weed. Give us some real tangibles. Black people don't even own half these weed businesses and shit like that. So, what the hell we look like negotiating that shit? Then they're outdated. Ooh, who do we got to get to come down here and speak in the White House? We're going to get Lil Wayne. You're outdated. You were better off getting NBA Youngboy to go speak in the White House. What the hell he going to, what the hell is Kentrell? Shout out to NBA, but what is he going to tell you if he ain't in jail? Because people keep fucking with him. Or he doing something. Niggas ain't, they're putting people that ain't even relevant. That's crazy that a fucking political figure, somebody that controls your future, was begging to get on Kai Cenat's stream. Of course, as content creators, and y'all are welcome. They say, oh, the content creators are the new celebrities. Yeah, okay. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App. Thank you so much. Let's get back into it.
And is now completely gone. I mean, if I was a disgusting misogynist, but since they keep
But you don't have one beautiful marriage, do you?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Have you slept with 1,057 women?
At least.
So are you quite similar?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because it's the male's prerogative to impregnate as many females as possible. This is the masculine prerogative.
And you got a grown-ass man asking you them stupid-ass questions. What's the difference? What's the difference? Would you rather be the pool that somebody pissed in? Or would you rather be doing the peeing in the pool if you had to? What's the difference?
This is biologically my prerogative is to do that.
I think we should do a breeding competition. We'll see if you can get a girl pregnant quicker than I can get pregnant.
Well, I mean, that'd be a good
fucking dumbass bitch. He can get a bunch of women pregnant in the time it takes you to get pregnant.
Competition. I think I'd win. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's interesting because you have to look at society. When you look at these things, you have to look at society from an animalistic perspective and a societal perspective. From the animalistic perspective, it is the masculine imperative.
Right, I saw that party.
To get as many women as possible pregnant.
Yeah, but
if you want to be purely
it's
animalistic,
not 1,512.
No, but let's be purely animalistic. Let's talk about this like professionals. If a man is high value, high testosterone, alpha male, whatever you want to call him, right? His imperative is to impregnate women. And he wants to take care of those women and take care of those kids. He's not overly interested in the kids. It doesn't mean he doesn't love them. It means he doesn't want to sit there and play with them all day. When you see a man who wants to play with a baby all day, that man is probably gay. It's boring.
Well, it doesn't mean he wants to fuck the kid.
No, he's gay. Gay. So real men just want to pregnant, money, cool. See you an hour a week. Boom, boom, boom. Now, there's a lot of men who are going to disagree with me on that, but those are a lot of men I can beat the shit out of, so I don't give a f. That's the truth of it. The female imperative is to find a man who's obsessed with her so that when she gets pregnant, she's going to have protection and provision when she's not capable of looking after herself. That is the female biological imperative and the masculine biological imperative. I'm still living to my biological imperative to some degree. If I were to, let's say, have 4 or 5 women and I had kids with 4 or 5 women and I took care of 4 or 5 women and I was with all of them and they were exclusively only with me and we had children over and over and over again, that's my biological imperative. It's actually against the female biological imperative to do what Bonnie is doing, I would argue, traditionally. But that means you break paradigms. That's great. But feminism and society.
I mean, it's not even non-traditionally. Even bona fide hoes don't want to take on thousands of men. That's why you have something called a regular. Didn't see that coming, did you? That's why it's called a regular. What do you think a regular is? Sometimes y'all be thinking y'all entrepreneurs and shit like that. Sometimes you don't need. I'm about to give y'all some real game. Ask Auntie if I'm bullshitting or lying. Ask Auntie if I'm bullshitting or lying. Sometimes y'all be like, man, I need 1,000 customers. Sometimes you don't need 1,000 customers. You need that one customer 1,000 times. If you're in business or you do any type of sales, who's the easiest person to sell to? Somebody that you sold to before. Who will be more inclined to buy from you? Somebody that's bought from you before. So instead of looking for new customers, sometimes you can just be more consistent. Instead of looking for new customers, sometimes you can refine and already you can refine something that's doing better. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know why women don't, and that's why it's crazy that they killed off the mammy class. I don't know why women don't understand that a better biatch done did it. A better biatch than you done did it. A better woman done did it. Hold on, y'all. Oh man, I'm not having a good day, y'all. Lord have mercy. Y'all please hit the like button. Support the show. What's going on, King Picks? Hold on, y'all. Oh Lord, nothing is working today. I'm having one of the hardest days imaginable. You said AI done got niggas DNA and made cinematic avatars. Yeah, I was telling y'all about that shorty, how she not real. A lot of content creators are gonna get replaced. I'm not afraid of none of no damn AI, bro. Thank God. Some of these niggas do need to get replaced. Get them the hell up out of here. They've been stealing shit anyway. I guess a robot can steal it better, right? You dig? I guess a robot can steal it better. But yeah, a lot of these hoes ain't even trying to wear their body out like that. They ain't trying to be fucking like that. A lot of them ain't trying to be fucking like that. So guess what? You get regulars. It's a blessing to get a married man, because at least you somewhat know where he's gonna be. It's a blessing to get a married man. Why you think square women like to deal with married men and shit like that? They think that that's their idea? No, it came from a hoe. The hoe was the one that don't want to deal with the man that got strings attached. And then also too, women used to buy their husband prostitutes. And if the woman did a good job, she would tip the prostitute. Prostitutes could easily be independent women inside women on their own. They didn't need nobody to step in. Instead of being a slimy ass bitch, she would rather get paid. And everybody on the same page. But today's woman, nah, not so much, not so much. That's why women don't trust other women around their man. Rightfully so. I wouldn't either.
Society and this brand new societal conditioning is convincing women that what they're supposed to do, which is find a man they love and be obsessed with him and get
dudes got no business being in the damn game.
Pregnant from him, is the wrong thing to do. Well, then let's all just become sex workers now.
But you disagree with that feminist
I don't have an opinion, Rob, because I have 14 criminal cases. I don't have an opinion. I'm just here. I'm a commentator. I'm just commentating.
Commentators have opinions.
I don't have an opinion. No, I don't have an opinion. Women can do whatever they want. Women are fantastic. We live in this great society now where women are girl bosses and better than us, while also are equals at everything, while also everything they do they regret was a man's fault somehow. As Bonnie described, they were tricked into it. So we live in this impossible situation where a man can't possibly win anyway, no matter what opinion he had. But I'm just saying it would be unprofessional and hypocritical of me to sit here and think that Bonnie is doing anything different, or when she does the same thing 99.9% of Western women do anyway.
Okay, so Bonnie...
You get one extreme to the next. You get the women like me that are just sluts, and then you get the others that are lazy and won't even get on their knees and give a blowjob.
And they're sluts too. No, but this is the thing. They're sluts too. They're just sluts for a different guy, or they were sluts for the rent. These women are sluts too. It's all the same.
Like, I used to be a full service sex worker, like an escort, and I used to judge men that cheated. And then when I actually started speaking to these men, I was like, you know what? They've got a point. They're going to work. They're looking after their kids. They're still emptying the dishes.
And I swear to God, if you niggas let this fucker in the goddamn manosphere. Actually, I don't even care. So I'm starting to realize that I want better for y'all more than y'all want for yourselves. Let her in here. Because you know what? With the guys here that claim to be red pill and all this other stuff, especially the guys here that claim to be red pill, you would know that she slept with thousands of dudes, and you sleep with her. You would run behind her faces. Let it happen. Don't get no more red pill than that. You would still deal with her. And one of y'all will try to wipe her up. Not even one. A ton of y'all will try to wipe her up.
It's because the wife's now refusing to do that, saying it should be equal.
Oh, and she got blonde hair. Oh, yeah.
And then I say, well, when's the last time she gave you a blowjob? When's the last time she fucked you? They couldn't name it. They couldn't even list the amount of times where they've had sexual intercourse. I'm like, of course you're going to need that. Of course you're going to cheat. So how can I ever say women are anything but lazy and poorly educated?
So do you think you're a good role model for women?
I'm a clear example of what women have fought for years. Of
what?
Taking control of your body.
Correct.
Being independent. I earn my own money.
And who the fuck keeps... Bro, women, y'all gonna have to stop with this lying shit. Just as much as I don't want to hear no kumbaya story from a lot of the sisters, who the fuck is telling y'all, hey man, since you've been a little girl, who walked up to you and told you, hey man, you don't control your body, yo. You gonna have to do something about that, man. You don't control your body. When the hell was this jackass born? Ever see she was able to control her body? Who's telling women they can't control their body? Hey man, you need to go fuck those. You need to fuck the patriarchy, man. That's a good idea, man. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to go have sex with people that you claim to hate, man. You need to go do that. You need to get that done ASAP. Because you don't control your body. Then you believe them. That's the funny part.
Oh my God, he's right. I don't control my body. Let me go destroy it.
You wanted to feel something that much? So let me get this straight. You claim to not control your body. Then you say you do control your body. And then the first thing you do is destroy your body. And if you wanna be smart, I could just take the sex off the table and say BBLs. The first thing you do is destroy your body. See how that works? I don't even have to be talking about sex. I could take sex off the table and just say BBLs and lip fillers and cheek injections and all that stupid shit that y'all be getting. Self-mutilating yourself. You won't stop until you look like Jigsaw. You said, tell him like I tell my son, you fucking up and that's okay. I'm here for you. Definitely don't want to hear no boo-hooing from no whore. Of course. Because, you know, it's funny. She'll look at a good guy. I mean, that's a part of it. She'll look at a good guy and call him a lame. Oh, it's okay. I'm too much for you. She not lying. She ain't ready to stop with her whole activities. That's why I'm like laughing at you guys, especially the dudes that was covering this Diddy and Cassie case. I'm like, man, Cassie looks at her husband as a lame. All these black women got on the internet talking about her husband is a good guy and he's dreamy and stuff like that. Look at black women trying to turn y'all niggas out. That's why a lot of women, this is the whole point. This is why a lot of women do what this dumbass bitch right here is doing. Instead of just embracing what the hell it is and going on and enjoying your life, a lot of women don't like that they're the fucky. A lot of women don't like that. That makes them feel powerless. You know, when you're a powerful, single, you know, gamma woman or whatever and shit like that. You want to feel powerful. You don't want to get put in no position where you don't feel powerful. You know? So you you do whatever you want to do to keep yourself to feel like you're an alpha. That's really all I can say. A lot of women don't like that they're the fucky. That don't sit right with them. And then the funny part is that they do, but it's who they're going to be it too. Who lied to black women and told them that they have to be masculine? 25, bro. Who lied to you? Oh, we have to be masculine, and you don't understand this pain, and you know we can't let our guards down, and we just got to be masculine, bro. You don't understand this pain, bro. Who lied to y'all? I don't even have to use male-centered stuff that y'all use. Y'all niggas grow up believing that y'all hair is bad. Who lied to y'all then? It be other women lying to women, and they come back and blame it on men. Straight up.
Yeah, I don't rely on a guy. I'm
Girl
paid
power.
more. Exactly. I'm paid more than other
100%.
guys.
100%.
Do you think
she is a clear example of what women have been fighting for years? Absolutely
nothing.
correct.
Now, one woman asked, "Hey, if I win, what do I get?" Absolutely nothing.
Sit here and lecture you about God. I'm not going to sit here and tell. No, that's all bullshit. She is a clear example of what women have been fighting for years.
Yeah.
Women believe that they can do whatever they want.
Do you think they should be able to?
Listen, brother, I have 14 criminal cases. I don't want to be called a misogynist by the BBC. That would break my heart. That's not up to me. We're all individual sovereign people, and we make our own decisions.
This is going to be a 2.5-hour conversation of.
And the funny part is that she likes him. She likes Andrew Tate. Look at their body language. Her legs are crossed towards him. Her feet are pointed directly at him. Let's go.
Andrew Tate trolling, and I'm absolutely here for it.
Women want to run around and do whatever they want to do. It's up to them. My point is, all women, on some scale, are doing what Bonnie Blue is doing. However, Bonnie Blue's just the best at it. She's the best. She's the queen of it. So why? It's
not all women are doing.
Let me ask you a question. If a man walks into Starbucks and steals a chocolate bar, he's a thief. Yeah, correct.
Not in London.
What?
Legal.
Yeah. And if a bank manages to liquidate a ton of stock illegally in the stock market or rip off a bunch of people with a false investment fund, whatever it is, he's a thief, right? The morality is the same. Whether you're stealing from the Wall Street or you're stealing from Starbucks, the morality of it is the same. But people will sit there and argue that the banker is somehow worse than the guy who stole the chocolate bar because of how much he stole. I wouldn't argue there's a difference in morality. There's a difference in capability. But the morality is the same. The banker's just smarter.
I'm just a clever slut.
You're just very good. Yeah. She is very good at what she's decided to do. If you're going to be a whore, and most women watching this, and most men, hello, your wife, yeah, her, they're all whores anyway. If you're going to be a whore, no disrespect, you may as well be fucking good at it. Get a media empire, get rich, let everyone know your name, and get paid. Why are you going out to the pub, getting drunk, and meeting a man who's funny, and getting fucked in a toilet for free? Are you dumb?
They are, though. Women are stupid.
They're stupid. So Bonnie's just the smartest. She's the Wall Street banker.
Now, do you see how the pimp logic makes a lot of sense to them? He's right.
Of this whole shit. I respect that much more than these other girls Rob, I grew up in Luton, England, bruv. You think I don't know hoes? You think I haven't seen it? You think I haven't walked in the toilet and some bitch has got 5 dudes hanging out of her? This is the Western world. This is feminism. This is what all you white boys wanted. All you time women get to...
And that's another, if y'all haven't picked up on it, I guess Andrew's taking that he's being excommunicated from white America, so he's leaning to his black side. Hey, man. You said it earlier, it's that white boy shit.
Opinions all of a sudden, this is what you built. Congratulations.
So you blame men?
Well, 100% I blame men, because everything's men's fault, because men are the only ones who can apply force to scenarios. Women can't apply force. Men apply force. If there's something we don't like, we apply force to the situation. We could force this away. We could force most things away. So everything's absolutely men's fault. And this came from, I mean, the feminism and the women's sexualization and the liberation, a lot of it came from beta males hoping to get some pussy. That's what it came from. Bunch of weak men, though. If we told girls to be hoes, I might get a little bit. Because the natural order of the universe is the big gorilla, top G, smart. I'm so fucking smart. The big gorilla, top G, has a bunch of women, and then the small gorilla has nothing. This is the natural order of the universe. It's actually kind of still like that in many ways. There's a guy with the yacht with 10 wives, and then there's a guy with no yacht with no wife. It's kind of like that. But beta males didn't like that because they couldn't obviously compete with the top guy. So they've tried to push this sexual liberation, hoping to get a little bit of pussy, and it probably works a little bit. But society's destroyed by extension. If you want to look at society for what it is, because what is society anything other than rearing and raising children? That's what society should be, I would argue. Society should be, the primary function of it should be, let's have kids so that we have a population. We have a population collapse in the West.
Yeah, I think you should have a choice. I before used to think, oh my God, I really want
And
kids.
you
I
had
want
so
a family.
many goofy dudes in the manosphere running around here, flaunting so happy that they had their little quote unquote, or they could have a prostitute as their girlfriend. Them dudes running around here happy as hell, happier than a pig in pig shit. Happier than a nigga with a new gun. Trying to talk crazy to players because he got a hooker girlfriend. Your girlfriend's a hooker. Trying to dupe men in the manosphere for try to dupe men in the manosphere to date hookers.
But it's because I was so naive to what else was open to the world. I just thought, okay, I need to get married. I need to, have children. I need to get a good job. And that was what I thought life was. And then I was like, fuck, there's so much more to life rather than just staying in that,
And listen,
finishing school, going to...
She's young. Any young person is going to feel a certain type of way about not working or putting in any type of work and shit like that because they feel their parents, who's the world to them, by the way, but they feel that the world owes them something. Newsflash, young people feel that the world owes them something, that they don't have to put in no type of work. But see, when you're somewhat attractive, you're impressionable, and you're delusional, who gonna stop you? Most kids don't even have the variables around them or the smarts, not even the smarts, because it's not smart, obviously, to, you know what I'm saying, to cash it in. These women represent, a demographic of kids that feels that the world owes them something. And then they attempt to cash it in. No matter how much the world owes you, most people can't cash it in. So they go for the gusto. Most of the world have fear, right? They're like, hey man, I'm not gonna jump in that water because a bunch of gators are gonna they're gonna no homo, they're gonna swallow me up. Well, that was super homo. A bunch of gators are gonna eat me, basically, right? That's why I'm not jumping in that water. Gators deter a lot of people from jumping in that water. But guess what? That's really what it is. It's a lottery. It's a deterrent. Don't care and be like, all right, well, guess what? I'm gonna jump in that water. Yeah. Some people are gonna make it. Gators do fall asleep. Gators do slack on their job. I don't think nobody gonna jump in this water, so we're gonna chill over here. So some people can try it. It's not like it's a blocked up lane. It's not really a lottery, but it is. Y'all hit the like button, hit the Cash App, support this game. It's not really a blocked up lane because most people are feared. Most people fear it, you know? That's the whole point. Most people don't get into day trading because when they look at that chart, they're like, God damn, I got to learn all of this shit and fuck. What are these lines and all of this stuff going on? You know what? I'm going to just go to the casino. That's the whole point. Most people see something and it's like, dang, it's going to be hard to ascertain that. But guess what? That's the whole point. But nobody tells women that you're on a fool's errand. Oh, yes, I fucked. Listen, I guess it's up to you. You know, nigga, if you want to pass up a bunch of dead bodies and go climb Mount Everest with your balls hanging out, do whatever you want to. But I be seeing people that get to the top of those mountains and shit like that. And I know I'm like, this person got to be a damn dumbass. And maybe that's because I don't care about climbing no damn mountains. And I'm pretty sure they do feel accomplished and stuff like that, you know, because it's really more so of a personal thing. It's basically like sex. You niggas spend hours and days and months and weeks and years in heat and believing this about sex and believing that about sex and sex this and sex that, and you can't think or function and think about anything else, right? And then when you actually go have sex, you niggas only last 10, 15 minutes. It's like, damn, bro, you niggas destroyed yourself for years for 5 minutes. Damn, my nigga, you didn't even get your money's worth. And all you can blame that is on yourself, not even the girl. She's supposed to show up with good coochie. Stupid. You spent all of that time harping over sex, and you. Oh Lord.
Uni, getting married, buying a house, and you just copy everyone else. Like half the shit we do is because someone else has done it.
Okay, Bonnie, so let me ask you a question.
Right, monkey see.
I agree with you that now that we've opened up female horizons with education, with jobs, with the capability of making money, with Instagram and all these offers they get to fly around the world and all these things, women don't want to have kids, or they want to have kids later because they have a lot more options. I agree with you. But would you argue, if you were to look at it selflessly, not...
But that's true. Shout outs to Auntie. Auntie said, I'm clipping that, Kuda. You said your girlfriend is a hooker. Hey, it is what it is, you know? Shout outs to Auntie and the place to be. What's going on, Hood Hobbies? Hood Hobbies said the females know they have simps to fall back on, but that's the problem. They don't want the simps that they have to fall back on. They don't want those simps. They do not want those simps. You got hookers sliding down from the pole in Magic City. Some of them they know and still don't care even if they know. You got hookers sliding down the pole from Magic City that still believe they're wifey type. You got hookers from Magic City sliding down the poles. And in their heart of hearts, you can. And they're right. Men aren't thinking being a hoe at Magic City. That doesn't stop men from wifing them up. It stops some men from wifing them up, but not enough. They still know that they're gonna be a wife. Hell, even Kanye will still wife up a hoe. Billionaire. And I'm not amused, but it's like some of y'all guys you're not artists, but y'all want to muse. Y'all want dudes to look at your woman, but you don't even have the confidence to deal with the type of woman that dudes look at, and you don't even have the confidence to be able to keep your head together when a guy is looking at your woman. No, Kanye has a choice, but I know what you mean, Auntie. But Kanye absolutely has a choice. But it's the same thing. It's the same dynamic as the simps. You know, the girls have a choice. Hey, I know you want a husband. And that simp over there, he'll marry you. But you don't want to get married to him. A lot of women don't want to date their tricks. If y'all go on my YouTube shorts, and shout outs to War Master, because I think War Master commented on this one, right? If y'all go on my YouTube shorts, I shared a video of a young lady that was on the Whatever podcast. And she works for OnlyFans, and she says that, you know, she don't want to be with a guy that watches OnlyFans content. She thought she was being smart. Oh, I'm not trying to get with a guy that consumes corn and OnlyFans content. And Andrew was on there like, yo, okay, well, is that moral? You know, is that moral? And basically, in but so many words, the woman is like, I'm not trying to date my tricks. I respect my tricks, you know, basically enough to do business with them and have them do business with me, if that's what you want to call it. But I'm not. I basically what she was saying in but so many words is that I don't respect and I wouldn't date my tricks. I don't respect that type of man. Some of y'all niggas, women get mad at y'all for dealing with hoes on the side, and not because you're dealing with hoes on the side, it's because you're paying them. And she mad because it's like you're paying. Because some of y'all girlfriends want to get paid by you. Craziest shit ever. Let me catch up on these comments real quick. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. I'm having a horrible day. My phone is cooked. I definitely need help. You said amazing how they'll wait till get married and have kids, but waiting on you to lose your virginity won't even ain't even an option. I got another video also of a virgin that went on, I think, one of those pop the balloon shows, and the sisters was like, "Oh my God, so what about if I do this?" And they tried to turn around and try to seduce him. Have you ever seen like a woman actually really try to seduce you? That shit is hilarious. It makes them whack, you know. You know. Oh, come on, Nightbot. Nightbot don't come out at no other time but now. Nightbot, man. You said they want what they can provide to be they want what they can provide to be a plus to the lifestyle. You said nothing but 304s. You said Kanye hasn't met a non 304 in over 25 years. How can he wife a woman he'll never meet? Oh no, he'll meet them. They're all around him. There's some of his dancers, there's some of the coordinators, there's some of the people down at Louis Vuitton that take their ass home. You know, he just might not want to date them. Kanye walked past the women all the time. It's just not the people that he feel that's on his radar. Just like everybody in real life. Some of those women, he gonna have to meet them where they at, and he gonna have to turn them into a star. You know, some of those dudes be wanting to meet stunning women, and some of the women that you meet, you gotta turn them into stunners, and then date them. You know, some women gonna take time, some women gonna be prepackaged, some women you gotta grow, some women will already know. They never want the value men they deserve. Well, the thing is that they don't know how to choose their own value. And they muddy it up right now because, like I said, they got rid of the appraisal system. And then, if y'all are smart, don't necessarily trust people that use a scale of 1 to 10. Because if you use a scale of 1 to 10, I'm going to just keep it 100, which you might not know what you're talking about. Niggas walk past wife materials every single day. Yeah. King Pick says, what would you do if you had a daughter and she turned out like Bonnie Blue, the Mental Chewing Gum podcast? I don't know what age Bonnie Blue is. But like I said, I don't want my child to turn out that way. But all you can really do is raise your kid right and instill, try to instill, try to instill the best, the best that instill values and stuff and morals in them the best that you can, and then move the fuck on. Honestly, that's all you really can do. That's really all you can do. Try to instill the best values in them and then move the hell on. Because at a certain point, you can't stop your kids, bro. They're going to do whatever the hell they want to do. I ain't Desiree Perez, bro. You can't stop your kids. They're going to do whatever the hell they're going to do. Your kids are separate from you. But you got the option as a parent. You can be a fucked up parent. Fuck it. Have another kid. Fuck it. Play favorites. Who says she my only daughter? One of my kids do that. Okay, well, your sister and your brother now became my favorite. I'll play favorites like a motherfucker. Fuck it. Go suck some more.
About the ant farm at large. That keeping women's horizons more narrow so they focused on rearing children would be better for society than the current society we're in, where we have to import a whole bunch of knows who's into the country to try and maintain a population because the white people aren't even having any kids because the white women are too busy sucking dicks in Magaluf.
Did you understand that?
To a certain degree, but I also couldn't give a shit. The world's going to shit anyway, so whether or not we've got more kids in it or not,
I don't
it's
give a shit.
regardless. So just live your life the
Stupid
best. You
ass
can-
bro. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. That's the problem. You don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Like what she doing making a difference. I don't give a shit. Like she's some type of revolutionary. She probably thinks she the first to do what she did, huh? There's some bimbo out there that's done it even more. You just don't know about her. Yeah, all you can do is provide a window of perspective. Yeah, and hopefully they take your teachings and make something.
Going to be
of
dead
it.
in
Shit.
however many years anyway.
Fair.
So don't stress too much.
You can hear you on the lower registers of this whore's voice. You can hear the niggas regurgitating out of her throat.
Yeah.
Listen.
In order to do what a Bonnie Blue does, you have to have like a nihilist view of society. You have to think that we're all going to just burn up in a couple of years. Who gives a shit?
And don't think a woman like this Bonnie Blue chick is red pilled or I mean she's red pilled. For sure she's red pilled. But y'all niggas new here, bro. Don't think a woman like Bonnie Blue is red pilled at all. I mean, black pilled. She's red pilled, but she's not black pilled. She's not a nihilist. She's not a full on nihilist. Her getting smashed by a thousand dudes is not black pilled. She's just available. She's red pilled. I give it to you. The majority of women are red pilled. It really don't mean nothing. She's red pilled for sure. You said the Rumble stream sounds like a scratch CD. I don't know what's going on with my all my equipment. My phone is fried. I'm about to lose all my content off my phone, and I backed it up, but that's not gonna work. I'm about to lose all the content off my phone, and my Wi-Fi is acting goofy. She's not black pill king picks. That's not what black pill is. She's red pill. War Master's everywhere these days. Shout outs to War Master in Chicago traffic. She is not black. She's not black pilled at all. She is red pilled. It don't take nothing to get hit by 1,000 men for women. If you're gonna, this is my thing, y'all. If you're gonna be black pilled or claim to be black pilled, you gotta understand not just women, because that's even hard for niggas to understand. Niggas don't even understand women. But you gotta understand life and probabilities and outcomes. You gotta be a reverse number cruncher. Just about. She is not red. She's not black pilled. She is red pilled. She got nothing to do with no damn black pill.
Shit, let's live life now. We're all going to be dead in a couple of years. Like, to have one of those. And I think therein lies the lessons, is that you have these short-term thinkers that can reach high levels of capital gain, right? Financial foundation within their bank account. Meanwhile, they're doing it because they don't give a f about anyone around them, and it's only for self. It's for self-interest. Whereas long-term thinkers who are thinking about, right, procreation and legacy, you know, they're making choices or decisions within their life in order to substantiate a life that can be lived after them, right? Having a family, having children, which would require selflessness as opposed to selfishness. And there lies the problem or the struggle in normalizing behaviors like Bonnie. And I'm not saying 1,000 bodies is normal. Obviously, what she's doing is not normal, but then normalize the behavior of having 5 guys hanging out of you like Magaluf, like Andrew was just saying. But even if you don't think that that is normal, I mean, dudes that travel.
I'm not even gonna lie, bro. 1,000 bodies is like a lifetime worth of bodies, to tell you the truth, for a promiscuous woman. 1,000 bodies, that you got bitches laughing at that. I'm not even gonna hold you, bro. And if you think what I'm saying is fucked up, then don't get mad at me. Get mad at her. Get a load of her then, cause she's still in her 20s. She got more to go. That like it's not like, oh, I had 1,000. That's it. No, she's still gotta. She still want to go find a husband. She's trying to preserve herself. She's destroying herself as much as possible before she wakes up, before that frontal lobe develops. A 1,000 bodies is like a decent lifetime for a promiscuous woman. Cause a woman can clear a couple hundred a year. Not a couple hundred, but at least 100. My bad. She can clear a couple hundred. She can clear a couple hundred in 5 years. Yeah, 1,000 bodies under 30 is crazy. I'll give you that. But over 30, 1,000 bodies for a woman, they don't count one night stands. They don't. There's like an extra 100 niggas over a lifetime that got with a lot of women. There's like an extra 100 niggas that got to go over their lifespan when it just comes strictly to them not counting one night stands. And I am heart attack serious when I say that. Women don't count one night stands. So it's like a courtesy 100 niggas that already got that already, yeah, instead of crack, she chose Dak. King Pix says 1,000 bodies is not normal for any woman. I didn't say it's normal for any woman. I said it's normal for hoes. And man, 1,000 bodies ain't shit. You got square women out here clearing 1,000 in her lifetime. Believe it or not, or a slight couple hundred, or shy of 1,000. 100 bodies ain't really a lot. I mean, it is. Don't get me wrong, but it is. 100 bodies, you can fly through 100 bodies. You can fly through 100 bodies. 100 bodies ain't really that much. 100 bodies, some motherfuckers just getting started. There's a lot of women out here that got more than 1,000. What are we talking about? Why are y'all this surprised? Like literally, women are out here doing OnlyFans. Why are y'all this surprised? Some of these dudes that they're sleeping with on camera, that's for their job. Then they take their coochie and personally use it. That's like, why are we acting surprised? The reason why she is getting the recognition that she's getting is because she slept with 1,000 dudes in one setting. And let me tell y'all something. Shame on them dudes. Shame on y'all niggas. First of all, to get 1,000 dudes to show up. Like, who needs coochie that bad, bro? Somebody might as well had took a condom off and then give it to you, and you already putting a jizz-filled condom on your Johnson. Yeah, think about it. Your nasty ass. And while you're thinking about it, hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App. That's $ PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. Hit the PayPal. And if you support the PayPal through the coffee store, definitely you support an organization for the unfortunate. They take a cut out of it. No problem with that. Yeah, her body is the condom. I'm giving y'all metaphors. You picking up on it, DM? Giving y'all some metaphors. That coochie is the condom at that point. And it's jizz filled. Y'all niggas don't be looking at y'all Johnson. Y'all need people on YouTube to tell y'all some shit. Some of y'all. Shout out to the brothers that are real that are in the building that's thinking. Have you ever, no homo, and this is disgusting, but have you ever thought to look at why does a penis look the way it does? The human penis. Yeah, you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought that why does a damn cock look like a fucking shovel? You want to know why? Why does a man go back and forth and back and forth? You know that your Johnson is designed to pull another man or yours or whatever, semen in general, outwards from a woman's vagina and to shoot yours inwards. You know that, right? You know that, right? You know that's what it's for. That's why it's like a shovel. That's why and niggas talk about digging in the bitch. That's what it's called. This shit is trifling. I don't even want to be talking about this amongst a group of men. Y'all hit the Cash App and the PayPal. Don't say I never did nothing for y'all, man. God damn. It's disgusting. Yeah, her body is the condom. There you go. Shout outs to War Master. What's the mathematics? Quick maths. Right, pause. Quick maths. War Master done did it for you. Quick maths. 2 Ds a week for 52 weeks easily coasts over 100. That ain't nothing. That ain't nothing. I think the average hoe, before she gets up out the game, not even in the game, just the average hoe, just the average promiscuous woman out here, they get out about they probably like 200-300 bodies in easily. They about 200-300 bodies in easily. That ain't nothing. About a light 200-300 bodies in. But what you see, y'all niggas are looking at the body count. Y'all don't even understand the body count conversation. I'll have to break that down again for y'all another day because we're the ones that threw the body count conversation out there. So again, that's relegated for another day. If y'all want to support that show, cool. We talk about the body count because half y'all don't even know what y'all talking about when it comes to body count. Y'all don't even know why body count matters to y'all in a lot of cases. That's another conversation that me and a handful of other brothers actually brought to the space. Gave y'all the actual clue with the shovel analogy. Yeah, super pause. Yeah, pre-cum got a different meaning when it comes to this horror. Absolutely. Yeah, the girls get out the game like about a nice little 250-300 piece of bodies. What was I about to say? Guys have to understand that it's not about the fucking sex. It's not. Y'all don't even care about the sex, honestly. Man, Tiffany Haddish don't know what the fuck she talking about. I didn't even hear it yet, but I can assure you she don't know what the hell she talking about. What she say, DM? Do you have a link? I want to show y'all how misguided these people that steal our content is. Do you have a link to it, DM? We'll go over that. But listen to what I'm telling y'all, right? She said women with more than 3 or 4 baby daddies are mentally ill. She kind of onto something, but it's not really that. It's actually something else. But she kind of onto it. I can see that. Because it kind of goes in line with what I would tell you. But the sex ain't nothing, fellas. Especially to the women, the sex ain't nothing. It's the scenario that's bigger than the actual sex. How it went down. How she adding bodies to her quote unquote body count. That's what means more than the actual sex. Oh, I met DeMarcus because I took him from this girl, or I you know what I'm saying? Oh, I did this. It's like women are more, their life is more interesting. Their life is more interesting than how the sex actually occurred and what actually happened. Their life is more interesting. You know, what batch of what niggas are in certain batches is more interesting than the actual sex. Okay, cool. And Tiffany Haddish is this is a feeble attempt at what we talk about. And look, this is 5 days ago. Oh, but this is a minute ago. Now, let me show y'all how they take our content. Watch this. Hold on. Let me show y'all how they take
It's
our
my
content.
theory, and I could be.
And look how she lies. This is my theory. Lying already. You
And they're probably
didn't come up
gonna
with this
destroy me
theory.
for this, but I think women that have more than 2 baby daddies usually have some sort of mental illness.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you're getting genetically modified too much.
Right, when you-
I think. Okay, so this is what I know.
She didn't come up with that. You're getting genetically modified too much. Look at how she talk about it. She don't even know the term of it. Let's go into it.
Every time you get pregnant, right, there's stem cells that come from that baby, and that's them stem cells end up behind your eyes and your brain and your heart and your lungs and stuff, and help your organs.
It's not stem
You can
cells.
tell by the baby taken from you, and those stem cells will always stay with you, right? So that means that man is always in you, and that is why
Ooh, that makes
the Bible says you will only desire your husband. Correct? This is why you gotta use condoms, because that baby.
No. And she stole that from us. She got that from us. What she's talking about is called microchimerism. It's called microchimerism or microchimerism. It's called microchimerism. And it's not even that. The girl that's sitting on the couch that slept with 1,000 dudes, she got 1,000 different dudes' DNA floating around her body. It don't even matter when you use. It don't even matter if you use a condom. Now, the only reason why I said that, yeah, she definitely butchered it to try to make it seem like she's. See, that's the thing. Niggas don't read. So when somebody like her brings it to you, it's like, oh my God, this is the Tiffany Haddish theory. And it's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. And then the funny part is that the people that originated it, they can't even talk about it because they blend in because everybody's repeating it in a horrible way. So you're not gonna get the real game until somebody with the real game that put it out there comes along. So you might be a little bit more blessed than you think. Might be a little bit more blessed than you think. It's called microchimerism. And when you have a baby with somebody, you definitely go through the process of microchimerism. Because the baby needs to swap DNA with the mother. And the mother needs to swap DNA with the baby. That's how that works. If you don't know, that's how that works. The girl that slept with 1,000 guys doesn't necessarily go through microchimerism, but she does go through microchimerism because the vagina is a muscle. Who goes to the gym? The vagina is a muscle. What do you know about muscles? Who goes to the gym? Muscles hold memory. Muscles have memory. Muscles have memory glands. That's why it's called muscle memory. You see where I'm going with this? So she's holding the muscle memory, the memory of every single guy that she slept with. Their muscle is what do you think the penis is? It's a muscle. Penis ain't nothing but a reverse vagina. But completed. It's called muscle memory. Man, y'all hit the like button. Support the show. I'm giving, man, listen. Y'all be supporting all these weirdo shows in these spaces, man. Y'all hit the like button and support the show. Act like you know, man. Sit up here educating niggas. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, my God. Whoa. They did a study, right? Back in the day. Where I forgot exactly what they were looking for. They were looking for some type of cancer in a woman's body. And this is like back in 2005. I remember reporting this story. But they did a cancer looking, examining women's brains and stuff like that. I forgot exactly what they were trying to find. But what they did find was they found a bunch of males' DNA in women's brain. And they were trying to figure out, and this was male's DNA. This was DNA that is foreign from the body. And the men that women sleep with, they take on their energy, like Shang Tsung. Go look at Misty Stone, and go look at these seasoned veteran corn stars, and don't see if these women are just like bubbly, hot mess. Cool, nice. Obviously, you still want to sleep with them, but they're a hot mess. Those women are a hot mess because they've taken on some of the patinas of the men. They're conflicted. You got a bunch of different men and their thought process. What's going on, Larry? Floating around in your body. An STD doesn't necessarily mean sexually transmitted disease. You got sexually transmitted demons. It fucks up your body chemistry. What you know about it? Yeah, she does seem cool, King Pix. I'd kick it with her. For sure. But this is the problem. You think that that's just sex. No, that's everybody. Who in here, pause, eat meat? Y'all eat chicken? Y'all eat burgers? Y'all eat meat? Well, guess what? You start taking on some of the thoughts, the patina and certain things. You start taking on the thought process of a scared cow that knows it's about to die. You got its DNA floating around in your stomach and in your body and in your intestines and in your liver and your body absorbs stuff. Your body is water. So you don't think women take on the men that they sleep with? Why do you think women be hiding their exes? You think that's on accident? How naive of you. Party said that concept illustrates why motherfuckers definitely don't need to listen to a woman, especially if she ain't yours. The dumbassness radiates. Hey. That is how it works for Food King Picks. It is. It is. It is how it works for food. If you've ever went deer hunting and you inhumanely kill that deer, it curds the meat. It fucks with the meat. The meat is bad. That gamey meat ain't going to be as gamey. Yes, it does. It absolutely does work for food. It absolutely works for food. You niggas are eating something that has DNA. You niggas think that when y'all frying chicken, you think that's chicken juice. No, it's not chicken juice. It's pus. I've already trailblazed this road. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Just sit back and listen. And soak up this game. I've been fruitarian. I've been vegetarian and pescatarian. I know what I'm talking about. I've been doing this for years. Listen, if I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not going to speak on it. I revert back to being a student. I sit down and listen, you know? It absolutely works that way for food. It works that way for sex. It works that way for anything. A nigga once asked, if a mosquito bites me and sucks my blood and takes my blood and use my blood for their eggs to create children, because only female mosquitoes do this, and lightning bugs eat female mosquitoes, mind you. If that mosquito has babies with your blood, are you the daddy? Hilarious as it may sound, but there is a lot of human DNA floating around in mosquitoes. Something as simple as a mosquito. It's summertime, hopefully, where y'all at. And y'all can see this in real time. You know, mosquitoes actually perform surgery when they bite you. 9 needles, I heard. And they actually, the interesting part, this is why you're itchy after a mosquito bites you. The mosquito actually sterilizes the blood. It sterilizes the area and the blood before it sucks it. It does something similar to what they do at the hospital before it takes blood from you. The more you know. And comedians are notorious for stealing talking points and jokes, if y'all haven't realized.
baby batter get up inside you, and the uterus is very porous, much like the mouth, right? So when anything goes up in there, it automatically the uterus starts to absorb it. It starts going through the vaginal walls and all that, and the blood it gets into the bloodstream, right? And so it takes
get in there.
So it takes like 6 weeks to get a man out of your system if you have unprotected sex, and it's because he's starting to bind to your DNA, right? And that's why it's couples when they be together too long, they start.
Your DNA is bonding to him.
Looking alike, you start looking like him. Like it's not the guy don't start looking like her. She start looking
your physical seed and your mental seed.
Like him because he is genetically modifying her, and every time you get pregnant by him, you start to get modified, right? So if you get pregnant by multiple peoples, right, that's multiple spirits, multiple thoughts, multiple modifications from a different DNA strain to have mental stress. So it's very evident, like what I'm saying is very evident and makes sense because like you got all these dating apps, all these women like free sex, free this, whatever, I'm doing money, I'm living, I'm exerting my sexuality and all this, and I don't care if I got 5 kids or 5 baby daddies, whatever. Usually those bitches are mentally, they're struggling in so many different ways, not just financially, but also just like on where to focus.
Yeah, right, yeah. I don't like that shit. I fucking despise that shit. I despise that a lot of women get credit. Like they said it from shit that dudes been saying for the longest time and got demonized and disposed of for. How you get credit for some shit clearly you didn't think of or come up with? You can sit around a group of hoes and this conversation will never come up. Women don't think about stuff like this. Not modern ones.
You got too many different bloodlines in your blood.
Too many kids. I mean, that'll do it,
you have mental illness. So that was my theory on sperm.
That makes sense.
That's
very,
and that's
not even her theory, and y'all niggas overdoing it.
And that's why you can't just. That's why you have to use condoms, ladies. That's why you have to use condoms.
And see how because she doesn't know what she's talking about. She goes back to using condoms. The condoms don't work neither. Because you stole that talking point. The condoms don't work neither. That's, to a certain degree, that's where that talking point actually came from. Condoms don't protect against that. You said all this goofy, esoteric shit that you done stole, and you forgot the second half of that conversation, that the vagina is a muscle. And that muscle is built on memory. Strokes, anyone? That woman don't remember strokes? You got niggas up there tearing up that pussy, and you don't think that okay, never mind.
You cannot genetically modify men. Now,
Tia Mowry. Yes, you can. Yes, you can, but it doesn't work in the way you didn't steal enough of the message. It doesn't work in the way that you think it is. You can absolutely genetically modify men. What the fuck? This thing is not working no more. Hold on, y'all. You can absolutely genetically modify men. It works the same way. The vagina has fluids. You see how that works? It has fluids. And the fluids in the vagina, it can go in your pee hole. Yes. Yes, the fluids in the vagina can go in your little pee hole. You have an opening also. Stupid. And then guess what else absorbs? Skin. You don't think your Johnson is a big piece of skin? When you get lotion and you put it on yourself, what does that do? It goes into your pores, it goes into your skin. When you use soap, right? You use soap and you're lathering yourself up and what does that do? Fucking people, man. Yeah, Erykah Badu's coochie was calling audibles on niggas' well-being and shit. Talk about some the coochie don't control. Shut up, man. It used to be women that knew about their coochie, but now in 2025, niggas got to tell women about their own damn coochie. Smoking fucks up your skin. Let's go. Hold on.
Know what it is. You traveling to certain places, you meet that group of girls, you know for damn sure that some
Like y'all niggas don't realize that there's a such thing called skin on skin contact. There's a whole thing called skin on skin contact. This is why a lot of women that's in that lifestyle, they have regulars. They would rather a regular than a new body. Y'all wouldn't believe me, but you got strippers out here that got way more bodies than a lot of bona fide hoes. Y'all not in the game, so y'all don't have to believe me, but you got strippers out here that got way less bodies than bona fide hoes. I mean, you got hoes out here that got way less bodies than strippers. My bad. You got hoes out here that got way less bodies than strippers. Strippers come into skin-to-skin contact with a lot of niggas outside of sex, not even just sex. Use your head. The right one. Strippers come into bodily contact with a lot of niggas outside of sex, not even just sex. All those laps and stuff they sitting on and stuff like that. Strippers is like public property. A lot of these hoes can't be germaphobes. I actually got a joke I can't tell y'all about that, but hey, let's get it.
Some of those girls got boyfriends, but as they are traveling, they're just doing whatever they think that they need to do. Now, depending upon the crew, due to the sexual liberation, you'll have the girls egging each other on just as much as the guys, whose biological imperative is to procreate as much as possible within their friend groups. And what's the results of all of this? More baggage, bigger pass, lower marriage rate, higher divorce rate, higher baby deletion rates, higher STD rates. I mean, this whole shit is like, and on top of all of this, right? You got AI happening in the background. Do you guys realize what's going to happen when AI corn reaches the masses? As real as what the AI currently is, and looking at it on like IG or TikTok clips.
I mean, AI corn is already here. It's called anime. It's just going to be more realistic looking. It's called anime, y'all. I hate to break it to you. It's called hentai. I'm convinced a lot of people don't go outside, bro.
When that thing...
And then a lot of people don't stay inside neither.
Makes it in the corner. And maybe it has, all right? I don't look for it, so I don't even know if it's in the thing. But when that thing... I mean, shit, I might even put a Bonnie Blue out of business, right? Because I would argue that most people that watch it
It's going to be working off of her platform. Now, a lot of y'all are not even thinking before y'all speaking about the stuff that y'all believe that y'all are experts on, which is immensely crazy. It makes me seem like I'm a genius when I'm really not. I'm just using common sense. Who would think that common sense would go this far? You want to know what's the difference between a human and an AI doing the same thing? You're not going to worry about that AI's body count. It won't even matter. It won't even be a part of the conversation. And don't let these guys fool y'all about body count. These niggas ain't worried about no fucking body count. These niggas will be the first ones condemning hoes, but go outside and go look for a hoe. They would be the first ones trying to go to a party and see which one of these girls are going. That's the contradictory side of men. We look for the same thing that we try to condemn. Because we don't want it to be our sisters, our daughters, wives and shit, nieces. And that answers that a lot of people, y'all please hit the like button and support the show. That answers a question that a lot of people have to rectify within themselves. But I can tell you something for sure. Men actually hold themselves to standards. Men, this is why I don't understand why they're complaining, aside from women actually feel shame. Men actually feel shame. Women, for the most part, don't feel shame like that. And then again, I'm not giving you the full game. I'll give you the full game. Women don't really feel shame like that, but they do feel shame. What do I mean by that? Women don't feel shame, especially on the front end, but sometimes on the back end, or in general later on down the line, they feel the repercussions of what shame does, or what should have been shame does. What I mean by that is that a lot of women, and that's even worse to a certain degree. A lot of women will never know the truth. Shout outs to Bill Burr. A lot of women will never know the real truth because people want to fuck. They'll never know the truths about themselves. Even if they do, they can still run with the lie. Both sexes, to a certain degree, get taught right from wrong and how to get along. And even if you haven't been, you know of it. So, women don't necessarily have to acknowledge shame on the front end when they're going through it, but on the back end, they feel the repercussions of shame. Oh, I slept with 1,000 guys. It's no biggie. Look, I'm on this show. I still look good. I'm talking. Whoop de whoop. Oh, it ain't. Nothing to be ashamed about, right? Nothing to be ashamed about. Little light 1,000 niggas. But in the end, things that they should have been ashamed of will come back later on to collect. And when it comes back to collect, Come on now. That's what the wall is for. You wouldn't hit no wall if you don't feel shame. The women of yesteryear, they age with grace. What wall, bitch? It's called advancement. It's called aging with grace. See, if you don't take all of your eggs and put it in a basket, right, y'all? And see, the whole thing is that it's milk and wine. Be honey. Honey never spoils. And it's an ointment. You can use it topically. They compare women to milk. But even men can be milk. Everybody's going to be milk at some point. Of course, you're chasing yesterday or you're trying to be youthful. And this is the thing. Today, right now, you breathing, listen to this. Hopefully you support Player Talk Radio. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. You are the youngest and the oldest you've ever been in your life. Right now. Live for today. Of course you're going to age. Things are going to deteriorate. Teeth going to start falling out your head. But you want to age gracefully. You know it's coming. You want to embrace it. There's no such thing as the wall. Unless you know you've been mistreating yourself and misbehaving or doing something that you're not supposed to do. And then over time, what's in the wash comes out in the rinse. There should be no wall. But a lot of women, they become psychologically frozen at a certain age. They, you get this thing, it's called arrested development. You become psychologically frozen at a certain age. You start chasing how you looked at that age or whatever you chasing yesterday. That's because a lot of women they peak. They peak. And it's really hard to accept that you got past your prime when you get older. That's coupled in. See, a lot of you guys, when y'all were in high school, you wanted to have a prime then. And take this, I'm a late bloomer. But you wanted to have a prime then. You couldn't wait for your prime. You're like, oh man, I want the girl, didn't get it. But dudes usually have a prime in their 50s. Women actually, if they paid attention, women actually have two primes. They actually have two primes. This is why you got to take care of yourself today so you can take care of yourself tomorrow. You got two primes. You said, I'm like Tele from the movie. I'm like Tele from the movie Kids. Virgins, I love them. You said, this is why knowledge of self is so important. What is the thing? Other than the physical thing, being a virgin to a man is more so of a mindset than an actual physical thing. Being a virgin to a man to a certain degree, it is a physical thing, don't get me wrong. But it's more of a mindset than it's a physical thing. Just like people say heaven and hell is more of a state of mind than an actual place. Yeah, knowledge of self is important. And if you fall into these social media traps and stuff like that, they're going to have you feeling bad that you're not looking youthful and stuff like that. Who the fuck wants to look like they're 16 all day? Hopefully you grow up. But hey.
Don't even care if the person is real at the end of the day. They just care that the person is doing what they want to do within the content, which is a simple query search away. Let's go.
Fair. And this is what I like about Bonnie Blue. Bonnie Blue is my favorite. This is my favorite everything. Fair. Because what you just said, I understand. and I agree with.
But it's selfish.
But what have I
But
said?
why should I not be selfish? Why should I give a shit about someone else that pays less tax than me, has, sits and complains, makes shitty TikToks about me? Like, I couldn't give a
Shout outs to War Master. Ha! Just like a woman. Shout outs to War Master. See? And women will say things with like the conviction as if they were the first person to think about that. Why should I not think about myself? Women are selfish creatures by nature. Of course you think about yourself. You're not thinking about the 1,000 guys that just ran through your sweaty cheeks. Yeah, a lot of them couldn't even take care of themselves when they were young. That's the crazy part. Yeah, I seen the movie Kids. New. Andrew Tate likes a hoe like Bonnie Blue, but then again he can't. Because she gonna fuck up the money. Bonnie Blue could have made a lot of fucking money. Most guys do too, Chris G. Chris G said, I like women because they have a pussy. Right. Like if coochie was detachable and that woman went out on a date and left her coochie at home, y'all niggas would be mad as fuck. You didn't bring the coochie? Oh, let's go back home and grab the coochie before you leave. Like, you didn't bring the coochie? Don't forget to bring the coochie with you. Pick the coochie up.
a shit if your life's going to shit. By the looks of it, you live in a council house, you've got a couple of kids with different dads. I don't care.
Who the hell wants to sit around and listen to this? I don't care. I don't care. Well, we know you don't care. Slept with 1,000 niggas. There's something don't care.
So why should I sit there and think, fuck, I should do something to help you? I don't care. I should focus on myself. And if more people did that...
But be careful about women that don't care. They don't care about their coochie. They don't care about a lot of shit.
The world actually be a better place, but they become so fixated on other people. I'm like, where's your life? Why are you not focusing on yourself? Like, look in the mirror, you're fat. Go.
I don't know if he does. I've never seen him. He probably does. I mean, I don't... hey, look, man, whatever he eat don't make me shit, man. If I haven't seen it, I don't know. I don't know if he does. But I don't put it... I'm not saying you lying, Nu. I don't put it past people because, like I said, I've seen a lot of things on this side of the planet. And I'm like, damn. I was already a player before I got out here, but the stuff that I've seen out here confirmed it, you know? Meaning that it's not like I'm surprised or haven't seen it before. It's not too many things I can see at this point that doesn't surprise me. You know? So I'm not saying you're wrong or you're lying. You know, because I live in I'm in a place. Well, live too, but I'm in a place where I could say y'all are wrong about celebrities, and I go walk outside and see that damn same celebrity with what y'all just said, you know, and be like, "Fuck, nobody gonna believe me." And niggas won't believe because they're not outside. They're not. Niggas ain't here.
And do something about it. Your teeth have that much plaque on it. Like, you're fucked. Like, there's no way out for you.
And then that's another thing that bona fide whores could try to pick on you or say something to you about hygiene. Because really, if you take microcamerism and all of that shit off the table, it's really about cleanliness. Somebody could say they like a virgin and just be like, why? Because she's clean. She's more cleanly. I'm not listening to no hoe talk about some plaque on somebody's teeth. Bitch, get the plaque out your vagina. There's crud and all kinds of shit sitting in the back of your coochie that you don't know about. They be overstepping their little boundaries because they fucked a couple of niggas. Niggas aren't the most clean people on the planet. This is why before a lot of the hoes when they deal with they pimps, the pimps make them go take a shower. Niggas be dirty. Bitches be dirty. And then you're having sex. Something where you're exerting energy and you're sweating. Acting like she ain't had a sweaty ball sack on her head. No, whores have to listen. That's a myth. I know hoes that do take care of themselves better than the average women, but whores have to take care of themselves better than the average women. See what I'm saying? Shout outs to Party. You know what I'm talking about. Party a player. Whores have no choice but to take care of themselves better than the average woman. You have to bleach your booty hole. You putting your booty hole in people's faces? Yeah, you have to bleach your booty hole. You have to wash your coochie a little bit. That's the least you can do. If I do videos, right? If I do videos, which I used to, of my hands doing something, right? My nails got to be clean because it's going to be on display. So I have to have my nails clean or get a pedi or manicure or whatever. Lighting on my hands. Lotion. My hands shouldn't look dry. You see what I'm saying? That's like an artist with a canvas. You have to have a paintbrush. You have to have some type of color or paint. You have to. If you're sitting on your fish market got to be top notch or at least somewhat in decent shape for you to keep using it over and over again. When you have a money glitch or a get out of jail free card, you better make sure you preserve that card as much as possible. Can't just slip it in every single ATM. It strips it. It wears it down. The magnet, you gotta rub it on your shirt or something and then try to put, Oh, you said you were saying that for the cheap sheets. Yeah, I know, I got you. That's what I said. I said, I know you a player. You already know. Party. I know you know. But they tell their clients, like, yeah, make sure y'all clean yourselves. Because guess what? Listen, and women don't take showers and baths after every single time. That'll be a waste of money. Should be living to pay her damn water bill. So what do a lot of those women do? Shout outs to Beachy. What do a lot of those women do? They take a bitch bath. They take a bitch bath. They take the baby wipes that was made for the damn baby. And they start wiping down their coochie a little bit, like it's a box Chevy. If I made you laugh, you owe me a like. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. They take a bitch bath. What's going on, Black Servant? If I made you laugh, you owe me a like. Support the show, y'all. They take a bitch bath. Hey, listen. With the baby oil and everything. Not even rubbing alcohol. They use baby oil. They take a bitch bath. And women can't douche like that too because the coochie is self-cleaning. So if they douche, they burning up their coochie. They burning up their coochie. And I don't give a fuck how much niggas that bitch slept with. She still believes that she's better than you.
No, but what
Is this a good role model?
No, yes, because no, but what
No,
Bonnie-
yes.
no,
yes.
What Bonnie's saying is important here, and it's not about what she's saying. It's about the general attitude. Because what I want to make clear, the reason society was
If a real dude like Andrew Tate can't get mad at a Bonnie because he sends women. So if you sending them, you can't really get mad at a Bonnie. You know, you can be intrigued. You'll never wife her. You know, and realistically, you know, a lot of guys are fascinated. A lot of real players and guys in the game, they're fascinated by women like her. But some guys, I ain't gonna lie, I know some dudes that they'll curse her out. She'll be all kinds of bitches and dumb hoes and shit in the book. They'll curse her ass out. And it's not because of what y'all think it is. I know some dudes that'll curse. I know some dudes that'll curse her smooth the fuck out. And it's not over what y'all think it is. I kind of gave y'all a clue. They call her all kinds of stupid. Because she is, mind you. Oh, a nigga would be mad at her. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, a nigga would be mad at her. This one's dumb. This one is dumb. If Bonnie was sitting down in my car and told me this, I'm going to just reach for the radio. You know what I'm going to play? We'll sit up here. This woman will sit up here and sleep with 1,000 men and still believes another nigga should go take her out on a date. This woman will sit up here and sleep with 1,000 men and still want her new boyfriend to buy her a Benz. This woman will sit up here and sleep with 1,000 men and still expect a millionaire to pay for some Roof Chris. She sat up there and slept with 1,000 men and don't gotta trap the show for it. It should be a big stack of money sitting right beside her on the couch. Like Sexy Red. You know how Sexy Red walk around with that old ass bankroll? Which is probably new though. She getting money. She probably got a new bankroll. So while people are sitting up here listening to her talk about politics and all these goofy ass topics like she know a thing or two, if she did know a thing or two, if she knew a thing, I'm not surprised. I'm just telling you and telling the other dudes that don't understand. That's probably sky watching and listening. Y'all need to hit the like button and support the show. Giving you some knowledge you can't get in college. She don't got no fucking bankroll. Oh, and if it ain't about the money, oh, then that's even worse. That's even way worse. Ain't nobody trying to be her manager. I didn't say anything about managing no bitch. I didn't say anything about pimping or managing no bitch. I just said a nigga gonna yell at this stupid hoe because she still didn't walk away with the damn bank. If you had a girlfriend, right? Come on, Nightbot. I can't even see what King Pig said. What did King Pig say? I can't even see it. It's not even popping up on the thing. If you had a girlfriend and she cheated on you, and she said, baby, I slept with 1,000 niggas, The least she can do for you, fellas, and especially that volume of niggas can blow up. I mean can hoe up. If you're gonna be sleeping with that much niggas, it's either hoe up or blow up. You already showed that you had tendencies to be a hoe, so why don't you hoe up? I didn't say I'm entitled to any of that bankroll. I didn't say any of that shit. But a nigga, if he's gonna stay with you or do whatever he's gonna do, right? And lace your boots. If hold on, my bad, y'all. Let me get my thoughts straight. I'm looking at something. If a nigga gonna put up with that shit, at least give him some leeway to lace up his pimp boots, even when he don't want to. For example, look at this goofy bitch and go look at Cassie. Cassie's husband is dumb as hell. But no, he's not. Because guess what? Cassie still walked away with a bag. This hoe done had a whole freak off and still got to pay bills. And look at the morality of a lot of y'all niggas. Oh man, Diddy fucked up. Diddy horrible. Diddy's crazy. But you're okay with a woman like this. Y'all wanted to put Diddy in jail behind freak-offs. Not domestic abuse or violence or anything like that. Freak-offs. He needs to get locked up for having sex. It's Friday, and a lot of y'all niggas want to go off today and go have some sex. As a matter of fact, you fake, disgusted, fake, outrage-ass niggas. You know what this woman does or did, and y'all would still go. These niggas just as worse as these hoes, especially a lot of these dudes in the manosphere. Oh yeah, don't think I forgot. Y'all were openly talking about dating hookers. Like seriously dating hookers. Like, why are you out here doing this? You know, I can trick off on you forever and you'll never have to do this again. As if she wants to stick around with you. That bitch will rather be on a cold corner in platform boots than to stick around with some of y'all niggas. And y'all are up here talking about some winter is coming. Hoes don't get cold.
And for so long is that men have a different biological instinct to women, and we're prepared to suffer for the greater good. Women are not very good at suffering. Men are good sufferers.
Look back at the wars. There's so much evidence of it.
Well, of course. And also, let's just look at the normal family. You talked about these men who come and see you, right?
Yeah.
But happy wife, happy life is true. And the reason it's true is because if the wife is unhappy, everyone's miserable because she'll make sure of it. But if the man's unhappy, everyone else can be happy. He'll suffer. He'll sit with no sex. He'll go to work every day.
Yeah.
He won't see his friends. He'll be miserable. He'll be depressed. He'll still pay the bills. He'll still pay the taxes. And everyone else gets to be happy. Men are good at suffering. Women are spiteful sufferers. And for that reason, they struggle to do anything. They struggle to suffer themselves for any greater good. Men have always died for a greater good. Men have always said, this is bad for me, but it's good for society. Bonnie just quite correctly, quite pertinently highlighted the fact that she believes in living her life the best way that she wants to live so she is happy. And I agree with you. That's what you should do. That's fine. Because you're a woman. That's how women think. Women don't think I shouldn't do this because I care about society by and large. Women don't think that way. And once you understand that logic, you can extrapolate that out to the fact that women shouldn't be in charge of a country ever because women are not prepared to take a bullet for.
She don't care about society. She only cares about herself. Women will sell pussy in front of an elementary school and won't sit there and think, hey, these kids got to see this when they get out. Women, and the funny part is that when she has kids, she'll send her kids to that same elementary school.
For a country, ever.
I mean, I guess I contradict myself a little bit because I help society out a lot. And I
How?
do that because well, do you see how many dicks I drain? How many?
Shout outs to Ghostman King. I can't check my Discord, bro. My phone is fried. My phone is fried. My phone stopped working for some reason. I'm about to lose all my data and everything. My phone is fried, bro. If y'all could please hit the like button and support the show. I'm gonna need to get another phone. My phone is fried. What's going on, Ray? So if y'all really enjoy these shows, please support them, because they can be no more. You said the funny part is that they don't talk to the men who give them this so-called power. The so-called patriarchy create this. Oh, they talk to their tricks. They talk to their tricks all the time, but it's not the conversations they should be having. So I agree with you there.
How many balls I've been emptied out on
She's
my
talking about
face?
how much balls I emptied out on my face. This ain't even funny. This is like self-deprecating humor to her, you know.
The cream pies I've taken and scooped it out, like.
And how does that help society?
Yeah, scooping out cream pies. That's very womanly.
Sex workers help, like, reduce.
That sound like a stat you just made up.
No,
Yeah, that's probably true. Mental health, it's good for mental health as well. Stops men killing themselves. Sex work's an important part of the world.
So imagine, like, if you're
Are you
a
saying that because you had a
rapist.
webcam business?
I'm not saying that because I had a webcam business. I'm saying that because it's absolutely and utterly true. The only point I was making earlier about
that's why he don't like them.
Women being in charge, I was actually trying to get to a final point. And the final point, I would argue, is that Bonnie has done no damage to society compared to giving the women the vote.
I've basically been a community worker.
Absolutely.
For example,
do you vote?
Not to be honest, I don't really know what's going on.
Okay, so do you vote?
No.
Okay, she's perfect. she's out here. She's sucking
I am
dick.
wife material.
She's sucking dick. She's not voting. This is the kind of women we need. This is
And then the funny part, I'm not even gonna lie, and this is the hilarious part with Andrew Tate and these hoes. The funny part is that in the end, women turn back into what men have been asking for anyway, to a certain degree. Because going into the future, just showing up with coochie is not going to be enough. Just showing up with coochie is not going to be enough. Guess what? Women are going to have to show up with a plate or ready to clean. So yeah, the girl that come over, she give me a little bit of coochie, take out the trash, she clean up a little bit. Crazy as that sounds. They're gonna have to do wifely duties, and they're gonna they're gonna run to wifely duties in the end anyway. This is why, right? Women, you have women, and yeah, you can say they're a little bit less attractive or whatever. You have married women that believe in marriage, that don't want they don't want you know, that shit legal. They don't want B and the P legal. Because the thing is that they know how to get money and resources and wealth and stuff out of men. And they don't have to do it through exhibition. You know, so you do have women out here that play the long-term game, which is marriage. They don't have to do it through exhibition. I know they already do that. I'm just telling you, it's just gonna give it a chance. It's gonna come to modern men, cause dudes are slow and want to talk about hoes all day, but don't even understand the hoe. But get on here talking about how they can't stand hoes.
This is fine. If we stop women, we take the women's vote away. If you said to me, Andrew, fix society, all the women can either vote or be like Bonnie. I'd be like, make them all like Bonnie, give the men the vote back. We'll fix all country.
Even your daughter.
Yeah, why would she need to vote? I'm voting. Why would she need to vote when I'm voting? You're going to vote against your father. What kind of world is that? You know, it's really interesting to me. Since I had daughters, and I have a bunch, people always said, when you get a daughter, you're going to change your opinions. No, I fucking didn't. When you have a daughter, you know, you see these dudes and they have a daughter and like the daughter's putting makeup on and they're like, girl dad. Just because you have a girl doesn't mean you become gay.
I think that's cute though.
No, but no, I'm never going to she's never going to put makeup on my face. I'm never going to be like, oh, my daughter wants, so I guess I just
You sound
gave
like a farmer when you say
she
that.
melts my heart. No, you're going to obey me because I am your parent and you are my child. My child can't vote against me ever. That's civil war. That's against the rules that's against the just working of the universe, sir. For me to have a certain opinion and my own offspring to have countering opinions. Then I'm going to be sitting at some fucking dinner table in 20 years and my daughter or my sons, any of them, are going to be there arguing with me about anything. Actually, in school, I learned, you better shut the fuck up because you're in my fucking house. It's my mansion. It's to take millions. You're living on my money. You're going to do as I fucking say.
Until they're 18 or they move out?
Until, if they want to completely cut me off and build their own version of life, I guess they could do that, but they won't do that. That's impossible.
It's how you bring them up. Like when they're 18, yes, they're an adult, but it's how you've brought them up.
Of course.
Like my parents brought me up.
Do you
as
have kids
much
though?
as- No, I don't.
No.
But like my parents, I mean, everyone says my parents can't love me, my family
that's
must have
like no
disowned me.
kids.
It's not the case. My family brought me up to be independent and live my best life, how I want to live. And as much as people think that is so shameful, that's disgusting, like my life's become so much better and I'm happy. As much as people think I should be scarred, I could kill myself and everything else, it's like, I am happy. I genuinely live a much better life. So my family are nothing but proud of me. So
Are you really happy?
Really, really happy.
She's not
happy and
when
wet
you're
most of the
alone,
time.
you're happy.
She's not voting. She's great. This is what we need. Do you want to be prime minister or not really?
No.
See? Done, bro. This is it. This is what we need in society. Honest about their sex work, because all women out here are sex working anyway. You've been in Dubai recently.
Yeah.
Find a woman who ain't sex working. $1 million to find a woman who ain't living off a man. Because that is sex work. You giving sex and she's giving you money. That's the game. I tweeted
It's actually so true. I've never thought of it like that.
I
Like,
tweeted
when
this.
people are boyfriend and girlfriends, the
It's sex
majority of the
work.
time
Oh, that hoe,
they
and
do
she
a
never
low-paid
thought
job,
about
not
it.
got the education to do anything better.
job.
So, and they're having sex with the partners, keep them interested. The partner's paying the bills. It's a sex work with one client. just like you said.
100%. I said this, I tweeted it, and the whole world lost its mind, because you know me. I'm a provocateur. But I said, yeah, women are sex workers. You can either have a bunch of customers with OnlyFans, or you can have one customer called a husband or boyfriend. Or you can be ugly, and unfortunately then you gotta get a job. But if you're pretty enough, you don't do that. You find a boyfriend, or a husband, or a sugar daddy, whatever you want to call him, and he's paying your bills. Go to Saint-Tropez, Monaco, Cannes, go to Miami, go to Dubai, go to Hong Kong, go to any of these cities and find a beautiful woman and ask her her job. She either doesn't work, because her boyfriend takes care of her, or she has some bullshit vanity project which loses money that her husband pays for. Owns a flower shop that loses money each month. Great. Businesswoman. Independent. Bullshit. Women are only ever been sex workers. Women have only ever translated their pussy into money. Or pussy into provision. Or pussy into protection. That's all women have ever done. Let's talk about the ancient days. When the ancient whoever's, the tribe, got conquered by another tribe. You're sitting around, there's 100 men, there's 100 women, the 100 men go out to war, they lose, the conquering tribe comes and takes over the ground, takes over the women. What do the women do? Here's some pussy, don't kill me. Please.
It's not
That's the-
1500 anymore.
No, but it doesn't matter. That's all they've ever done.
Attack mode.
And I'm telling you now, you know you watch Hunger Games and there's fucking Katniss Evergreen run around with her bullshit fucking bow and arrow. When World War III finally comes, you're just gonna see a whole bunch of women hooking. That's all they're gonna do. They're like, shit, World War III, I need money. I need a man who can protect me. Here's some pussy. Anyone? That's
Oh,
what they do.
I would have fucked Hitler to survive.
Of course. Women will fuck anyone to survive. Look at France in World War II. You hear about the war brides? They all had their heads shaved. You don't know about this? Oh, you didn't know? I'll tell you. The Nazis kicked the fuck out of all the French. Then the Nazi soldiers turn up to Paris. Nazi soldiers have money. Average French man, he either lost in war, lost a leg, and has no money. He's a brokey. The Nazi guy, he's got money. He's got the German Deutschmark. He's got a nice uniform. He's a winner. All the French women were fucking the Nazis. They killed their husband. They're fucking the next guy a year later. Why? Because he can provide, he can protect. They give him status. They get to go out and party. They all had their heads shaved afterwards once the Americans kicked the Germans out of France.
I would have been bold straight away.
Well, there you go. This is what women do. Women say, okay, let me look at the world. I'm not as strong as a man. I'm not as determined as a man. I'm not as intelligent as a man. I can't do any of these things men can do. What's the one differentiator I have? See. So let me turn my into what I want. That's not a bad thing. That's just understanding the world.
Yeah.
Right?
Do you think this is a positive message for society?
I'm not here giving any messages. I am a commentator, sir.
I'd say if anything, it's factual.
I'm not even gonna lie. Society low key tells women to do this, but in a blue pill type of way. Your mother and all kinds of people tell y'all to do this. Sell your coochie to the highest bidder. Don't sleep with that man unless he a doctor. Don't mess with that man unless he a... Sell your coochie to the highest bidder. Niggas people act like society is good and shit. What the fuck? And then niggas be full on adults. Nigga, you are society. Newsflash.
Commentator, sir. I see the I'm not playing football. I'm commentating on the game. That's all I'm doing.
And people are listening to you.
Well, they're listening to me commentate. I'm telling everyone how it works.
Everything we've said you'd learn in history at school. Everything we're saying is factual. It's
What
not. We're not
what
just
would you
saying.
learn in history at school about?
Well, I didn't really listen
sleeping
too
with
much at
people?
school, but yeah, I learned at school that people had their head shaved.
Yeah.
Like you learn about what happened at the war, and that happened. That's factual. You didn't ever learn at school. Oh, the women went to war.
Right,
no, of course
Dion.
they didn't. They stayed at home. They cooked. They had the house ready. Like it stayed the same. Everything we're saying is factual.
Yeah, like Rob.
What Andrew Tate is doing
Right,
right now is actually super villain level of genius. He's being sarcastic enough and trolling enough to destroy feminism without saying overtly all of the negative viral things that he's ever said in regards to feminism. He's aligning with feminism and demonstrating how it's the downfall of society, demonstrating how, women's biological imperative, and he's exaggerating enough to have viral.
Yeah, imagine that, putting a woman that had like that has 1,000 bodies and Andrew Tate in a room, and then try to talk to them about being upstanding human beings. Man, if you don't get the hell out of here.
Components of this interview hit virality, utilizing real world examples, and the craziest shit on top of all of this is that Bonnie Blue is they're in agreement throughout the entire conversation.
Why shouldn't they agree? Why shouldn't they agree? Andrew Tate is red pilled. Even though he's not in the red pill sector, y'all keep trying to adopt him. Obviously, he's red pilled. Damn near black pilled. Especially when it comes to money and finances. Why wouldn't they agree?
He's saying something that is utterly ridiculous, knowing damn well that he want his own daughter to become a part of this, yet demonstrating how damaging or ridiculous the ideology is. And
yeah, Bonnie Blue is probably like the final boss of feminism, but actually she's not. It got to be an ugly woman that looked like this. It got to be an ugly woman that looked like this, because feminist women aren't necessarily pretty like that. She's actually actual feminist women. Listen, let me give y'all the game. If she claims to be a feminist and she looks good, she's not a feminist. She's a cheater, because even amongst women, that's cheating. A real feminist woman will unsubscribe that woman from life. A real feminist woman will destroy a Bonnie whatever. That's not no real feminist. She's a cheater at that point. Feminists don't have looks in their corner. A lot of those feminists can't easily get 1,000 dudes. All right, I'm not gonna say she can't get 1,000 dudes, but she's not gonna be easy to get 1,000 dudes. Because even if a actual real feminist was trying to get 1,000 dudes, one of them niggas gonna wake up and be like, "Bitch, you ugly." Hell no. Even a thirsty ass simp wouldn't even stick his Johnson in some of these feminist women. Oh, I know Andrew's spitting game. I didn't say he wasn't. But I'm telling you, this woman ain't no feminist for real. There's no such thing as a good-looking feminist. The good-looking feminists, you know what they were supposed to do? Hold that. They put them in the same position they put black women. Take this sign and go stand over there and yell. You don't get to get into politics. You don't get to, you know what I'm saying? The dimes and the highest grade looking woman on the feminist scales don't go past a 6, 6.5. If you want to get to the epitome of I can be a beautiful feminist woman and not get fucked with based off my looks, you got Uma Thurman. Like, you got to be a good looking, all right looking chick. Like a very good looking. Shout outs to Patrice O'Neal, because that was a really good analogy. You got to be a good looking, decent looking bitch. You couldn't look too good because it would trigger something. A lot of women knew this, even amongst groups. And I ain't gonna lie, even if you look like Uma Thurman, you in trouble. Because if you misspeak, oh, it's off with your head. You can't, you know. You said Kuda said it's mid over there. No, I'm just saying that's by feminists' rules. I'm telling y'all look, I'm gonna put this thing together, right? I'm gonna put this thing together, right? Because you guys gotta realize that women destroyed the you know what I'm saying? Women destroyed the male appraisal system. Those women destroyed the male appraisal system because they knew they wasn't really on the spectrum like that, and they did not like where they were on the spectrum, so they had to make everything all inclusive to take away pretty privilege from women. It was to short good looking women, and it was to short men that like good looking women. You know, if makeup couldn't help you, you had a problem. If you were a feminist and makeup couldn't help you, you had a big fucking problem. I'm telling you, you had a big fucking problem. And that's a lot of feminists' dirty little secret. That's feminists' dirty little secret that they despise a certain type of woman when they're supposed to be fighting for all women. And if those women didn't wake up, that's what happened right now. That's how they got rid of pretty privilege and used the internet to make everything all inclusive. So now you got Gorlock the Destroyer telling you that she's a dime and she'll live a whole life lying to herself. And there's nothing wrong with feeling good about yourself. There's nothing wrong with saying I'm beautiful. There's nothing wrong with feeling any of that stuff. But imagine what is the good road? What is the good road is the road to hell? What is the road to hell paved with? Good intentions. You know? Of course you got good intentions waking up and saying, "Hey, I'm pretty. Hey, I'm beautiful. Hey, I'm this. Hey, I'm that." Nothing wrong with that. And it's true. Everybody's pretty, everybody's beautiful, and blah, blah, blah in their own way, right? But let's be serious now. You know? Let's be serious now. Then again, the world has acclimated itself to that paradigm. You know? So now you got women killing themselves to be the new normal. It's sad. They're destroying themselves to be the new normal. Mm. Oh, hold on, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. Shout outs to Toya. Toya says, shout outs to Toya. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. I'm trying to fix my device and it's acting dumb. Toya said serious where? That's a good question. That's a good question. When I say let's be serious, you know, it's like, hold on, y'all. When I say let's be serious, it's like in a worldly state. Let's be serious, you know. Everybody's not Beyonce. Hold on. Okay. This thing is acting up. All right. Yeah, in a serious place, everybody's not Beyonce. When you're going to go apply for certain jobs and want to be a model and stuff like that, yeah, you got to fit a certain type of look. Let's be serious, you know? That's what I'm saying. You know, you got to hold on. Update. I don't know why this thing's acting dumb like this. Hold on, y'all. My phone is broken. All right, none of this shit is working. Hold on, y'all. You said destroying themselves and their kids just to be the new normal. That's what I'm saying. Everybody looks good nowadays. It's like nobody's telling them, "Hey, you know, you might want to chill out." You might want to chill out. I hate to say it, but look how much black women are dying on the what you call it, on the hospital table trying to get liposuction and not bipolar, fucking Brazilian butt lifts and stuff like that. Like, imagine dying to have a big butt. That's how stupid this shit is. Imagine dying to have a big disproportional butt. But you want to make up your face when somebody say, "Hey, get in the gym. Work for it." Imagine that. Imagine losing your family and your kids over that. People would look at people that got in the gym and did their thing and stuff like that, and look at them crazy and stuff. You know, you got to work for it. If that's what you want, you know what I'm saying? You know, there's nothing wrong with slimming down and stuff like that. You gotta the reason why you gotta work for it is because you gotta learn your body in the process and stuff like that. You gotta learn what your body responds to, what it doesn't respond to, and stuff like that. You don't know how your body's gonna take that fucking weight. That all of that shit, all the doctors can do is predict. You know, we predict that you would look like this with your dimensions and stuff like that, but we would have to do it to find out. They're just predicting shit. Kanye West, his mother died trying to get a BBL. And these aren't BBLs because people need surgery and stuff like that. These are BBLs because people want to look a certain type of way. I was watching K. Michelle talk about this the other day, and I'm like, man, listen. You had to get emergency surgery to save your ass from yourself, literally. And we act like this shit is okay. You are self-mutilating yourself. You are self-mutilating yourself. You are no different than that bulimic woman in the bathroom. You are no different than that woman slicing her wrists. You know, you gotta that shit is cosplaying. He said that's the golden ticket right there. Learning what your body can take and what it needs. Finding the best ways is yeah. And honestly, when you talk about slimming down, that's the journey that you go on. Why don't they talk to other women that walk that path? Toya has walked that path, y'all, whether alone or you know, with a little bit of help. Why don't they consult with other women that walk that path? No, they want instant gratification. So guess what? You get instant. I remember there was these two sisters, and one of them went to go, they both went together to go get a BBL, and one of them didn't make it. I said, "Oh my god." Hood Hobby says they have to peacock because they don't approach or compete for men. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. And the actual peacock is the male peacock. The female peacocks look dumb as hell. You know? You know, so you gotta be cognizant. You gotta understand stuff before you run and jump under the blade. And these dudes are just as dumb. I'm not letting these dudes off the hook. These niggas are just as dumb. These niggas are going under the blade. BBLing their legs and all kinds of stupid shit. These dudes be really thinking being taller is gonna make them do better with women. Imagining worshiping a god you know nothing about that's actual physical. I can see if you know nothing about Jesus. I can see if you know nothing about Buddha. I can see if you know nothing about the Dalai Lama or whoever. I can see if you know nothing about. But these women are here in the flesh, and you still don't know shit. but want everybody to listen to you. Look, bro, if you're over 6 feet, she gonna be going. Trying to tell niggas about women and shit like that. It's like, nigga, shut your dumb ass up. Your height can never trump mouthpiece. I don't give a fuck what you say. Go date some niggas then, since you so enamored with height and shit like that, and that does it for you. Them niggas be more horny and turned on. Pause. Them niggas be more horny and turned on by height more than the bitch. Gotta convince themselves and then turn around and try to sell it to dudes and shit like that. It's like, well, then why don't you go date a tall nigga, man? Race up out of my face with that shit. Go listen to Mr. Fantastic. He can't. This nigga identifies himself by his height. First of all, I'm 6'7" and my name is Mr. Fantastic. Like, bro, we see. That's another thing too. If you gotta identify yourself with your height, you might not be as tall or menacing as you think you are. Just because you tall or whatever don't make you menacing or a threat. Yeah, y'all niggas gotta relax, man. Y'all niggas got arthritis and all kinds of stuff and stuff like that. Shout outs to my tall brothers, man. Cause that shit, it ain't easy being tall and shit like that. That's why I don't understand why dudes deify that. You got a lot of tall brothers that nigga, they legs hurt. They're like, listen, y'all worshiping being tall. I will lend you some of my height. Shouts to my tall brothers, bro. You got a lot of niggas ruining it for y'all, but shouts to my tall players, man. Just really getting it in. I'm gonna come out with a new some new analogies in game this summer, cause I'm waiting for educated Pookie, man. When we gonna do these debates, man? I need to fry somebody up. I already got some theories and analogies on the table and stuff like that that's about to get stolen. Y'all ready for the new theories and analogies that's gonna get stolen and work its way into urban dictionary, into urban society? You know what I'm calling the girls that just for some reason that just judges everything off a man's height? I'm gonna start calling y'all the Jacquel or Jacquel and the beanstalk ass bitches. Y'all some Jack and the beanstalk ass bitches. Y'all some Iron Giant ass bitch. And you niggas running right behind them. These bitches really think a 6 feet nigga gonna treat them better because he's 6 feet. Like what the fuck does that what? You big, I'm trying to tame a gentle giant head ass. I want to tame the gentle giant. I want to tame the gentle giant. I don't know what happened between the Bible and now. Bitches used to run from Goliath. Anyway. I'm trying to tame the gentle giant. Nigga, society had to dumb down a lot of the taller warriors and stuff like that. Shout outs to the tall my tall G's though, man. Much love to y'all, but y'all know what I'm talking about. That shit get deified too much and shit. Yeah, I had to find a different name instead of Jack and the Giant. Jackie or Jacquel or I don't know. You know. Shout outs to Aunt T cooking in the chat. Aunt T said that you must be tall assessment comes from insecurity and jealousy. Very simple-minded outlook, niggas. Yeah, definitely. And then, you know, women are so far behind men in a lot of different things is that women say the same things. Men, like, the women that you got to pay attention to, and I like them too because they're a little bit goofy, but they're some of the best women ever. Like if she's naturally like 5'7", 5, 5'9", 5'6", like if she's naturally tall without heels, she cool. You know, tall women are a little bit goofy, but they're fun. But let me let y'all in on something, ladies. High heels were originally for men because to a certain degree, men did have a height complex or Oedipus complex, right? Which is the short man complex. That Oedipus, I can't check because my phone is not working. Was it an Oedipus complex? Or Napoleon complex? Or it's one of them. What's going on, Nicer? I am not doing well. My phone has been broken for the past day and a half and not working. I'm not doing well at all. I'm in a horrible mood, honestly. I'm trying to cheer up. But yeah, I think it's called a Napoleon complex. Good to see you. I think it's called Napoleon complex. I don't know why I said Oedipus. Yeah, it's a Napoleon complex. But a lot of guys have a reverse Napoleon complex. You would think the shorter dudes, you wouldn't hear the end of it. It's like you can't like. Well, maybe that's because I'm in this space. In this space is a concentration. But no, the taller women, they're more down to earth, more fun and cool, right? But what I was getting at is because women have a Napoleon complex. Women have a horrible Napoleon complex that doesn't get talked about. I get it that women want a taller guy, and that's supposed to, that's supposed to help them with survival. But like some of that shit is new age shit. You know, women can date whoever they want now. This falls in the illusion of that they're in control of their own hypergamy. If they want to date a nigga with golden boots, go right on ahead. You know, and what I mean by golden boots, I mean by something that's not part of his genetic makeup. You know, they can date a guy because they like how he wears his clothes, even though that doesn't have necessarily an evolutionary thing attached to it. You understand what I'm saying? But that's the luxury of living in today's society. You don't have to date for survival. You can date because somebody's cute. Women got high heels from men. Women got high heels from men. They got high heels from men. And that's the thing, is because women don't understand height. They were messed up behind height also. You know, so they got the idea, and they got the high heels from men. Men ditched the high heels because it fed into their Napoleon complex. It didn't feel good. And then not only did it feed into their Napoleon complex, there was no tactical advantage for fighting with heels on. You know, a man can't really do too much with stilts on. You know, there was no tactical advantage for fighting with heels on. So it turned more into a act kind of thing, a play kind of thing. This is why women wear heels to the club and shows and stuff like that, where men used to wear stilts and stuff. And this is why, if you look at heels and if you're into clothing, this is why if you look at boot cut stuff and certain things like cowboy boots and stuff like that, You see how you have the pants that go into the boot? Whereas back in the day, if a man wore heels, it covered the boot. And the reason why it covered the boot was so that you wouldn't know how tall he is. You wouldn't know how tall he is. This is why a lot of the pants and stuff were baggy and they go over the heels. You couldn't tell how tall he was. You just know he was tall. And when you look at somebody that's tall, you got to see how their body is proportioned. You know what I'm saying? You got to see how their body is proportioned. Are they tall because they have more legs? Or are they tall because they have more midsection? Or you have a third variant where their body's like well proportioned. They have a decent amount of legs and they have a decent amount of body, mid body. But a lot of them are narcissists. What's going on, LT man? Good to see you, bro. Shout outs to LT man in the building. Give me 1 second. Let me catch up on the chat. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Please support the show. Hopefully you guys are having a happy Friday. I'm having a horrible Friday. My phone is all my content and stuff for the week and my notes and everything, all of that stuff I'm pretty sure is gone. My phone is fried, y'all. I need to get a new phone. For the last day and a half, my phone has been gone. Not working. So bad news. You said they come off as arrogant and bougie. I'm going for condescending from here on out. Narcissists. That the word they like to use against us is what they are. Narcissists. You go look into a woman's phone. She has pictures of herself. Like women worship themselves. They really do. I hate to say it like that, but it's true. They are a soul that's put in the body that that worships the same body that they're put in. Eve spent a long time looking at her reflection in the pond because man hadn't invented mirrors yet. So, and the reason why I say this is because it's not hard to find a woman that suffers from me syndrome and being selfish and self-aggrandizement and stuff like that. And even God, when God gives that woman a baby, he gives the woman the baby, not the man, even though the man has the baby in his ball sack. Pause. He gives that woman a baby. Because her selfishness is supposed to help her nurture and take care and feed the child. Through that period, a woman's supposed to learn not to be selfish. Even if she spent her whole life being selfish. It's a weird flex, but hey. You said they pick a nigga with golden boots and act surprised when he comes home with stains in the front. Pick a struggle, ladies. This is true. I literally just dropped a main character syndrome video with Chris Brown a couple of days ago talking about that. LT man giving y'all the game of where high heels come from. High heels were initially invented and worn by men. This early documented use of high-heeled shoes dates back to the 10th century. It dates back to 10th century Persia, where they were worn by male soldiers to help secure their feet in stirrups while riding horsebacks. Absolutely. Look at cowboy boots. Yep. And clogs. In Europe, they were adopted by men as a symbol of status and masculinity. Now, let me give y'all the game. What a lot of women don't realize neither. Ladies, you get up and you go get a job at the grocery store. Right? You get a job at the grocery store. Or what's going on, EB? Shout outs to Eric Bird in the building. Good to see you, bro. You get up as a working woman and you go to a bakery or you go to a grocery store or you go to a a bakery or a grocery store, right? And this woman walks in and she has on her husband's shoes, high heels. She has on a nice dress. She has on jewelry. And she has on nails, long nails, and her hair is nice, and she has on a hat, and she has on all kinds of trinkets like that, right? And hold on. Yeah, so she has on all of those things, right? Does that woman look like she's ready to work? Does that woman sound like she's ready to be in someone's grocery store? Handling watermelons and shopping carts and all kinds of stuff, or baking bread with those claws and stuff like that. She don't look ready to work. All of the stuff that y'all are buying, Birkin bags and all this other stuff, you want to know what those are trinkets of? Women that are taken care of. Those are trinkets of women that are well taken care of and well maintained by men. The reason why that woman goes to the grocery store and wears all of those clothes was to stunt on the women that were single and didn't have men that would take care of them like that. That's what that was for. Or she wanted to look nice and she wanted to happen to be somewhere. Those were regarded as different type of caliber of women. And the women that didn't have any men, you know what they say? Yeah, she can barely wipe her ass. Absolutely. And the women, because somebody else does it for her. Who needs to wipe their ass when they have a bidet? You know? Who needs to wipe their ass when they have a bidet? And the thing is, doo-doo bread. Oh man, y'all killing me. Y'all please hit the like button. Please support the show. I'm having a horrible day. My phone is broken. I don't know what to do. But listen, the crazy part about all of this, right? The bidet. Who needs to wipe their ass when they have a bidet? You know? But no, I mean, the thing is it was really to stunt on other women, you know? It was really to stunt on other women, you know? She's walking around with a purse with a damn dog in it. It's a stunt on other women. But you know what the single woman said? This is what really made women want to work. This is what really made women want to work. You know what the single woman says? I don't need a man. I don't need a man to I don't need a man to do any of these things for me. I'm going to go to work and save up enough money and buy that Birkin bag for myself. I'm going to go to work and save up enough money and go buy those heels for myself. And what's really gonna grind the girl that's trying to show off on me, that got married and got a man that gives a damn and that retires them and they don't have to work and they don't have to do this and do that. That's gonna really trip those girls out. When they realize that I afforded this by myself and didn't need a man. Those women weren't tripped out about that. Those women will say, look, you couldn't get a man. Yeah, they got there's whole groups of women openly talking about decentering men. You know? Because those women would stun on them. This is why, like, if you notice the women that do it right, they don't mention them. Because married women didn't even have to try and they were stunning on women. Married women didn't even have to try. Married women didn't even have to damn near try. That's what that's why the wedding ring as an accessory, other than, you know, the goofy Greek meaning for it, you know, the wedding ring as an accessory, that shit stunned on other women. That's what the big rock meant. Okay, she didn't have to have all of that other stuff, but you're going to see that big rock on her finger. People from the old school year, they used to look at people's fingers. They used to observe. See, people nowadays, they're really not observing if people are married and looking at their finger. A lot of this stuff is taboo because most people are into their phones. I remember when I first really became a pickup artist, we had to pretend that we were looking at our phones to pretend that we're busy. So that, you know, we didn't have to, but I remember back in the day when guys used to pretend to be looking at their phones when they're really trying to look at a girl. And then later on, we end up, you know, using it as a routine. But we got to pretend that we're looking at our phones to seem like we're occupied with something else and we have something to do and we're not staring at the woman, right? Well, back in the day, they didn't have no phones. They didn't have none of that shit to pretend like they were busy or occupied with something. Whistling and shit. So guess what? They would observe you. And they would look at your hands that you got a ring and blah, blah, blah. And this, that, and the third. They would observe you. They didn't have to pretend. Nowadays, people are looking at their phones and they're not even pretending. They're doom scrolling. Zombies. You know? And that's the thing about the decentering man thing party. A lot of women will look at another woman and think that woman is dumb if she ain't somewhere playing some man. Ask women out here that go outside that's worth a damn. If you ain't somewhere playing some man, they look at you like you crazy. Who put them $5,000 boots on you? Those Chanel? Those got to be fake. Trying to check the authenticity. Trying to see if your Lacoste fake. Bow! Stay in your place. Or whatever Biggie said. Shout outs to Nicer. Nicer said, Kuda, one rainy day. It's been raining for the last 2 days. I should have known bad luck was coming my way. Shout outs to Nicer. Nicer said, one rainy day, I was walking past the hair salon. Guy said, I'll give you $20 for your umbrella so his woman wouldn't get her newly done hair ruined. I said, here you go, sir. Hey, they're proving what I'm saying. And honestly, that to her, that makes him come off as super romantic. You know, that he will go through he will go through any lengths. He will go through a bunch of lengths to make sure his woman is taken care of. You know? A lot of people used to prey on that back in the days. That's why if you used to walk around with a bouquet of roses and used to go to places where people used to go out and stuff, y'all don't. When the last time y'all seen that? Y'all don't got to deal with that. A lot of people don't go out no more. These young kids don't got to deal with that. Imagine being on a date and you're on a budget and some jackass, because it was really dirty macking to a certain degree. Some of that shit got into dirty macking territory. Some jackass with a bouquet of overpriced roses trying to come up on you and your wife. Niggas used to get pressured into simping. You on a first date, you trying to make a good impression. Some dude comes up with a bouquet of roses and shit like that, and you ain't trying to. Man, listen, y'all don't know the half of the shit we went through back in the day. These kids nowadays, y'all ain't equipped to go on no damn date. Yeah, there you go. You got to come up right there. Yeah, you got to come up. Exactly. You said they got to decouple. They got to decouple that spirit because they're really saying they're losers out loud. That's really what was going on. See, you deciphered. You picking up what I'm putting down. You did? LT Man said women try to decentralize men. A man because they don't want to hear the truth and don't want the young ladies to hear the truth from men. That's true. Some women, I should say. No, you're right about that. What's this, EB? What exactly is this? Yeah, that was the good old, the good old days. That absolutely was the good old days. Yeah, like back in the day, dudes used to get suckered into buying a boot. All you had to do, honestly, if you were hustling, you had to go to the store, go buy a bouquet of roses, go take the bus down to a certain part of town where people are hanging out, and just say, you know, a rose for the lady. Oh, and don't let him talk to your lady first. And the girl got the rose in her hand. Oh my God. Oh, you were done. Just like if you were walking in the mall with your lady and the guy used to come over and grab her hand and start rubbing lotion on it and shit like that and try to get you to buy some Avon or some high-priced lotion. Oh my goodness. Don't let you have be on a budget that day. Don't let you have be on a budget that day. That was your ass. You know, that was your ass. He would have exposed whatever budget you were on. You had to be smooth. You had to be slick. If you didn't want to pay for those roses, you had to do something like, nah, you know what? I got some roses at the house for you that I already bought. He already gave up my surprise for you or something. You got to be slick. You got to come up with something on the spot. Because them niggas was adamant too. You know? Or you can barter with them. You can take one rose and give it to her and be like, you don't need a bouquet. You just need one rose coming your way. You know, or some goofy shit you got to say. Or you want to know where they got that hustle from? They got that hustle from clowns. Clowns used to go up to kids and give the kid the balloon and then just go over to the parent and charge them. The parent would see the kid having fun with the damn balloon and just it's an easy way to hustle money out of someone's pocket. You said some of these young goofies have no hustle, innovational ambition. Yeah, shit. The fact that y'all not going going out on dates anymore killed those jobs. If you wanted to come up real quick, that was an easy come up. That was an easy come up. You know? Nicer said, I could have said 30, but I didn't even think about it. Negotiating at the time, I was happy with the 20. Shit, I know that's right. Nice. Shit be going on, and you like, damn, I didn't even think about it till later. Party says, gone are the days. Gone are the days. Now the lovely ladies love roses in a different form. Oh, yeah. Women don't even want flowers no more unless you can light it on fire. And roses go on coochies now. Women don't want no flowers no more unless you can light it on fire. And roses go on coochies now. Women don't want no flowers no more unless you can light it on fire. And roses go on coochies now. So I need you guys to do me a favor. Speaking of lighting flowers on fire and giving yourself roses, to take care of yourself. Don't forget to take care of yourself and head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Speaking of roses and flowers, give yourself some flowers and head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Treat yourself to some flowers. Give yourself some flowers. And I wish you roses. You know, that's what, man, listen. That song bring me to tears. Y'all want a song that's gonna make you cry? I ain't gonna lie. You know what song makes me cry? Roses by Kali Uchis. I don't know what it is about that song. That song, I might close out today's show with that song. That song makes me feel some type of way. Because it's a way, it's a type of way to feel, you know. You said they love that drink. Yeah, they're sailors. They like pirates. They like to get, you know, they like to get sloshed like Chris Bosh. I don't get it, y'all. Women are on more meds than ever. Phones, well, my phone is fried. But phones are everywhere, so there's no lack in communication. You got drugs. You got all of these things, and yet they're still the most depressed they've ever been. It makes sense, but then again, it don't make sense. You know? It makes sense, but then again, it doesn't make sense. And honestly, all of that shit don't matter. If you don't train up a generation to deal or handle that type of stuff, no technology means a damn thing. What do you mean, Kuda? Well, I'm glad you asked. Y'all head over to hempforfitness.com. Head over to hempforfitness.com. CBD to protect your health and wealth. Listen to what I'm telling you. They are the most depressed they've ever been in today's society. And like I said, all this technology doesn't mean anything. Because I'll give you an example. I don't even have to go down the road of thought where I was going. I'll give you an example. Kids nowadays can't even write cursive. let alone understand cursive. Kids nowadays can't even read a clock on the wall. It has to be numbers. Did technology change? No. But if you grow up not knowing, you just don't know. Technology didn't have to change. Things didn't have to go taboo. That information just wasn't presented to you. Chivalry. I told y'all, what's the top 5 things that I told y'all that's gone? Chivalry is gone. So what's a bouquet of roses? Courtship is gone. So what's a bouquet of roses? Foreplay is gone. So what's a bouquet of roses? PDA is gone. So why would you? I can use all of these scenarios other than foreplay, because you can use that rose for foreplay. The only roses they like is rosé wine and a rose. And you can use those for foreplay. But buying a bouquet of roses and having your woman walk around with those roses all day, even though she don't got a vase for it. Them niggas don't even sell you a vase. And you paying all of that money for roses that they got from the grocery store or they found in someone's yard and just got some scissors and cut that shit before they came to you. The rose still got a bee in it. That's an inside joke. Public display of affection, that's gone because guys aren't showing off their girlfriends like that. And not proud to say, hey, this is my lady, because you don't know how long you're going to have her. And shit, Lord knows the moment that you do that, that's the beginning of the end of the relationship, and that's embarrassing. So other than dancing with your lady, kissing her, buying her roses, and showing the world that you love her, PDA's out the window. Courtship. Well, PDA falls under courtships and all kinds of stuff, and getting to know somebody and professing them and seeing how they respond to things and blah, blah, blah. That's out the window. Chivalry. Chivalry falls under PDA and courtship. Hey, baby, walk on the inside of the sidewalk so that if this car jumps this median and barrels towards us, your ass won't get hit too. Right? Huh? Right? What's another one? I got foreplay. That's exited. I said foreplay. I got foreplay's out. I got chivalry. I got courtship, and I got PDA, and then the last one is romance. Chivalry, courtship, PDA, and yeah, that's true, War Master. I agree with that. I agree with that. All of that falls under under the same umbrella. So Kuda's 5 things, and I've been saying this for years, and y'all been hearing me say this for years. Kuda's 5 things that are missing in a relationship and before a relationship is romance, courtship, chivalry, foreplay, and PDA. All of those things are missing. Here's the fucked up part. Here's the fucked up part. If you don't know why you're doing those things, it's going to get destroyed. When you decide, because all of those things, people will sit up there and call you a simp. And it might make you feel like a simp if you do it for the wrong people. But if you don't know why you're doing those things, because men got stuff out of all of that. This is why, there was an incentive for men to do. There was a simp incentive that men do like, to do that stuff for women that they care for. Almost a rite of passage, to tell you the truth. I wouldn't necessarily say it's training you for marriage, but come on now. Some of those qualities will maintain certain things, or it could put a disdain on certain things, either or. It's up to you to know the difference. But even when you do those gestures and some of those things, right? And note that I said it's a gesture. Because in a lot of cases, even if you know what you're doing, it's more so of a gesture than an actual thing. The person receiving it has to know how to deal it back. And that's the problem with women in today's society. Is because it's horrible, because as a woman, if you're too used to dealing with simps, right? You're going to have problems with reciprocity. That's the whole point of why people don't like simps, or a lot of people don't feel good to simp, is because of reciprocity. It's not reciprocal. And women that get that type of behavior, they don't know how to accept it. I saw a video a minute ago. Actually, I did a show and I broke it down because how dumb these new hoes are. I remember Selena Powell was talking about how she ended up sleeping with Snoop Dogg. I remember when Selena Powell was talking about how she ended up sleeping with Snoop Dogg. I remember when Selena Powell was talking about how she ended up sleeping with Snoop Dogg. All right. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Please hit the Cash App. I won't probably be able to see it, but hopefully if I get my phone and equipment and stuff back working, I'll be able to see it. Y'all, please hit the like button. Support the show. I'm having a horrible day. But I gotta show up and work, y'all. All right. Thank you everybody for hitting the like button. Thank you everybody for your support. Please hit the like button, support the show. I want to get y'all into this story right quick, right? I did a story a minute ago talking about how Selena Powell slept with Snoop Dogg. And she was saying that, he did cocaine and all this other stuff, and that he was being weird, because she was a hoe. And she didn't know how to accept. Like, hoes. Let me give y'all the game. Right? Hoes don't really know how to accept affection. They really can't. And then the funny part is that they want affection. Put y'all onto some real good game. Hoes don't really know how to accept affection. You know what I'm saying? And affection to a certain degree is a turnoff for them. Because they're not there for the affection. They're there for the shmoolah, right? You said she talks too much? That's hilarious. She's a cum dumpster? That's hilarious. No, but hear me out. Because I'm giving y'all some knowledge y'all can't get in college. Y'all, please hit the like button and support the show. All of my Crapple products are not working at all, and I'm mentally going through it. The past day and a half, I've been trying to get my phone to work, and all of my content for the week and stuff that I had planned is all gone. I don't know how to. I'm trying to figure out how to get it back. But I'm gonna give y'all the game, right? You said lady couldn't look me in the eyes at the register. It's over. Yeah, erection over affection. Right. You know what I'm about to get into, Eric Bird. You already know. I'm about to put it down.com. Right? I'm about to cook. All right, y'all please hit the like button and support the show. I'm about to cook. I'm about to give y'all some good game, all right? Now, hoes, this is why a lot of hoes try to offer or feel like they can offer the GFE. You know, the girlfriend experience. This is why a lot of them fuck up during the GFE or whatever, the quote unquote girlfriend experience and stuff like that. That's why a lot of them they just let that little money walk. They'll be like, okay, I'll deal with the extra customer or whatever. But this girl, Selena Powell, she was starstruck. You know, she was a bit starstruck over Snoop Dogg. You know, it's Snoop D-O-double-G. It's the legend. It's the blah, blah, blah. She slept with the legend. So many women that Snoop Dogg been around and never got that opportunity. And here's some goofy, weird-looking Michael Jackson chick is getting that opportunity. And she said that Snoop Dogg was weird. You know, she said he was listening to music. He was, dancing a little bit. And she was like, she had he did a little bit of cocaine and blah, blah, blah. And she was like, he tried to cuddle with her and like kind of caress her and stuff like that. And she was like, that's so weird. Oh my God. That's such a turn off. I don't like that. And whoop-de-whoop. And when I was going over that story, it was kind of funny. You know? Now, obviously, Snoop got a wife and all kinds of shit, but hey, look. Whatever. You know? And it's like Sugar Free said, why did the young girls walk around with a goldfish in their pocket? You know? This woman, Selena Powell, first of all, hoes of yesteryear would have never gone public and told this story. They would have never gone public and told this story. They would have never gone public and told this story. There's like a big non-disclosure agreement between Trick and Ho. Hoes aren't even supposed to be talking about or telling who they seen and have relationships with. First of all, they're not trying to mess up their customer base. And second of all, no one likes a chatty patty hoe. You know? They fucking up their own money by telling on themselves and not keeping themselves discreet. Now, she said Snoop Dogg was weird. And I get it. She's a hoe. Why are you cuddling me? Why are you using me for purposes that you shouldn't be using me for? I'm not that type of, if you want to cuddle and stuff like that, go get a wife or some broad offering a girlfriend experience and all that other goofy shit. Cool. All is fair, right? But, she is sitting up there saying that Snoop is weird. Obviously, it is weird, But at some point in her natural life, she's going to want a guy that's going to cuddle her. She's going to want a guy and complain. She's going to want a guy that's going to somewhat be affectionate. She's going to want a guy that gives her the BFE, the boyfriend experience. So it makes no sense. You know, it makes no sense. But then again, I get it. You know, I mean, hey, it's Snoop Dogg. You know, I mean, Snoop Dogg was somewhere cuddling or whatever. Whatever. I guess it's not every day you sleep with a Snoop Dogg, right? But hey, women saying a guy showing affection is weird is crazy. Or maybe it was creepy. You never know. I don't fucking know. I'm just saying is that they go against their best interest. Not their best interest, but things that will interest them later. But then again, I could say guys do the same. You know what I'm saying? Let me catch up on the comments. You said she looked at the tall nigga though. That's crazy. You said she does. How does disrespect the MJ? DM said, would she think that if she was attracted to him? That's what I'm saying. You know, it might be a little bit weird because she's probably not attracted to him, or he probably start reaching those stages when you're old, when you're older, and or she's just a ditzy. I think it's more of what I'm thinking. She's just a ditzy dumb hoe. She doesn't understand affection. So that's another thing too. That's what a lot of guys nowadays fear, that they'll go full simp for a woman and it's not somewhat reciprocated, you know? Because if both of y'all, if you and your lady are simping out for each other, people got no choice but to respect it. Most people in most marriages and couples want to be simped out for each other. They want to be simped out for each other. Keep that in mind. You said these youngins are weird in general. The girls call the guys bro and they cool with it, right? And those dudes are just happy to have somebody around them that somewhat likes them. Not even gonna lie, War Master, you were the first person to pop into mind. All of my shit started acting dumb. My phone ran out of battery a little bit over. Now it's 2 days. 2 days ago, my phone ran out of battery after movie night. My phone ran out of battery, and shout outs to everybody that's been responding to the videos I had scheduled, because I've been responding to y'all off my laptop and I have service. But my phone ran out of battery, and when it cut back on, it just started glitching out and having a bunch of errors and stuff like that. So I'm trying to get it fixed, and it's just been horrible. And yes, for the record, War Master, he has told me Crapple Machine stinks, and I don't know how I got this super used to Crapple Machines. I gotta get back into Windows because I gotta learn. I'm trying to learn Linux and all kinds of stuff. So I'm, for this whole cybersecurity thing. But I was up studying, and I wasn't studying cybersecurity at the time when my phone died. I was studying. I was getting my QuickBooks account together. Because as y'all know, I also I'm studying bookkeeping, and I'm kind of, I'm still gassing up on bookkeeping, and I was doing my certification, almost done with my bookkeeping cert, by the way. I'm a pro advisor cert, but I'm studying to be a pro advisor, and my phone died on me, and I'm so far behind. I done missed like 2 days of studying. I still try. I got my iPad, but that shit barely works. That I didn't know it was a 2017 iPad. So this is horrible. This is bad. This is bad. You know, so yeah, my phone is fried. So if you guys can definitely please support the show. I gotta. My laptop is fucked up. So all of my shit is just everything is falling apart. Nothing is going well. You know. I need a damn beer and a day to think things over, man. You said girlfriend experience, nigga. It's over. That's what it is. It's the girlfriend experience. Y'all don't understand how much goofy relationships is out here. Didn't the other day, y'all, I was telling y'all about free use? You got relationships out here called free use. Free use relationship, meaning that anytime I want to have sex or you want to have sex, we're in a relationship, but we use each other freely. Back in the day, it used to be called friends with benefits. But if you have a little bit more feelings than you should, free use, nigga, not fair use, free use. Think about that. All right. Y'all do me 2 favors. If y'all can hit the like button, support the show via Cash App, PayPal, please. And head over to hempforfitness.com. That's hempforfitness.com. It is Friday. Get your hands on some of these gummy rings, these hemp gummy rings. These things are the bomb.com. Ask your mom. You know what I'm saying? Y'all go get you these green apple gummy rings. Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong with these green apple honey rings, man. Hold on, give me a second. I gotta reload this page real quick. I don't even have a poll up, nothing. Lord have mercy. Yeah, y'all go get y'all hands on some of those green apple gummy rings. I'm trying. Look, War Master, I'm trying to put 300 aside, right? Today's the 26th or the 25th. No, today I don't know what day it is now. God damn. I put some money aside to go get this $300 Xbox that I saw. The guy has it out here. He's holding it for me, right? It's the 28th. My school book came and took all of that. It wiped out my account. It wiped out my account. Nothing is going. That's why the name of the show today, y'all, is Nothing is Going According to Plan. You know? So I got to try to get an Xbox or a PC. I'm going to try again on the 10th of July. You know? So I plan on having a really good 4th of July show. I'm going to try again on the 10th of July. You know? No, it's the 28th, Raven. Well, it's the 28th for me. It is the 27th for you guys. It's the 28th for me. Nothing is going according to plan, y'all. I'm trying. It seems like every time, I used to make brownies all the time. But it seems like every time I take a step forward, I'm getting pushed 5 steps back, family. Every time I take a step forward, y'all, it seems like I'm getting pushed 5 steps back. Speaking of getting pushed 5 steps back, make sure y'all pick up these hemp watermelon gummy rings. If you want to get pushed 5 steps back and feel good, make sure y'all pick up these hemp watermelon gummy rings. $12.99. Hit that link. Don't even think. Hit the link and go straight to it. You know? And listen, if you use code T-Tube10, you get 10% off. And you also, if you mention Kuda, you will get 2 free gifts. So if you want, and I need to get the price for this one, You can get the hemp blueberry blast gummy rings. You can mix that with the hemp watermelon gummy rings. And you can mix that with the green apple gummy rings. All right? Or you can get the roll-on CBD balm. You can get all, man, listen. Listen. Do yourself a favor. Head over to hempforfitness.com. You dig? I'm going to keep these gummy rings up. I'm going to keep the watermelon gum. I'm going to keep these green ones up. Because sooner or later, y'all going to get hungry. And you don't got to go to the damn store and get the regular ones. Get these ones. They taste better. And they're gonna sit your ass down. All right? War Master said he told Kuda to get a $300 mini PC. I've been looking at the Raspberry Pis. And the and two $60 monitors. They would have changed his life, but no. I'm not gonna lie, they would have changed my life too. Shout outs to Raven Knight. Raven said, bruh, I tried making some gummies. I'll stick to the joints. Man, look. Brownies is the way to go, and you got to use oil. Okay? No, it depends on the gummies that you get. You don't always taste the THC. It depends on the gummies that you get. You don't always taste the THC. I'm not gonna lie though, if you're looking for the THC and things, you will taste it though. And that's with anything. You know. But sometimes it's good to taste it because you know it's gonna be strong as hell. You did? Alright, let's get back into this real quick, y'all. Let's go.
Then you have like the
Yeah, you gotta use oil.
world's most popular S worker just, yeah, you're right. Because like this is actually
War Master got Starlink.
Genius. He's effectively humiliating her while also making her think that he's on her side. Absolutely brilliant.
What
4D
have I said
chess
that's
move.
Incorrect. And the reason I'm saying all these things is to highlight how it's awfully hypocritical for anybody in modern Western society, anybody who believes in women's liberation, anyone who believes women should be allowed to vote, anyone who believes in women are allowed to lead a country, anyone who listens to their wife's stupid opinions on anything, to give Bonnie a second of hard time. Because it's all the same thought pattern. It's all the same thought process. If you're a man who says, I have a wife and we got married when she was a virgin and she doesn't vote and she obeys me absolutely and I'm the king of this household, then maybe you could have an opinion. But if you're going to sit there and go, oh, my wife has a past, but I love her anyway, then shut the fuck up. And that's 99% of men. Rob, do you understand that about 3 times a week I see a woman I've plowed get married on Instagram? You understand? I see it.
Absolutely.
I see the man walking down the aisle holding her hand, doing the whole humiliation ritual. I see the whole thing. He got on one knee. And I just watch it. I was like, bro, what the fuck?
But I don't think there's anything wrong with that, though.
No, but there is.
But why? Like,
Because I know what happened that night.
yeah, but people
So
have
it
got-
is.
See, look at this. Look at this city bicycle. Look at this city bicycle. Talking about there's nothing wrong with that. Because in the end, she wants somebody to come and save her. And I don't know what's wrong with this woman. Her cheeks are throwing me off. She looked like a man in the face. I'm just gonna keep it 100. She looked like Tony Hawk. You said you mean DJ Hemp, the YouTube channel selling gummy bears? No, Mr. Hemp. Shout out to my brother LT Man. No. You gotta head over to LT Man's YouTube channel. Not DJ Hemp. You know, but LT Man. But it's not LT Man. LT Man it's a company. You know what I'm saying? So if you guys, because you got people that's like, man, I don't want to buy from Kuda or LT Man or anybody over at Player Talk Radio. Not saying you, I'm saying in general. I'm saying it's an actual company. Okay. Now, if you want to get the most out of your order, definitely talk to LT Man. You dig what I'm saying? The company is called Hemp for Fitness. You know, because some people will say, "Oh, well, I don't trust this person." It's like you don't have to trust that person in particular, but they work for a good company. Don't trust the person, trust the company. So yeah, it's a company, and shout outs to LT Man. Yes, LT Man will definitely give you the rundown. Cause it's that shit is weird. And shout outs to LT Man. I'm gonna say this too. How weird it is. People be acting, and shout outs to everybody that pushes health and wellness. You know what I'm saying? This is why I'm telling you guys to head over to hempforfitness.com, because let me tell y'all something too that I noticed, right? In general, right? People wait till like it's like something to do with like weed or just some random products, right? Let me tell y'all how weird people are with products, right? Especially the ones that are good for you, right? People will be like, "Oh, where's this strain of weed? Where did it come from?" Oh my, here we go. Here we go with the signal. Give me 1 second. All right, we should be back. People will be like, "Oh, where was this grown? And where did they get the seeds from? And oh my God, is that a lesbian tree plant, or is that a binary tree plant? And oh my God, and all this stuff." People will be having inquiries about stuff. It's like, nigga, will you just go buy the shit and try it, and then look at the ingredients or whatever, or do your research on it and then go get it, right? Reason why I say this, right? For example, even though is tried and proven, right? Because people be having like inquiries about certain things, like, oh, where did this come from, and blah blah blah. Cool, right? I get it, but I don't see y'all niggas asking McDonald's where the hell they source they Krabby Patties from. I don't see y'all asking McDonald's uh what part of the chicken do these chicken nuggets come from. You know, it's always the people that be thinking man, I'm trying to eat healthy and blah blah blah. Then they start asking these weird ass questions and shit. I remember one time I had a plug, right? And he was like, "Yo, man, and this is a new cat, right? I didn't want to serve him, but he was like, "Yo, man, I'm looking for that gas," right? This is a long time ago. He's like, "Yo, man, I'm looking for that gas and whoop de whoop and blah blah blah," right? And I'm like, "All right, cool." He like, kept hounding me and shit like that. I'm like, I don't know if this nigga trying to rob me or whatever, but I I scoped him out. He was alright. I'm like, all right, well, he ain't gonna try nothing and shit. Where I'm gonna send him if he try that shit ain't about to it ain't about to, go the way he think it's about to go. So I gave him one of my plugs, right? And I know Broski got the gas, right? Like cuz dudes these fake weed connoisseurs be doing too much. They be like, I don't know, they just be doing too much. If you've ever ran into a weed snob, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? But it makes no difference to me, especially if you blowing on some good gas, right? So I sent them to my bro, right? And he served my bro served them or whatever. And tell me why my bro called me like the white man's ISIS called. But look, tell me why my bro called me back like 5, 6, 7 minutes later, and he was like, "Yo, Kuda," and I was like, "Yeah, what's up?" He was like, Yeah, I sent Broski over there to, you know what I'm saying, give you the business, right? Get that sale, right? He was like, man, don't ever send that nigga back over here ever again. I busted out laughing. I'm like, wait, what? What happened, right? I'm like, I hope, because remember I told you bro looked sketchy and shit, right? I was like, I hope bro didn't try nothing, right? Because like where I sent them, oh, them niggas got guns, right? No, them niggas got guns, right? They guns fold up. You know what I'm saying? They guns fold like a lawn chair. So I'm like, I hope this nigga did not try to rob this dude, right? Or pull a fast one, right? Because I didn't have time to sit there and play around, right? This is my 20s, y'all. So, bro, he was like, bro called my phone back after he smoked it and was like, yo, like, where'd you get it from? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, man, nigga, just enjoy the damn tree and go on about your damn business. He was like, why this nigga asking me Fed questions and shit? Bro, I'm sorry. That shit was funny because, like, to this day, I could call him up and we would still laugh about that because dudes be asking weird fucking questions, bro. They be asking weird questions. Where'd you get this strand from? What tree did it come from? What the seeds look like? When did you acquire those seeds? Like, what? So I don't know what it is about maybe I'll ask LT man again. I don't know if he's still in the building, but I don't know what it is about tree and hemp and all that other stuff and like selling certain products and stuff like that make people just start asking these weird ass questions and shit. Because I've always wondered. You said it's printed meat. It basically is. McDonald's and even shit, the Gordon's fishermen and all them other people back in the day, they was like, nigga, we don't know where this mystery. It's called mystery meat for a reason. We don't know where this shit come from. If you eat it, good luck. And people didn't give a fuck. Like they're like, man, shit, I'll still eat that shit. Then they stomachs start hurting. To this day, some people they said Taco Bell. Listen, and I'm one of those fools too. They said Taco Bell's beef is like is like one grade above dog food or dog meat or some shit like that. I said, damn. I'm like, well, shit, I eat corned beef, so fuck it. Shit, Taco Bell it is. I like corned beef, so hey, can't be that bad. I remember one of my girlfriends got me hooked on Spam. I ain't run into Spam until later on in life, and I was like, damn. Spam good as shit. I didn't know Spam was that good. She got me hip to what is that shit called? I think it's Spam. No, it wasn't Spam. Scrapple. She got me hip to Scrapple. If y'all ever had Scrapple, I don't know where they call it where y'all from, but But look, if you eat Scrapple, if you eat shit, almost any meat and stuff like that, it's literally all kinds of parts of the animal put together. Hot dogs, all of that shit is like all parts of the animal put together. So it's bad. It's bad. But what was I gonna say? I don't know why people get weird when it comes to like that type of stuff, but shout outs to LT man and shout outs to hempforfitness.com. They're very open about their products and stuff. So again, it's not about it's not just about like smoking, or it's not about weed, and is mind you, is more so for wellness. Okay. The THC and all of that other stuff is just a bonus. It's a place for wellness first. That's why it's hemp for fitness. It's not telling you to go smoke and go sit down. Is well obviously, but is for fitness. You know what I'm saying? Um, THC regulates your eating habits. You know what I'm saying? And makes, I ain't gonna lie, makes food taste 10 times better. And sometimes like after a workout and stuff like that, depending on if you're doing cardio or if you're doing if you're building muscle and you're tearing muscle and stuff like that, it's not creatine, you know, and it's not steroids or anything like that, but it's good to have a smoke or something to massage your muscles or something to cool you down. You know what I'm saying? After a workout. And then also on top of that, not just cool you down, sleep. You can't gain no muscle if you don't get no damn sleep. See, when you go to the gym, and we were talking about this earlier, there's a trifecta that's going on. When you go to the gym, you got to make sure you're eating good and it's regulated. You got to make sure you're getting your sleep, because that's where you gain your muscle. You gain your muscle in your sleep for the most part, because your body goes into a state of paralysis. Okay? And then also, too, you got to make sure you're working out good and your workouts are counting. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes y'all can go to the gym for years and never really get nothing because you're counteracting everything. So when you guys go over to hempforfitness.com, you know what I'm saying? This is an aid to help all three of those things. If you want to stay fit, this is not going to take away from your workout regimen. It's going to enhance it. All right? If you want to eat well, this is going to enhance it. And I can't tell you, if you rub some CBD, or it's not melatonin, but they do have melatonin. But if you rub some CBD or something like that, and you have like a nice little ritual before you go to bed, nigga, you're gonna sleep like a baby. You're gonna sleep like a baby, and then that helps with your gains to go do it all over again tomorrow. You're gonna wake up well rested. You're getting into, what I'm saying, all stages of sleep. You're getting into REM sleep and stuff like that. So I'm promoting wellness, y'all. You dig? So take your ass over to hempforfitness.com. What are you waiting for? Like $12.99 for some? That's cheaper. I ain't gonna lie. That's cheaper than Habibi and them, the Indian people that be selling, trying to sell them dry ass gummy bears and shit like that. So, hey, look, the choice is yours. Choice is yours. If you choose to go to the gym, cool. If you choose to take care of yourself, cool. If you choose to be well rested, hey, come on now. Shout outs to Gems, yeah. But make sure you guys use code T-Tube10 and make sure you mention Kuda so you can get 2 free gifts, courtesy of Player Talk Radio. You dig? Courtesy of Player Talk Radio. And on behalf of hempforfitness.com. So play around in the street this year if you want to, man. Play around with that fentanyl if you want to. Keep playing around. So hey.
Well, aren't you under investigation for things like that?
Give a fuck. But if that man's gonna go, everyone has a past, then who is he to comment on anything else? Because her past was me, sir.
So are all of your girlfriends virgins before you?
Well, here's where you have to, as a man, do your best to find a woman, if you want to take her seriously, with as little history as possible, if that's the kind of thing that bothers you.
And does it bother you?
Well, it depends.
I mean, surely your best place to go then is high school.
Well, we have to be careful. I'm under investigation here. But
No, and stop listening to hoes. Never listen to a hoe. First of all, y'all niggas dumb as hell. Never listen to a for real, for the most part. Never listen to a hoe's opinion on a virgin. Don't ever listen to a hoe's opinion on a virgin. They be throwing that shit away. Don't listen to a hoe's opinion on a virgin. Talk about something, you got to go to high school. Actually, no. Not all women out there are like you. All right? Stop trying to call men PDF files and stuff like that. And women like her be running off with older niggas anyway when they were in high school. Second of all, you fellas, because this is another problem that you guys run into when you get a woman with a low body count or inexperienced woman. You're gonna feel like you're over her in experience, and you probably are. You're gonna feel like you're over her in experience, and you probably are. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is she's gonna be goofy with you. She's gonna be goofy with you, and you're gonna have to not let your ego get in the way of that. Like sometimes when you're with inexperienced women, some of y'all be feeling like y'all players and you're not. You're just with the inexperienced woman, and she gonna have you feeling that way. And I'm telling you, if your ego is in the way and you're not past a certain stage in your life, you're not gonna be able to read that. Or if you do, you're gonna read it wrong, or try to be the man to her, and you're gonna fumble that. You might even cheat on her. You gonna mishandle that. Now, why am I saying this? Because a lot of inexperienced women, when you get to that certain level with them, you're gonna see how, I wouldn't necessarily say it's goofy, but they're gonna kind of be goofy because they never done this before. And I ain't never did this before. No, they never done this before. So, like a great example, even though she probably just in love. I'm not gonna say she's inexperienced. Look at Papoose and look at Clarissa Shields. Look at Papoose and look at Clarissa Shields. You can tell she hasn't been dating a bunch of boys. She's just been beating bitches her whole life. You know what I'm saying? You know? Or sometimes too, when a woman hasn't dated in a long time, they still get starry-eyed, with their latest guy. Nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying is, they're going to be looking for romance. They're going to be looking for certain, for certain behavior from you, because in their eyes, you're their Prince Charming. And it just depends on the type of guy you are and how y'all met and what's going on in y'all lives at the moment. Because guess what? Crazy as that sounds, even hoes, bona fide hoes that everybody knows, will get around a guy and be shy. I've seen it. I've seen women that took out rooms full of niggas, and I'm like, oh, this bitch is disgusting. I'm not hitting no blunts with you. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not sharing a cup with you, a glass, nothing. No. I don't see how Cassie's husband can do it, but blessings be to them and the kids. I've seen women that they pretend, they not even pretend, they actually were shy. So you'll never know who you're getting, for the most part, especially with women. You can never be for sure on who you're getting. And like I said, you play a character in this woman's life wherever you fit in. Y'all go check out the video I did on main character energy and syndrome. How a lot of people don't realize that, hey, just because your life may have stopped because somebody came in, don't mean their life has stopped. And you got to explain this to adults. Hey, I'm glad that you like me. I'm glad you're enthusiastic about me and stuff like that. But hey, I got this, that, and the third going on. And a lot of other shit. And you have to use that information to humble you also, fellas, because that's the same with the woman. Hey, I'm glad that you like me and blah blah blah. We had a great time and whoop de whoop, but I'm promiscuous. I'm a hoe. Or I got a marriage I got to get out of that. Oh, those are the worst ones. Oh man, go outside and go date a little bit, fellas. You gonna run into the women that are cool as fuck. You ready to wife them up on the spot, but something's off, and it's like, bam, she married, or bam, she got a dog. She got a dog. She got a husband. They just not they going through it right now. Whereas a long time ago, I told you guys in the game what you could do, but this makes you an asshole. Is that you can go around, because there's a lot of women with their other arm open. You can go around and start picking women off of men, and those are going to be some of the best women that you're going to date. And you can actually ride off into the sunset and marry them. And I'm not saying that this woman is necessarily a career homie hopper, but you should know enough about your game that you got her to leave because of you. You should know when you get women or people in rare form. You should be well aware if you know or know how to or can or have gotten people in rare form. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, she normally wouldn't leave her man or do this or abandon her man and stuff like that. But hey, it's me. And that's not being arrogant. That's just you being aware of your effect that you have on people, if you truly have that effect or if it's intentional. So if you have the ingredients for her obedience, you know what I'm saying? Hey, it's not that much she can do, and it stuns a lot of women too, because it's like they don't get to run into guys like you all the time. And listen, even if she got a husband and she's still out there on the market, they don't get to run into guys like you all the time because she's used to dealing with her husband. And that's the thing that fucks over a lot of people when they only have one comparison to something, which is like her husband. Then she's getting taunted. Women are getting taunted. If your ego takes over a lot of stuff, shit that's not even taunting you is going to taunt you. And what do you mean by that, Kuda? Well, if she has a social media, she's getting taunted by other guys. So what do you think she's going to do, or how do you think she's going to react when she meets a guy worth a damn? Are you worth a damn? See how that works? Quick maths. What's the mathematics?
It depends, because there's different categories of women.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Everything in life is actually fine if you keep everything in the right place. If you use a fork for forking and a spoon for spooning, everything's fine. It only gets confusing when you try and mix the two up. All men love whores. Men love whores.
If you go to KFC or Popeyes, they got. Have y'all ever seen those spoons that got a fork in it? I think it's called a spork.
We've got good technique.
Of course. Any man who sits there and says...
Do you love whores then?
Any man who says he doesn't love whores is a liar.
So you love whores?
Well, if I'm on a boat in Miami, I don't want
Would
nuns.
you prefer a blowjob with your teeth or the mouth? You need someone with experience.
Well, if you want girls who are just a good time, they're not going to be that emotionally invested. They're probably going to be sluts. If you're going to go to a party with 20 women, you want women who are just a good time. Good time women are hoes, and men love hoes. But men want the dichotomy because we want our cake and eat it. We want a wife, and we want hoes, and we want both. Mm. It only gets confusing for a man when he puts them in the wrong category. What will happen is a man will meet a hoe, fall in love with her because he can't control himself, and then try and say, oh, no, she's wifey because he's in love with her because he's an idiot. But if you're me and you can sit and go, okay, that one's a good one. She's wifey. Those are the hoes. They're this. And you just keep everything in its right place. It's fine.
So Bonnie's a hoe.
I don't want to insult Bonnie Blue.
You can't insult me.
I mean, you called her a hoe when I last talked to you.
No, I said she was a whore. And
I said, what's the difference between a hoe and a whore?
Well, there is a big difference because
There's
whores
a big
get paid.
difference between a hoe and a whore.
And whores are actually a much higher
Right.
social standing than a hoe because hoes are fucking dumb and they do it for free.
Yeah.
Whores make money. So I
Well,
think she's
I
a
didn't
whore.
know that difference.
Well, now you do.
No,
No, I
I always
don't.
say people
Hoes
can call
aren't
me a
dumb.
prostitute, slut, slag, whore, whatever. I don't
Whores
care.
are the
Like, you
ones
just
that
can't
do
insult me. Like, I own it. Whatever word you want to call me, whether you
But
say I'm
it's not even
disgusting.
insulting. It's just a factual description.
Yeah.
It's a factual description.
If anything, it turns me on.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's why she's so good at her job.
By the time you finish calling me a whore, I'm going to leave this chair with a wet patch.
Well, there you go. That's why she's so good at her job. I have that effect anyway. But the point I'm making here is any man who sits and goes, "Oh, I hate whores, I hate hoes," that's all.
You talk about some. I'm leaving this place with a wet patch, girl. You have no choice. You have no choice. Don't it look like when Bonnie Blue squirts? It's like mace. It's not even. That shit ain't even coochie. Well, it's mace.
There's scenarios in which they're very welcome and very liked, but there's scenarios in which they're not. So everyone has their standing in life. Everyone has their place in life.
Yeah.
Bonnie, even I would argue, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but you can correct me. Bonnie will have sex with one man, or have sex with a certain type of man, or have sex with whoever, but she'd marry a different type of man. To marry someone is different than having sex with someone. You wouldn't just marry anyone, would you? You'd have to kind of like him.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be completely different. Like, I generally have sex with anyone of legal age, but if I'm thinking of marriage, it's completely different.
Okay, so even in Bonnie's mind, there are people she treats a certain way and respects in a certain way, and there's people she has sex with without any emotional attachment. That's exactly how it is as a man. There's a woman you'll treat a certain way and have a certain amount of feeling for, and there's women you just...
Yeah.
That's it.
He's got a point.
Everything's actually fine. Men saying they hate whores and they hate all this, that's all a fucking lie. Men love whores in the right scenario. So you're asking me, my girlfriends, well, I mean, it depends. If you catch me on a boat, if you catch me on my yacht with 25 women, are they all virgins? No. But do I have children from some virgins?
But that's what I'm trying to say, and I've said it before. Guys like MTR and a lot of the guys, especially in these spaces, they act like they don't like hoes when they do, and they don't even know that they're chasing hoes. But then again, they do, because they were running around here justifying dating hookers. So hey,
yes.
If you ever host a virgin party, count me in.
How would you get into a virgin party?
Well, no, but
Let me just pause it right there. Actually, what Andrew just said was probably one of the most important things for young men to realize within this entire conversation. Because I think that, and I also think like a major component of my content specific to the audience of men that are watching is I think that due to, our current situation of overmothering, underfathering, the current situation of normalizing not necessarily Bonnie Blues, but kind of normalizing being sexually liberated within society, women dressing up however they want upon the digital social medias or what have you. Men are incorrectly putting, a woman in a woman category who is a wife versus a hoe. They have been incorrectly doing it. They are not privy to the red flags. They treat.
no, y'all ain't. No. Y'all ain't trying to talk to the wifey types. I've been watching y'all in the manosphere sit around and bitch and cry and moan and try to talk to hoes all day. And y'all are perplexed that hoes can run circles around you the way they have been. Y'all are not trying to talk to the wifey types. Y'all not even trying to get married. Can anybody show me a notable passport, bro, that got married over out of all of that bullshit? They were like, get your passport, get your passport. These niggas running around here yelling, get your passport for the whole time. Not one marriage. Not one marriage. Y'all not trying to talk to man. Listen, Fresh and Fit don't even have the wifey types. There's not even wifey Wednesdays. Can they do something? See, I'm giving them, and I know they listening too. I'm giving them some fucking, because niggas be around here and they troll accounts and shit. Wifey Wednesdays. Start talking to the relationship minded women. Because honestly, I'm going to tell you the truth. If you can't even handle interacting with a hoe oh, relationship is you're not even ready for a relationship. You just daydreaming at this point. You're not ready to be in the same household with this woman. You just daydreaming at this point. Daydreaming. I fell asleep beneath the flowers for a couple of hours on a beautiful day. 'Cause you are daydreaming at this point. Oh, shit. Because the idea of getting into a relationship is always better than the reality of doing it. You're not factoring in the compromising. You're not factoring the gestures. You're not factoring the little attitudes and the combativeness. And you're not factoring in the demands and the people trying to be slick. And man, listen. I keep telling y'all, stop trying to talk to me about dating and shit like that. Ain't no real game in no fucking dating. The real game is in relationships. Dating gets old. Dating is subjective.
All women the same, rose-colored glasses, so much to the extent of I will watch men show up to a club or a bar and then a girl that they hugging up on is goddamn half naked with her damn areolas showing and her ass cheeks out. And he thinks that that is a flex. That just goes to show you how confused some of these young men are. So without you
that's the girls that y'all want, though.
purposefully understanding if a woman is a fork versus a woman is a spoon versus if a woman is a knife, right? You got to categorize them correctly before you ever take them seriously. That was a fantastic point. Let's listen to just a little bit more.
To take the virginities. I'm obsessed with it.
Why are you obsessed with taking boys' virginities?
Well, just like how Andrew likes 18-year-olds.
Wait, careful.
Trying to make him a PDF file when she's actually more vile than Andrew Tate. She's more vile than Andrew Tate. And first of all, those Shang Tsung bitches. And the reason why I call them Shang Tsung, if y'all don't know and don't get the Mortal Kombat reference, the reason why I call them Shang Tsung is because they be reaving niggas' souls. They'll reave your damn soul. That's why they like virgins. They like to be able to say they took something from somebody or they're somebody's first and shit. Trying to get somebody hooked and sprung. Of course a hoe gonna try to get somebody sprung. Some people ain't sprung off of them no more. Dudes don't want to come back. Or if they do come back, it's to keep them in a certain position. They want somebody sprung so they can try to have a relationship with them.
Careful now.
Sorry, try to go
I'm
younger.
under investigation. What I have said.
Andrew, 18 is a legal age. I don't know what you class as legal.
No,
but
18 is legal. You're right.
Yeah.
But the reason, actually, and it's interesting you said this, but the reason men prefer younger women is because they have less history. That's why. The
Yeah.
average 22-year-old has lived less life than the average 30-year-old. That's why men prefer younger women in general. But sorry to interrupt you, but I'm just clarifying because everything gets clip farmed and before you know it, I'm back in handcuffs.
So not 18, 19. But I'd happily take an 18-year-old on their birthday. Like
Why?
closer to 18. I just want them, to be young, innocent. I want to strip them from that. I
Yeah,
want to
steal
take
their
their
innocence.
I want to
Like
watch their
Shang Tsung.
toes curl up as they come for
See?
the first time from a
Look,
girl.
and he said
I
Shang
love that.
Tsung.
And I also think it's educational.
See?
So I'm obsessed
How's
with
it
it.
educational?
You think about sex education at school. It's from a middle-aged teacher that's not been laid. And they basically say you have sex or you're probably going to die from an STD. There's no information. If anything, they should whip up one of my DVDs, put it on screen and show, look, that's how the dick enters the pussy. This is how you get a girl wet. There's none of that. So me having sex with them shows this is a woman's body. Yes, a woman's, Andrew, not trans. And
I don't think you're trans.
And
We'll come to that.
they don't know how
Shit, how much men you done had sex with? You were trans to me.
to pleasure a girl. They've not touched a girl. They've just watched videos, online where they're slapping, they're choking, they're hair pulling, and then they go to do it on a woman or a girl for the first time.
That's
She's
terrible.
probably going to cry the next day.
Yeah, you're probably going to get a criminal charge of that. You're probably going to
Yeah.
get sued if that happens this time.
Probably talk from experience there, but
By the way, I don't think that she actually believes. Look at Andrew's face. I don't think that she actually believes any of this. I mean, the level of cope to believe that having a dude do it with you is somehow you've got thousands of bodies, right? Like to do it with you is somehow educating them is absolutely absurd to me. But I think that what's actually happening here is that it's a marketing tactic, right? So she'll say barely legal as a way to propagate her content more, right? Have more of these people up on the social medias, do content about her, right? It's just a marketing ploy. And it's one that she's acting as if she actually believes in order to get more dollars from it. When you watch content like this, really breaking down why you are, right? Like, and it's because it's entertaining. And it's entertaining because, they might be going against status quo. But watching her try to explain it like this, while Tate is playing 4D chess right here, right? Like, because he's turning it back on her with all of his sarcasm and all of his trolling, while also saying no to certain things that could get him in even more trouble. I just think it is so entertaining. It is so fascinating. But guys, listen, I think that this is a good place here to stop the content. But again, what I find so interesting is that, if you look at the demeanor of the guy that's hosting the podcast, you could tell that he went in there thinking that this was going to be Andrew Tate versus Bonnie Blue, right? Andrew talking about how she's ridiculous, Bonnie Blue defending herself and then trying to flip the script as much as possible. And he came in what I essentially call the Charleston White method, right? Be as egregious as what you can, troll as much as what you can, put it in content form so that you can hold a mirror up to what is actually happening or the ridiculousness that we have allowed the clown award society to get into. I'm gonna leave a link to the content down in the description box down below. We're about 25% through of it. So go up there, finish out the content. Let me know what you guys think about it as well. And also I want to leave you guys with this question. We got influencers, right? We got content creators like her that is propagated all throughout our media. We got the current marriage rate, divorce rate. We got the single mother rate, right? Single father rate. We know that 25% of women are going to get married throughout their lifetime. What do you guys think about all of this, right? We know corn is going into the AI realm, which is going to get crazy here in a couple of years. What do you guys all think of this?
No one cares. No one cares. I think you know what I think is gonna happen. You know what I truly think is gonna happen, y'all. I think that humans are gonna go into a state of solitude. I think humans eventually at some point will go into a state of solitude where it's gonna be like The Sims. Like when we interact with the internet, we're going to have. That's gonna happen too, DM. I didn't want to go into that, but that's gonna happen too. But when you, yeah, especially in that industry, absolutely that's gonna happen. But I think we're gonna get to a certain point, right, where humans are just gonna be observing AI. It's gonna be like you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be like The Sims, where you're controlling The Sims. It's gonna be like playing The Sims. It's gonna be like all of those games, because we did this before. The millennial generation, what a lot of people don't tell y'all is that we beta tested AI. We used to play The Sims Urbs, which is like the urban version of The Sims. I forgot the name of this game, but there was a couple of those little phone games back in the day where you can create a whole avatar and go to the club on the phone. And usually it's basically like a chat room, but it's like you're meeting people. You know what I'm saying? Uh, at this weird club, and your avatar's talking to her avatar, and y'all are like communicating that way. And let me tell you why people like that. Because what's going on, Spawn? When I used to go sarging, and I realized that rejection is a safety curve. I realized that most people are representatives anyway. But it's like this is gonna be weird because it puts like this extra layer there. It's like, hey, here's my representative that's kind of like me, but it's not me. And then when they meet you, it's gonna be like, okay, now I'm meeting a second representative. And then when they get to know you, it's you. So that shit gets weird in and of itself. You know what I'm saying? He said we got Ed trying to give Willow Ryder some titties and shit. That's funny as hell. You know. What you know about Willow Ryder, Spawn? Raven, where you at? That's Raven's girl. What you know about Willow Ryder? What you know about Willow Ryder? What you know about Leah Lynn and what's her name? Kyra Perez. And let me stop naming names, y'all. But nah, man. That shit is funny, man. It's funny as hell. But anyway, I got to figure out how to get my phone fixed. I got a lot of stuff going on. I appreciate everybody here. Thank you guys so much for hitting the like button. If you supported the show, let me know. I'll give you your shout outs. I got you guys. I got to figure out how to get this phone fixed. But this Player Talk Radio. I might come back on a little bit later on. We got movie night. Let me know. Support the show off air. Let me know if you want to do movie night this weekend. We got She Hates Me from Spike Lee, and we'll be having movie night over on Kick and Rumble. So make sure you get your green pass, head over to Kick and Rumble, and you know what I'm saying? We're going to start doing something where it's like you going to have to get some of these hemp rings right here, right? And you got to show proof of purchase before you get into movie night, and you got to, eat some hemp rings before the movie night. Y'all gonna forget the movie and shit. Let me stop. But no, yeah, I think going forward, a lot of people are gonna go into what you call it, a state of isolation. People are gonna go into a state of isolation, which is gonna bring its own depression. People are going to go into a state of isolation, which is going to bring its own brand of depression. That's what I would say. It's gonna breed its own brand of depression. The state of isolation that people are gonna go in, it's gonna come with its own brand of depression. Straight up. And I don't know why this thing isn't working. All right. Anyway, DM says Second Life. Proxy Life. It's not going to be second. It's going to be relative, because the thing is that you still got to get them to come over to you. So it's going to be like a proxy life. The life is going to be a life by proxy, because you're still trying to get them. But this is the thing, because a lot of guys are goofy. Like, a lot of guys are game goofy. Women are going to find a way to leverage that, and y'all are going to have problems with that too. Y'all are going to be avatar fished. You know, like right now, y'all are messaging women, and it's been like this for a minute. Y'all are messaging trolls that y'all think are women. There's guys out here that are using avatars to you think you have a girlfriend, and the whole time this person's a whole fucking avatar. You know, some guys are even getting you niggas on the same account. The same guy is getting y'all on different accounts and shit. You know, you think you got a blue-haired girl and a red-haired girl. You know, and it's like, nah, you talking to a nigga. You don't even know if this nigga got pants on. You know. Yeah, a lot of people don't know. I made a James Brown joke the other day for you, Gems. A lot of people don't know. Yeah. This shit is crazy. You said word. Shit just be on shit just be shit just on Facebook. It's hella catfish and bots out here. Yeah. AI gonna be catfishing y'all too. Sometimes you're not even talking to a dude in a troll account. You're gonna be just talking to a straight up machine. A troll machine. Like, who has time to troll when you AI is replacing trolls too now. You know? Oh yeah, people be having full-fledged conversations with themselves in women's DMs. You know? So this is man versus man again. Women are going to learn how to leverage this. You know, you're going to go through a little period because this is what happened with texting and everything. You're going to go through a little period where women are having like a little bit of hard time acclimating. Oh, but once women acclimated and move in, you niggas are cooked. You niggas are cooked. You know, yeah, I see Target got like a robot going up and down the aisles and shit like that, and you can ask it to scan for prices and stuff. I remember when those little scan things to see how much certain things cost started popping up in Targets and Walmarts and stuff like that. That was cutting edge when it came out. That shit is Mando. That niggas don't even care. You know, so technology. What's that? What's that? You know, humans are like, I can see if humans were gonna be like in a, what's the word I'm looking for? I can see if humans was gonna be like in like a pedestal position with AI, but humans are literally gonna be under AI. Like, the AI is gonna replace what humans should be. And humans are gonna worship AI so much or be rude to AI. AI gonna take it. I don't even like, you know. You're talking for example, right? I'm studying obviously, you know, cybersecurity, and I still do bookkeeping, right? And people are like, "Oh, well, AI is going to replace a bookkeeper." And it's like, "No, it's not." But it's going to be there, but I'm going to give y'all the game how AI can replace bookkeeping, but it's not going to replace it in the way that people think it is, right? So, for example, I have a client, right? And let's say the client has a question about their books or about a payment or something like that, and he's talking to me, right? Let's say a payment that he made last year. He just want to make sure, the numbers add up with the receipt that he has and whatever, right? And let's say I don't have my software or whatever beside me and stuff at the moment, right? But I'm on the phone, or he calls me out of nowhere, or she calls me out of nowhere. Technically, I would have to say, okay, yeah, let me write that down, and other things that we want to talk about, and give me like an hour or two. I will get back to you and be able to provide that information for you. Or if I don't know something, I'm like, listen, I don't want to lie to you or give you any type of misinformation. I don't know. But if you give me a half an hour, I'm going to do a little bit of research and I'll have an answer for you. You know what I'm saying? You got to be smart enough and have enough confidence to say that, because guess what? The AI don't have confidence issues. That's what's winning people over right now, that the AI does not have confidence issues. The AI is confident. The AI going to be like, "Hey, yo, this is what it is." And you know what's crazy about AI nowadays, but it's going to get better next time you look? The AI will be confidently wrong. There's a lot of shit I ask AI and it's like, "Nope, that's not it. That's not it." If somebody didn't know better, they would have believed that, but that's not it. That's the thing with AI. The AI is confident. It's confident in their answer. It's confident and stuff like that. So you don't have to have the answer to all the questions that's going to be asked to you. And this is just anything. This is in life. This is in general. Let's just be confident. You know. Hold on. But anyway, you said AI already at work. AI is a sword. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. You said the people that actually align with it are timid about it right now. You said the dummies are being active with it right now. I mean, it ain't even the dummies. It's like well, the dummies are too, but it's like and I got some pictures and stuff I want to show y'all, but that shit is gone now. But you got to know how to give it a prompt. You know what I'm saying? You got to know how to give it a prompt. You got to know how to, it's a lot of things that you got to, get acclimated to when it comes to AI. But the thing is, it's like, bruh, if you don't know how to use it, that shit is not gonna be no joke. What's going on, Skyfall? Good to see you, bro. Shout outs to everybody here. You said I fuck with the new setup. I appreciate that. You said Chat GPT 5 is out next month, and they're saying it's gonna make 3 and 4 look analog. God damn. Yeah, they're gonna have to really charge for that shit. You know. You said I think it's really going to be for alpha and beyond, because yeah, the generation that's gonna really embrace AI learning and all that other stuff is gonna be tail end zillennials, like the mid to younger zillennials, and alpha's definitely gonna for sure uh fall into the into that, because when you were growing up, what were your fond memories? You played on a little laptop and watched Franklin and what's gonna be Alpha's memories? They've played on their iPhones, Coco Melon. Um, they're used to being taught by computers, in phones and stuff like that. They interact with phones and computers. They interact with phones and computers better than humans. You know, their objective with technology is not the same as our objective with technology. Our objective with technology was to, hold on, because now this thing is getting on my nerves. Our objective with technology was to enhance, it's to enhance our analog lives. But the new generation, they don't even care about being analog. Actually, the more analog they go, the more fucked up they are because they don't understand that world. They don't understand that world. Plus, they might be a generation that's not going to be using phones no more. They're going to be using the glasses if they leave their house. There's like 10 reasons for you not to leave your house. You can work from home. Groceries and food can get delivered to your door. Amazon. Home is going to be base in the future. That's base. You ever play tag and it's like base? Home is base. The future is scary, man. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Did a whole shift. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. We out. Peace. Thank you everybody for supporting the show. If you supported the show, I got y'all. Pay attention to the wall and the beginning of next show. I got y'all on y'all shout outs. Shout outs to everybody here. Please support the show on air, off air, if you care. It's Player Talk everywhere. Peace.
In the beginning. All right, we going. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm asked. What the what? What a money reside, what a money reside. We going. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm asked. What the what? What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay? Okay?